All these people, Alfredo. Why everyone is mute? What's going on? Oh my God, someone here saying Jesus is God. Hey yo, anyone here? People, where are you? What? What's going on? I'm doing really good. I'm doing fantastic, bro. Why everyone is silent? I'm confused. Oh man, Mama Sita will kill me if she seen these people silent. Your name is Jesus is God. Nice name, nice name. Oh, he's not answering. hmm You are silent because it's Friday night. Flat judge. So this is supposed to be like you are saying Earth is flat or is not flat.
Bro, Earth is flat, bro.
I got you, bro. Thank you so much.
100%, yes.
Yeah, yeah. I see a lot of people say that Earth is
Exactly.
flat, like
Exactly.
uh, like a table.
Exactly.
Good perspective. I respect you.
Exactly. It's not that. It's like the Earth is bigger than we expected, and the only percent of Earth that we already discovered is flat. The outside, I don't know if it's round or not, but the discovered Earth till now is flat. I
I
don't know.
got you. Like you
Maybe
think
the
that.
general perspective may be round, but the known world for now is flat for sure.
Let
No,
me
no,
ask you just. Let me ask you a
no.
question.
I just want to quickly say something. It's always been a horizontal flat plane since the beginning of creation.
But the creation is another question. It's another question related to
Let me
religion.
ask you a question. Like, do you have someone that works at NASA?
Me? What do you mean by that? If I know someone who works for NASA or what exactly?
You see that Earth is flat. Like me personally, I don't know because I don't have someone that works at NASA or any kind of field of the outer space. But so you
So,
say that
so
you have someone says this to you. Like, what's your
like,
evidence? This is what I'm saying.
what you think Earth is? What is Earth for you? What is Earth for you?
Earth for me, like a big ball. It's circling around the sun with a lot of other planets.
Okay, okay, I got you. So you're like the
But
perspective of astronomy, many planets circling in a way
yeah,
around the sun, and
yeah.
everything is going as the galaxy is going for a for another uh, universe
But
absent.
like
But
this is
this
what I see on social media.
exactly that's a good point of view. But what can
But
I say?
like if you said you have someone that uh works at NASA or someone is really aware of what you're saying, I would believe you.
Okay, exactly. I will tell you. So, me, myself, I don't know what is the exact shape of the Earth, the complete Earth that you're describing. It's a limited portion of creation of matter. You said that Earth is round, so Earth is limited. For me, Earth, it's not limited. The only Earth we know is the known Earth. If the Earth is a big planet and it's round, it doesn't go against the theory of flat Earth. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
That's
got you. Yeah.
that's that's the first point. The first point is not like the Earth is flat and limited. Earth is flat for sure from this point, but it's not limited. It's only the known world. What's behind that, we don't know it yet. That's the first thing. The second thing, the when you're talking about NASA and proof, but we can prove both sides. We can prove that Earth is flat. There is no problem with mathematics, calculus, and logic theories. There is no problem with that. It can be proved. As for Earth round, exactly. The only thing that you may mm, make in your head to exactly understand what that means is like when someone said Earth is flat, it's not like the planet is flat. It's like the only way, the only known world is flat. What's outside, we don't know how it is its shape exactly. The round Earth is limited planet that is circling with other planets around Sun. As for Newton laws of gravity and all this shit, and that's all going on aside for the universe collapsing. Exactly.
Yeah, I see what you mean. You got a
Mhm.
good point, and you are explaining in a such exquisite way, and I respect your perspective. You know
Yeah.
what? When I got into this room, I didn't see the title of this room. The title that says Flat Earth Discord, and I got here, and that's why I see all the people here, including me, uh, agree to that Earth is flat.
So, do you agree that Earth is flat or round, or what? What is your perspective personally?
I'm kind of agnostic about what Earth is because what I see on the social media, some people say it's not flat, some people say it's flat. But if I could find a strong proof that says Earth is flat, I'm going to believe it.
So, from the religious side, Earth is flat. From scientific side, Earth is round. From your personal perspective, it might be round, it might be flat, it might be limited, it might be illimited, it might be in a supernova, it might be in the universe, but nobody know. You
Speaking
have
about
to.
religion, speaking about religious, I think in Islam, that Islam says it's flat, but in Christianity, I got no clue personally. Like, I don't know
But
what Christianity is like.
Christianity also said that Earth is flat. If
So
Christianity said
it
Earth
must be
is round,
flat. So
they would
yeah.
not punish scientists who prove that Earth is round. You know, like Galilei, other scientists. I don't know Copernic also or not. But Christianity was against the theory of a round Earth. They believe it that Earth is flat. Islam also said that Earth is flat
So,
in
like
many
Christianity,
verses.
Christianity is the religion of Jesus. So that means Jesus agrees to that Earth is flat. So I'm going to Jesus. Earth is flat.
Mm,
Like the prophet
exactly,
Jesus said. No, is
exactly.
what you're saying. So I'm
You know,
100% now. I'm 100% now sure Earth is flat. Since you said Christianity agrees to that. If you just say Islam is the only religion, I'm going to be like doubting it. But since you said Christianity agrees with
Guys,
that,
guys,
I'm
guys,
going to.
guys. Religion has nothing to do with it. All you need to do is go outside and measure the earth. That's all you need to do.
Yeah, that's a
It's
good
so
point.
obvious. It's so obvious. Because you're measuring the surface that your feet is touching every day. That surface. Because
So
I'll tell
like,
you why. Yeah. Because yeah, they tell you the Earth's a globe, and you have 24,901 miles of Earth curvature wrapping itself. That's a huge distance, and the curvature is a big deal, a serious big deal. And if there is zero curvature, then ask yourself this question: how can Earth be a globe? It's very obvious.
yeah, yeah.
mm,
What you're saying is like correct. So what I see with my eyes tell me Earth is flat.
by do you know what the problem is?
Hmm.
Uh, some people might think that going around the world is the only proof that Earth is a globe. Do you agree to that?
Actually, what I agree to is just you have to have three things. First of all, the strong evidence, and the second one is the right background. You have to be like aware uh, since you are a kid with people that you grow up with. And the third one is a solid perspective about what you see.
Exactly. You have to have your own beliefs on that. And what I just want to mention is, when you're trying to prove that Earth is a globe by circling around the world, you can circle around the world even if the Earth is flat. As I said, it's also unlimited. So the shape is not exactly current to a globe informal, but but exactly. Mm, mm, mm,
So right now, you just convinced me Earth is flat, and I believed
no,
what you said. And now I agree that Earth is flat. Since I've seen all these people here saying that, that means Earth is really flat. Nice.
mm. You have to have your own beliefs, your own criteria, base it on your personal situation, social, religious also. But you might search in this topic, and you might have your own
What do you think? Like, what do you think if I ask ChatGPT? Do you think GPT has the right answer with this question or not?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it. Just ask ChatGPT.
Okay, ChatGPT is just a tool that's trying to accumulate informations from many websites. That is its work. So you're going to get information from many websites that will be treated by an AI to give you a right information based on website. So it's the same thing as your search in the web or on the web. It's the
So,
same thing. It's no difference.
like,
It's not like authentic information.
so I believe that if I went to ChatGPT, it's going to be the same thing. Like you went to people. ChatGPT is a app that designed by people, so it's going to be people's perspective.
No, it's not like people's perspective, but you know how ChatGPT is working. When you're asking an information, it's try to make some search on websites and give you information from websites. So it's
It's wrong.
basically like if you're searching on the web, you may have proofs of flat earth, you may have proofs of globe earth, you may have different informations.
Sure. So let me say, my brother, thanks for all the information that you gave me. I gotta go, and thanks for having me here.
You're welcome, bro. You're
See
welcome.
you.
It's the class. Is it the class?
It's time.
Hey, in order for Chat GPT to display proofs of globe Earth, wouldn't it have to find proofs of globe Earth on the web?
Mm.
So if there's no proofs of globe Earth on the web, then how could Chat GPT give you proofs?
I don't know about that. I don't know.
Exactly, brother.
Uh,
Yeah, so on somewhere on the internet, can you find me the proof that level water isn't flat and horizontal on the surface, just like we all experience it throughout the whole of human history?
there's no proof about that also.
What?
Mm,
There's proof on that? Are you serious?
Did you see the
Are you
flash sheet?
are you pulling my finger? Or what do they say? Are you pulling my leg?
No.
If I told you guys I'm building something and I need to make this piece of wood plumb, do you know what I mean?
Would be perpendicular to the Earth's surface.
Mhm. But guess what? It won't.
Oh, okay. So straight up and down, right? That makes sense too, right? Straight up and down. Everyone understands that. Pretty simple. Straight up and down. I think that's an easy one. So if I said, hey, I want to make this plumb, nobody would be like, oh, yeah, you want to make it parallel to a radial passing from the center of the Earth to a point on the arc's surface, right? Nobody would ever say that, right? Nope. Everybody knows straight up and down means straight up and down. Oh man. All right, guys. Now I have to make my next board level. So that means, what does that mean? Any guesses? Any help? I don't know what to do. How do I make a board
No
level?
equal distance higher than the other.
Wait a minute. Are you sure? Are you sure that to make this board level, that I'm not balancing the center point on the precipice of an arc to where the ends are actually at higher altitude than the middle? Are you sure?
Yes, but it's ever so slight that you just wouldn't notice.
Sounds retarded to me, bro. You know what? Yeah, I got my 2-foot level here, and if I hold it level, these homies are telling me that the center is at one altitude and the left and right side are higher. Like, how does that even make sense, bro?
It's why they make curved levels.
Yeah, no. Well, I made a curved level once. I ran it over with a skid steer.
That'll do it.
I know, right? Easiest way ever, bro. Dude, you ever drive a very heavy machine into another machine? Like at a very slow speed? Like 0 point, like 0.000001 miles per hour? I drove my Bradley into another Bradley once. Ever so slightly. Just grazed, just ever so slightly bumped on the side of it. And then I went out and looked, and the bolts that hold the armor were like smeared like butter. Like somebody just took a butter knife and just went shloop. Hilarious, right? Almost as hilarious as somebody telling me that if I draw a level line with my level on a wall and I put a dot in the center and a dot on the end and the end, then the center dot is lower than the one on the end. Like, how does that even make sense? Like, what the heck, bro? Can you guys hear that? I'm building. All right, enough about me. What's been happening? What's up with you guys? Man, what's going on, man? Friday night. All right, you're gonna have to listen to me build. Rolling down the street with my curved level. Ooh, I found a pencil. Perfect. Timbo, how many tools you leave in the walls that you then realized, hey, where's this tool? And you're like, dang it, I left it in the wall. Bro Seppies. You guys want to play a game called Can Chris Stop It From Happening? So I don't think you heard my nail gun. You might not have heard my impact gun. Let's see if you hear this. Hello, welcome to the channel. Earth is flat. It's covered in 70% water. Water's the flat standard throughout all of human history. Earth is flat. Leave now while you still can. It's your last chance. Otherwise, you're going to be a flat earther, bro. Hello. Did you guys ban all the contenders? Hold on. All right, here we go. Tell me if you can hear it. Yes, no, maybe so. Oh. Rally criteria, you're fired. You've been replaced by refraction criterion. Let's see, what's another famous name in optics? Obviously Rayleigh. Huygens, that's a famous name in optics. Let's see, who else? Fresnel, another famous one. Fraunhofer, there you go, that's another one. Do you guys know what Fresnel diffraction is? And Fraunhofer diffraction? Those are pretty good ones. Go on YouTube sometime, search them up, check them out. Oh man. Oh man, we got a challenger in the text. Adipositus, why don't you explain to me how a horizontal line can exist on a globe Earth? Horizontal, parallel with the plane of the horizon. Horizontal, perpendicular to plumb. Horizontal, equivalent to level. Yeah, if you had a horizontal line that continued from a center point outwards over the globe Earth with an equipotential surface with the gravity supposedly radial from a center point, then the further you go away from the center point of the line that you just made, you would be increasing in altitude. That means that a straight line would be lower in the center than it is on the ends. How does that make sense? Yeah, a level on a flat Earth is just level. A level on a globe Earth, the center is at one altitude, and the left side and the right side are higher in altitude. Because altitude on a globe Earth is expressed radially from the center. You could draw it on a piece of paper, you'd figure that out rather quickly. So he responds in the chat, says who? Who says that what I just said is the truth? I mean, dude, it's simple. When you have something displaced with a radial angle, the angular displacement changes the altitude on a straight line versus a center point. I mean, that's just a fact of geometry. There's no says who about it. You could draw it out, see it for yourself. No citation needed. That's like me holding up my tool called a square, which is actually in the shape of a triangle, right? And the angles are at 45 degrees. And if I place the the hypotenuse, then I end up with two 45-degree angles, which equal 90. It can't be otherwise. It's like, now if I take my carpenter square, speed square, which is in the shape of a triangle, and I put the triangular tip where the two 45s meet down, and then I hold the other leg level, the two 45s are a certain length, and then if I measure vertically from the tip to the middle of the line, that's a different distance. So the straight line in between the two angles is a different distance than the left angle and the right angle. I mean, This is like trigonometry 101, my brother. Okay, he wrote, if you take a level, you are figuring out the vertical at that point. You don't have to give a shit about what's next to it. My friend, do you know why they make 3-inch levels, 6-inch levels, 8-inch levels, 12-inch levels, 2-foot levels, 36-inch levels, 6-foot levels, 4-foot levels, jam levels, 8-foot levels? You know why? Because the whole point of those levels, when you're holding them horizontal, is to have more play in your thing. So when you draw your line out, it's more accurate. I mean, to say that you don't care what's next to your level line makes no sense, dude. Like, it's like, tell me you never built a thing in your life without telling me. Now, if I was only seeking the plumb, you might be correct. But plumb is actually dual axis, not single axis. Because if you're plumbing something, it's not just left and right, it's in and out. So you have to have the board, if you're plumbing it, it has to be left and right level and in and out, away from you and towards you level. It has to be level in 4 directions. Now you could compound those two into 2 axes and say it's level in 2 directions. Sure, I'd agree with that. But yeah, bro, in case you didn't know, when we level things, we're talking about the horizontal. When we plumb things, we're talking about the vertical. All right, so he says, yeah, but if I put my level something at one side, it's wonky. I correct for that. Okay, that's great.
The
How are you
Earth
going to
is flat.
correct for the fact? Hold on,
The
brother.
Earth
How are you
is
going to correct?
flat. End of
Hey,
the
bro.
session.
Awesome, bro. Yeah, yeah. If you correct one side or the other, that's fine. But I'm not talking about correcting, putting your level on a board and seeing it's not level and then leveling the board. I'm talking about the very principle of a straight line level is differential altitudes if the Earth is a globe, because the center point is actually closer to the ground than the left side and the right side. And that must be true. Otherwise, you don't have a curved surface. So if you're telling me that they're not closer or further from the ground, then thank you. You've just conceded the Earth is parallel to a horizontally arranged level, which means the Earth is flat. I agree with you. I didn't know you were a flat earther, brother. Sorry. There's only 2 options. It's the level is either at higher altitudes on the left side and the right side than the center, or the Earth is flat. Those are your options.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Haji, the Earth is flat. Okay? The Earth is
Yeah,
flat.
brother,
Hello guys.
Yes.
you want to have a
Yes, brother.
conversation, or you just want to say repetition things?
Yeah,
Yeah. Let's have a conversation. I want to practice my English. So let's go.
All right.
Yeah.
You ever use a tool called a level to level something?
A tool?
A tool like it's like a piece of equipment. It's a level. It's like a
Yeah.
bar with water in the center
oh,
or liquid, and then you hold it, and once you get it straight, then it tells you it's level.
Yeah. I know that.
Right. So when you hold the tool level, it's parallel with the arrangement of the orientation of the surface of the Earth, which means the Earth is flat.
Yeah. But the Earth is flat.
I know, brother. But this guy adipositist doesn't get it, bro.
I doesn't get it actually. Tons talks with you. I gotta go, bro. Thanks for the conversation. Sorry for this corrupt.
No worries. I got you, bro.
Goodbye.
So, adipositus, you might be correct that in practical reality, the difference on a globe Earth versus a flat Earth would be minimal. The fact is, though, it would be at a different altitude. Now, I do agree with you that the globe Earth often makes claims that they say are minimal or negligible or irrelevant, kind of like they don't exist. Kind of funny like that.
Yeah, I got you. I got you. I really believe that's flat.
Oh, yeah, bro.
Goodbye.
Dude, these guys,
Bye, bro.
these guys believe that a level is at 3 different altitudes along its surface, on top of a giant curved Earth. All right, let me get a measurement here. All right, adipositus, I agree with you. At certain scales, the difference, if it existed, would be negligible. So why don't you let us know at what distance it would be jubble? So if it's negligible at this scale, what scale does it become jubble? If you understood that. I'm making up words, bro. So yeah, so the question is at what scale? Oh, you measure level at one spot, dude. Level at one spot is irrelevant. That would be a point with no depth or width. That would be useless. I mean, unless you're putting a thumbtack there, I guess. Let's see, 17. Ooh. So if I want to put a board up level, you think I just put a dot on the wall, or do I draw a line? Yeah, that's right, I draw a line. All right, 17 and 7/8. Ooh, that's a nice shelf, 17 and 7/8. Boom, ba, chicka, ka. Well, let's cut this wood. Oh. Oh, chicka, chicka. All right, I like it. I like it. I just need to shave off that side. Great. Work great, dudes. Gonna work great. Oh my goodness. That's gonna be very tight. Is my background noise ruining your ear holes?
Ah, you're good then. I'm just wondering why this dude in the side chat's posting over there instead of talking here in the voice chat, since he's clearly hanging out here with us. Come on, man. Mic up.
It's like this, bro. My hairline recedes me. My reputation precedes me.
Huh.
This
Go
guy,
to
when he's
Turkey.
trying to make a level on, needs some frickin' I don't know, man, some remedial courses, I guess. Oh, sorry, he was typing more. I didn't see this chat scroll. Let me check.
Yeah, he's asking. He says, like, do you guys think a level has to touch the surface at all times to be accurate?
Well, I mean, if you're leveling a board and the level isn't touching, I mean, you could, like guess where it's laying, I guess. Because it might be off a little bit on one side versus the other. But one thing it's certainly not doing is teetering on a giant curve. Dude, why is it our fault that our worldview is entirely congruent with the principle of level, plumb, horizontal, flat, just like we experience the world? But your globe worldview is like horizontal lines are actually inclined planes. I don't know, man. It seems kind of paradoxical there, brother. Like your version of a horizontal line would collect rainwater in the center. Think about it. It'd be a V. Topographically, from the side, it'd be V-shaped. If you're doing an elevation profile, and that would have water collecting in the center. How does that even make sense, dude? Something we never witness. So that's the thing, dude, is we witness our world view. Your worldview only exists on a cartoon or in your mind or on some book. Now, you see, I don't care what Globers believe. I just care the consequences of their claims. So you can make claims and believe otherwise to the actual consequences. Okay, so your beliefs about your own stupid claims, if you make stupid claims, doesn't change the fact that your claim is stupid. See the problem?
If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Yeah, so personally, I think the answer requires a drawing. So Adipositus, if you're text viewed it looks like. So he wants you to speak up. But I think the answer requires a drawing. So just DM it to him so he can DM it to me. So we know you're on board.
You know, I didn't know I was using my laser level wrong when I was using it for more than 1 point.
I know, right? You're only allowed 1 point, brother.
So all the pictures I hung using the laser level, they must have been crooked.
No, it's not that they were crooked. It's that they were higher on the left and the right than the center.
Obviously.
Listen, brother. A line of a consistent altitude can't possibly be a straight line on a globe. Because like homie just said, you can only level a dot. Here's the problem. In our world, we can level a straight line. Just like reality, brother. Know what I mean? Man, being in reality is so cool, bro. I just level things. I don't have to worry about whether they're curved or reverse reciprocal slopes or equipotential. Go ahead. Yes. Tell me more. Wow. What happened to our interactor? He can't interact if he's got no XD powers. Is he DMing anybody?
No, but it's weird. He's got the fluent tag, so he should be able to speak in the VC. He just won't unmute himself.
Right.
I'll let him get back.
Maybe he is busy, man. Maybe he's busy doing something.
I'll let him get back to chat skanking. I'll unmute him.
Hopefully he's got that diagram prepared. Man, I should have brought up my second impact gun so I don't have to switch tips.
Why don't you get
Nothing
a
to be said.
quick release magnetic adapter?
I could, but then I'd still have to change the tips. But they'd be faster. That's true.
I've got this like a belt clip I use now. It's got it like a carabiner on it, and then it's got all these little connectors. You put all your impact bits in, and you just hang it on the belt clip, like a keychain, and it's got all your little impact bits in it. Really handy.
Yeah, that sounds good.
It was only $10 too. I just finished work.
Did you know?
I've been up all night freezing pipes at a university because there's no shut-off valves.
Oh, so you were being nice and going and freezing them for them?
Yeah, freezing them and then putting in shut-off valves because you got to do work in there. So, so I had to
Oh
work
yeah, it's
Friday
so
night.
annoying, dude. Isn't it
All
annoying when
night
you show up
Friday
at a
night.
site?
Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Like, weren't you thinking in your mind, like, man, they could have just put these in when they did this?
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the whole building. It's a 6-story building, and they have maintenance plumbers for the university. So, at some stage, right, when you've got the water off, wouldn't you install a shut-off valve?
Yeah, that's how it is up here sometimes. People, the only thing that they had updated is their water main. And so they have a, single lever handle, 6-inch shutoff valve at the
For the whole
main.
building.
And
Yeah.
yeah. So everything else, even if they did have shutoff valves, are the old style where they're
Oh, the
like
gate
that,
valves? Oh, they're horrible. The ones
like
with the
that,
round
like
handle thing.
yeah, they look like a wagon wheel and they're like
Yeah.
broken
They never.
off and
Yeah, they never
rusted.
work. They never shut off.
Yeah, so the only way to do it is to go back to the main and shut it off.
Yeah. That's why I had to do it. I had to do it overnight, Friday night. Saturday, it's midday Saturday now, so I've been there for 16 hours.
You ever run a length of straight pipe perfectly level, and then when you
No,
come
I
back,
curve it.
well, I was gonna say if you run, see the problem is, bro, if you screw up and run a straight pipe level, the water will pool up in the center.
Yeah, exactly.
So you got to curve it so the water runs out the sides. Dude, that's just so incoherent nonsense, bro.
It doesn't make any sense. How do you think they run those big, huge barrel drains in the city underneath, 4-meter barrel drains, 4-meter diameter barrel drains, and they run them for miles and miles and miles, and they got to have minimum grade, right?
That's right.
So the water doesn't flow too fast. Otherwise, it overloads all the sewage plants. So if they run over a kilometre, then from one end to the other, and it's the Earth's curve, then you're going to have, a mile, then you're going to have 8 inches more fall than you should, and it's going to ruin all the pumps at the other end.
That's right.
So,
Retarded, man. Retarded. Oh, dude, why should they care if it's retarded or not? See, that's the point. See, they don't. See, the Globers don't care if it's retarded because to them, their whole worldview is conceptual anyway, and concepts actually can't have physical effects on other concepts. So if something's curved or it's level or it's sideways, it doesn't actually make water go any direction because it's all in their head.
yeah. Like you were saying, it's so nice to just look at the world and it be so simple, right?
Yeah, yeah. So like
Flat.
when we make this piping setup, and if we put all our pipes plumb, horizontal, vertical, and then we draw out the schematic, and then we go into the real world and make them plumb, horizontal, vertical. That's just what they are. In their world, they draw a schematic, plumb, level, horizontal, but in their mind, they're all curved.
Yeah. Are they though? I don't think anyone who's even a glober thinks about it. I don't think they think about the Earth being curved ever until someone says Earth, and then they think of a ball in space.
Yeah, same with like what we were just talking about. Nobody thinks anything's actually doing what the globe wouldn't have it do until they're actually challenged on it, and then they say, "Well, of course it does what it does, but it doesn't need to do it because it's not deutily enough to need it."
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It wouldn't affect it, you know.
Yeah, and then you just reply, "Oh yeah, so what you're telling me is I don't need to worry about it. I don't need to care about it. It doesn't matter. It's not going to change anything. Oh, it's almost like it doesn't exist. Oh yeah, cool."
Yeah.
See, meanwhile, in reality, bro, when they're doing anything, they have to plumb level square everything. We don't ever have to curvy anything. So they have to treat the world flat. We don't have to treat the world curved. Funny how that works.
Yeah, and we're the dumb ones, right?
13 and 13/16. What do you think of that?
I would measure it in millimeters.
Yeah, that's well, yeah. I mean, you would,
Nanometers.
dude. You would measure it in millimeters. Oh God,
Yeah, good one.
dude, you made me forget my number. 13, 13. 13, 13, 13.
You need tape boss.
We used to have inches and millimeters on our measuring tapes here. Now they're all just millimeters. They don't even have inch measurements on them anymore.
I have a hybrid tape that has both.
I would get annoyed because I'm left-handed, and when I use the measuring tape left-handed, the inches would be on the top where I measure. And I was like, these stupid measuring tapes. So I had to get one with just millimeters, so it was millimeters on both sides.
You have to get a
If
left-handed
you
tape
own your own,
measure.
Yeah,
dude, if you own your own company, just have them print your own conventional measuring, and then you hand everyone out, and you be all right. Give me 12 and 17 squadoobles.
Yeah, I know. It's funny. It's funny because it would work anyway, right?
Exactly. Oh man.
I always like it when there's those people that compare different measuring tapes together, and
Yep.
they all have different different numbers in different areas. They stretch them out to like 10 feet, and they're all different.
Dude, I mostly only use Stanley Fatmax. It's my general tape measure for everything. I do have some others that I use for other tasks. Yeah, man, Adipositus was responding back and forth. He was doing a good job. The only thing he didn't do right was he didn't draw me a picture. But we could let it slide. What did he say? I just wanted him to draw me a picture of a level on top of a globe Earth that's actually horizontal, and the middle and the two ends aren't at different altitudes. Now he said that at the scale of a level, which let's just say this one I have here, 2 feet long. He said at a scale of a level, it's inconsequential. So then I asked, well, at what scale does it become consequential? Like, when does the globe start showing up for work? They keep telling me it becomes consequential at this or that, but then I research what they're talking about, and it's actually wrong. So, for example, there's a famous one that aired on this TV show called Modern Marvels, and it was the Verrazano Narrows Bridge. In the show, they claim that the bridge towers are 1 5/8 inches further apart at the top than they are at the bottom, in order for the bridge to account for the curve of the Earth. That's the claim, but when you research it, you find out that's a bunch of baloney.
Yeah. Well, the towers are 211 meters tall. So how do you get 211 meters and tons of steel to be perfectly perpendicular?
Bro, I want to get a set of levels that's like 1 inch longer than the previous one. So I need like 71 levels. So a 1 inch level, 2 inch level, 3 inch level, 4 inch level. Maybe not. Maybe that's overkill. I got a lot of levels though, bro. I think the smallest level I got is one that goes on a string. Then after that, the next smallest one I got is a small combination square, which has a level, a square, a depth set, a 45, a scribe, all built into one. Then I got the 8-inch torpedo level. Then I got the 2-foot level, then the 4-foot level, then the 6-foot level, then the 8-foot level, and a few copies of some of them. So I got a bunch of the 8-inch levels because you put them all over the stairs to get them just right. And then I got a bunch of the combination square little levels things for doing your trim. I guess I don't need a level for this. I just need a board because I'm just planing, not leveling. So 35 inches. Ooh, perfect. So I'll cut this board at 35 and I'll be in business. 35 and an eighth. You see, in my worldview, a level is perfectly coherent. In a globe Earth worldview, a level is a paradox. Crazy times, bros. Crazy times. Oh, yeah. Can't get more perfect than that, Holmes. Booyah! Shoot it! So, the new guy on the job site, right? He comes in, and you got the stack of wood, and you tell him, listen, bro, we got to level these boards. And level is congruent with the surface curvature of Earth's water. So I need you to take these boards and check them which side is level. So hold the board and look down it, and you'll see that it's kind of curving up or curving down. If it's curving up, then it's level with the curve of the Earth. If it's curving down, you got to turn it upside down because it's Australian wood.
Made from Australian wood. Yep.
When in reality, the reason why it's curved is because it just naturally dried or was cut that way. And it's stronger with the curve up to carry a load. And that's why you do what's called crowning the board. Those are like real world accounting for things. You never have to account for the curve of the Earth in any of this nonsense that they claim you do.
Come on, didn't they do that for LIGO?
Listen, dude, the first syllable of that term is lie, so you figure it out. Well, at a positus, I'm using ridiculous examples to make a point. But I asked you, when do these examples become no longer ridiculous? When does the globe show up for work? Right? That's what I've been doing this whole time. Go ahead. That's right, friend. Now we got in the chat here, Mr. Adipositus says I never asked that. Dude, I've been asked this whole time. I said even early on when you said that nobody who's holding a level thinks that the ends are higher because it's at that scale it's negligible. And I said, so when does it become idgeable? If it's negligible at this size, when does it become idgeable? Like I said that like 3 times in a row. Like what, 10, 15 minutes ago? And I repeated that sentiment more than 3 times. Well, sorry, 3 times in total, counting the previous time. Yeah, so when does the globe show up for work to where it's no longer negligible and it's no longer inconsequential? When? 500 feet, 1,000 feet, 10,000 feet, 40,000 feet? Like, when does it start showing up? Yeah. When does it comport? That's what we want to know. Is it the Verrazanos Narrows Bridge? Is it let's see, what's it, the Washington Monument? I mean, when's the globe showing up?
It was when the Victorians built the Catesby Tunnel in England, a 2.7 kilometer underground railroad tunnel. They built it perfectly flat, but when it floods, they said it floods only at one end.
What? How does that even make sense? Wouldn't it flood in the middle?
That's what the guy said
I
with a
mean,
straight face.
sounds nuts, brother.
That's what the globe does to them. Drives them insane. Let me find the exact quote for that one.
Yeah, good idea. We wouldn't want these Glovers to accuse us of lying. All right, so that's perfect. So we just need to do this, and this, and this.
Forgive my ass.
Jesus. Oh.
Forgive your what, bro?
Man,
His
forgive
ass,
my
not
sins,
mine.
please. Forgive my
Sense, please, man. I have no sense.
Hey, listen.
I'm Johnny Sins.
Hey, if you don't want to be muted, bro, just chill.
Okay,
man.
We're serious here,
very chill. You're very serious.
right?
What? You gonna slap me from the manatee or what?
No, dude, I'm just gonna flat smack you. In other words, the Earth is flat, horizontally arranged, just like the level surface water that covers
Oh
70% of the
yeah.
That's so
territory
serious.
Fuck you,
testifies
ass.
to.
Wait a second.
Fuck you.
Ah, yeah, yeah, wagga, wagga, wagga. Yeah, you're too dumb to be here. Thanks for leaving, bro. Didn't you leave?
Nah, fucking business nigga. Oh la la.
All right, bro. You know we know who you are, whether you're here or not. So come back a third time, so I can have a track record of you being annoying, and then I can have you permabanned. How about that? Kids these days, bro. Oh dang, I barely got enough trim, bro. Oh, actually, I got plenty. Oh, bro. 5.5 inches, bro. It's a 1/2 inch of material. That puts me past the seam line. Nice. Means I don't have to seam this sheetrock. Guys, you know sheetrock is kind of flat, but you can arrange it vertical on the walls. So it could be flat and vertical. What? Who's trying to ban Jericho, man? I'm sorry, not Jericho. Adipositus. Quit stressing my adipositus, bro. Yeah, adipositus. You're right. A spirit level delivers results, but is completely incoherent on a globe. But you're right. You can treat the Earth as if it's flat and stationary, almost like it is. It's kind of weird. You guys ever wonder about these bros? It's like, are they trying to make a point or something? I don't know. You know what I mean? Do you know what I mean, bros? They're like, the Earth's a globe, and then they want to make sure we remember that you don't have to care whenever you're doing anything in real life. It's like, all right, bro, I thought you were trying to tell me the Earth is a globe, not that it ain't. You're making no sense, bro. You guys know what's the best part about Globers is they don't know whether or not you're supposed to account for the curve of the Earth. So you can just add it to a bill when you're building a building for them, and they'll pay it like morons. $30,000 accounting for the curvature of the Earth fee. You know, I had to do some zoning, some surveying, some math. Had to hire 2 mathematicians. Yep, the old accounting for the curve of the Earth fee. Hilarious. Hey, bros. Bros. I guess. Does it really count as the same bridge?
Don't give them ideas.
What's wrong with it?
Bridge to China? I don't know. Maybe. Yeah.
Dude, did you check out that super tall Chinese bridge? You know what I'm talking
Super
about?
tall? Super tall one? I'm not sure. I've seen a couple of different ones. I'm not sure. Is that the one
Well,
that's sort of like
maybe
just hanging off the side of a cliff?
maybe a super high is what I meant to say, because I don't know if the bridge itself is tall, but it might be. It might have pylons that go down really far. But yeah, it's like it's not the Grand Canyon, but it's something like the Grand Canyon, and it's like a suspension bridge between. It's crazy. It's like the highest bridge there is.
I think I might have seen one like that. I don't know if it's the same one you're thinking of, but I don't think that there is any supports. It's just all and it's like it's just straight out of the side of a rock face. And they just built a bridge across to the other side, this big gap. I don't know. It might be the same one.
But the reason I'm asking, dude, is because I'm waiting till the Globers start trying to use that one. It's they had no time for the curve of the Earth to make this bridge. Yeah, buddy. You know what? 5.5 all the way past to there. I think that'll be good enough. But I might as well double this up to make it stronger. 17.5. Guys, what's our stats on this server? Are we 2 times number 2 yet? Ow. Oh my goodness, what is that, dude? You guys know what I mean? 2 times number 2. That means we're number 1, but we're twice as many hours as number 2 spot. Oh my goodness, man. You guys still trying to egg adipositus on? Hey, adipositus, I don't see any of those guys miking up. Goes both ways.
Yeah, fucking right, boy. We just gotta have a reason to, you know?
Don't forget, you can migrate to other venues periodically. Do the rounds, or should I say the flats?
What's this? Problem here is you guys make joke level claims about what Globers believe that are completely removed from reality, then make it an hour-long debate when you are called out on it. 20 Cups is asking for an example. I'd like to see one too.
Yeah, potty.
Like a flat surface on a globe would be going uphill if it was established horizontally on both sides from the tangent point.
Oh yeah, that's for real, bro. That's like for real. That's not even fake, bro. I don't know what this kid's thinking, Holmes.
Yeah.
Well, look, he only ever said that it would be inconsequential. Essentially, he never actually said that that wasn't true. So, if that's the case, that it is true, then we're right. You do believe that, if you believe in the globe. So where are we wrong? Yeah, the last hour adipositus, we were talking about the fact that a horizontal line on a globe, and the center of the line would be at a certain altitude. And the further you get away from the center, left or right, you'd be raising in altitude. Yeah, that's the fact. I mean, do you deny that? Do you think that it remains parallel with the surface? If that's the case, then you're a flat earther.
It could even. Hey, did you think of this? If it could even curve at a rate less than 8 inches per mile squared, and it'd still be going uphill.
Right. Yeah, there's no way out of it. Now you could argue, well, it'd be going uphill at such a negligent amount that for your scale of effectuating anything in that local zone, it wouldn't matter. You could say that, sure, but then in order to say that, you have to concede that it's happening. So there's no way to win. If you say it's negligible at that scale, then it's happening. Otherwise, it wouldn't have to be addressed at all. It wouldn't be negligible. It would be non-existent. There's a difference. No, you know what I'm saying here.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, hold on. You know what I'm saying here, but do you know what I'm saying here?
You know what I'm saying here. Or what do you say? Adipostus. How do you pronounce that? Adipositus.
Oh, man.
He just did it. He just did it. He just didn't use the word negligible.
Okay, so the left and right end. I agree with you, Adipositus, that most people wouldn't talk about it because to them, it's experienced flat and level, just like everybody else experiences it. But the problem is that according to your worldview, the ends of the level are at different altitudes. Now, you could argue they're at such a minor difference, but that doesn't matter. They are at a different altitude. That's a fact. In your view, that's what you believe, if you believe in a globe. So is it happening or is it not happening? I don't want to hear about people not caring about it or people not noticing it or people not like using it in any practical use. I want to know if it's actually happening or not. Is it reality or not? Because we haven't got an answer out of you yet, Adipositus, about that particular fact, whether it is or isn't happening. Because I mean, it either is or isn't. It's one or the other, you know? It sounds like you're on a dating site trying to tell a girl how tall you are, and you keep saying, I'm approaching 6 feet. Well, are you 5'2"? No, I'm approaching 6 feet. Well, are you 5'3"? Listen, I said I'm approaching 6 feet. Why does it matter about the specifics? All right, he said, if you had a perfect level, it would be true. All right, thank you. You finally conceded the fact of what I've been saying this whole time. Good job. You're making progress as a person. But then the second question is, after you understand that that's a fact, when does that difference start to matter? Now, you may not know, that's fine, but if you do know, we'd like to know. No, they do regularly talk about that at Adipositus. We've been doing this for 10 years, brother. Talk to thousands upon thousands of people. They talk about that a lot. That a level line is diverging away from the surface like a tangent. They talk about it all the time, homie Holmes. I got hours upon hours upon hours of recorded audio. Okay, yeah, people on Discord, he says. So people on Discord are people, dude. But, you know, we talk to them on X. We talk to them on TikTok. Talk to them on Facebook. Talk to them everywhere, bro. Talk to them in real life. As a matter of fact, they tell us that level lines and horizontal lines are constantly rotating to readjust themselves for the curvature of the Earth. Otherwise, they would fly off like a tangent. Yeah, it's real world consequences, bro, of these claims. They have to mechanically show up in reality, like with planes flying over the Earth, building things on the Earth, shooting weapons across the surface of the Earth, using lasers across the surface of the Earth, etc., etc.
You know, we need a laser like the Death Star, where the beams, or you have an array of beams that all pointed towards and diverging towards a single point, and then at that point where they meet, they just form into one big giant laser beam instead of crisscrossing each other. They don't seem to want to go past that point. Have you seen that?
Yeah, but dude, you missed the invisible neutrino antimatter Jedi force beam that's going down the middle, and that's what redirects the lasers.
Right. Right.
It's the Death Star is actually a giant lightsaber, sort of. You know, with the kyber crystals, and you need the force to direct it.
That's what it is. Right.
It's
My
all about
bad.
the force. It's all about the force, bro. You do you even know your dude? It's magic, bro. All right, there you go.
It's the dark side force.
No, out of positives, we're not misrepresenting what the Globers believe. We are representing exactly what they believe, but at a small scale to demonstrate how it's ridiculous and irrelevant. And then we're asking you, at what scale does it become relevant? No, my understanding of the flat Earth doesn't come from random people at FE conventions, dude. It comes from the fact that water and surfaces at rest that are liquid are the gold standard of level throughout all of human history. And it can be demonstrated that that level is actually flat across the surface by using measurement methodologies such as lasers. And since 70% of the known surface of the Earth is covered in water, and the benchmark standard of elevation profiles are against sea level, that means that all elevation profiles are between two horizontal parallel planes parallel with sea level. That means the Earth is flat, friend. And so you're trying to say something like Earth scale, you know? Okay, fine. Earth scale. Why don't you tell us at what scale my ridiculous small scale examples stop being true? And at what time it all of a sudden becomes consequential? You're talking to us like we have this unfounded belief that water is flat and level on the surface, even though that's what we all experience. When you, sir, have never experienced the differential horizontal raising in altitude, which would have to be true if the Earth was a globe, and you just believe that the Earth wraps around itself and comes back up behind you like a big giant globe. That's what you believe. That's in your mind. No, you've never experienced that. Whereas all of us have experienced flat, level, horizontal, stationary our entire lives, including you, by the way. Okay, he says, how about you stop talking your whole load of misguided waffle? Oh, sorry, that was obvious. I thought that was positives writing to me. Sorry.
Hey, it's not our fault that they can't prove their shit. It's not our fault they have to claim stack in order to apologetically, right? Well, you can't see it because it's so big and you're so small.
Yeah, it's funny how his apologetic has to start with conceding the fact that flat level, plumb, all of these terms he has experience and he knows what they mean and he knows how they're effectuated in reality. And then after that, he has to then say, appealing to something that's beyond the scale of tangibility to him in his local environment. So, in other words, he has to imagine the Earth as a globe. He has to imagine that horizontals are teetering on a giant curve. He has to imagine those things.
Yeah,
Like literally.
imagine they'll intersect.
And notice how he admitted he has to imagine it, because he said that if I'm using anything in my life, it's irrelevant, unnoticeable, negligible, impossible to tell the difference. So that means that if it's impossible to tell the difference whether the Earth is flat or a globe from anything he can do, then that means the only experience he has of the Earth as a globe is in his imagination.
That's right.
Now, there's nothing wrong with that. You can have experiences of things that are real in your imagination as well. That's not, I mean, you could imagine Paris and having never been there, but Paris is real. So just because you imagine
Yeah,
something doesn't mean
absolutely.
it's fake, right? But also just because you imagine something fake doesn't mean it's real.
That's right. I can imagine that I'm a better guitar player.
Dude, don't sell yourself short.
Cheers.
All right, what I miss?
Now he's imagining there's like this invisible power that prevents gases from expanding into available volumes, and it's reasonable, and it's a reasonable explanation.
I told him he's not allowed to use that. Gravity makes everything. Gravity makes Earth flat because you can measure the Earth is flat and things fall down. So that's proof right there.
Yeah, that's a good point. So what you're saying is that just like level, gravity is demonstrably a flat Earth proof. Because no
Yes,
matter how you think
absolutely.
about it,
Listen, no, you think about it. I'm
yeah.
going to argue with you. You think. You're Mr. Level. You got this. Listen, ready, ready, ready. Yeah, because gravity makes levels flat and level.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, did you see he gave up on gravity after I announced we now own it? From now on, all flat earthers, you just use that one. They cannot fight it back because they have to get past Earth is measured flat first.
Yep. So it's another example of where we just observe it as it is, but they imagine something else. See how that works, brother.
So that's a good one. That works pretty good because that's the third person who's given up on gravity right away when I pulled that card out.
I like it. What's not to like about it, bro? You're gonna have to pay me royalties though. Go back and check the pinned messages in the main
What?
server. That's
No.
right.
No, you were
Yep.
listening to me talking. Yeah, that's right. You were listening to me talking and then wrote
Dude,
down what I said.
it's like from 8 months ago, 16
Oh,
months
easily.
ago.
Yeah, easily. Yeah. Somebody was listening to me and liked my idea. Well, thank you for. I feel good about that. People like my ideas so much from a long time ago. They're pinning them now. Hmm. Since I took
Yeah.
gravity from them, does that mean? And they only have refraction left, but that's really our proof. They don't have anything left, do they?
Let's see. What about astronaut said so? We got that one. Or do they? Do they?
Um. Yeah, Chris Hadfield said it's flat on an interview. I mean, well, he said it looks flat. But then on another like Big Think episode or something, he was like, he was he was dissing flat Earth and saying how it's a globe and stuff. I don't know that he said he saw it as one though. I don't think he could because he hasn't been far enough away from it. So if Chris Hadfield can't like say that he's directly seen the Earth as a globe or witnessed, any curvature, then I don't know what he's going to appeal to. Just because he's an astronaut. I mean, you could appeal to Buzz Aldrin. I don't. Has he even said? I don't know. Is he on record saying that he saw the Earth as a globe? I don't know.
I know that he couldn't get his story straight about whether he could see stars or not in space.
Okay, hang on a sec. According to Google's AI mode, we have some quotes from Buzz Aldrin. We have shining blue planet in quotes, brilliant jewel in quotes, living Earth in quotes, view from space is like a globe in quotes. The view from space is like having a globe on your desk. It's a broadening experience. He's allegedly said.
Guys, I found something in the wall. I posted it. Can you tell me what it is?
That's for drawing triangles.
Even though it's a triangle shape, isn't it what we know as a square?
Correct. It's a square. You win. It's a.
It's only a half a
It's a
square, isn't it?
square.
It's only half a square, isn't
No,
it?
no, it is a square.
Only half a square.
No, it's a square, but it's a triangle.
A square triangle.
Dang right, buddy. It's a square, but it's a triangle, and it makes angles, or tells you what angles you got.
So it talks to you. It tells you things.
No, it speaks sign language. You got to read the signs. Whoa, bro. If you don't know how to read the signs, you're out of luck. Wow. 14. 13.
Cái lòng mày nha mày.
What's up, bro?
Bắt mày đòi bắt cam lên.
Wow, you girls are having fun tonight, huh?
Nó nói gì mày? Ai nó nói gì vậy? Má tao không hiểu tiếng nó mà. Người lạ.
Dude, that is hilarious, bro.
Hey,
Hey, quick! Tell him about
Nghe
how
nước ngoài mà.
gravity proves you're flat.
Oh
Ai hỏi
yeah,
nó biết tiếng
gravity
Việt không?
does.
Do you
You
know
can't talk over
Vietnamese?
me. You can't talk over me.
Do
Inca Binka, slap you in the finca.
you know Vietnamese?
You know the earth is flat.
Kiểu nó nói tiếng Việt rồi. Can you say some Vietnamese words?
Can you say earth is flat?
Cũng mày.
Oh, does that make you poop your pants? It sounds like
This
it.
is is blood in a Vietnamese language in my country.
I don't even think you come from a country. I think you're just maybe just a little. I don't know. I'm not
Kêu
sure where you
nó
come
thầy
from. You
dịch
don't
đi.
speak a language yet.
Nó thầy giáo rồi. Maybe. À, maybe.
Cái
Là
chim
sao? Dạ có
bao!
thể.
Cái chim bao!
Giờ kêu nó nói sao mà để tao dạy tiếng Việt cho nó. Chửi đụ mẹ. Do you
Ow!
want
Ow!
do you want to learn Vietnamese?
You guys are very
Oh.
impressive.
I can teach you some Vietnamese word in your English.
Don't move to the United States.
Do you want to learn Vietnamese? Say yes or no. No hell.
Thank you for calling Microsoft. Can I get your social security number?
Yes.
These kids sound great. First time they ever heard of Discord, and their mom got them a phone. So now there's like 8 of them sitting around on one phone because that's their whole phone. And this is what they do. They do come in here and go la 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 la. Instead, they could sit around in the kitchen and do that to their own face. They could all sit around in their own kitchen and do that, but they come in here to go la 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 la.
Ủa cách nào bật mic này lên để mà cho nó nói mình hiểu được ta? Má giờ bật cài lên ngay.
Hey, brother, this is English learning server. Since you don't want to
So
speak English, you can go on mute.
I am listening.
All right, go on mute, brother.
Good afternoon.
We're gonna have to mute AI. I think his
Yes.
I think his phone is broken.
So is that it for the Globers?
There was no verification that that was a Glober that we just heard from, but probably.
I've been in here for the past hour or two. Actually, longer. I haven't seen many Globers today.
Pro, you ready to start camping politics?
Man, is anybody in there right now?
Not necessarily, but I'm gonna open it up. Maybe not today because I'm working, but maybe what I've done. I'm gonna make some camper only mods who are willing. You know, there's guys who expressed interest. You know, they'd be willing to hang out there and hang out and
Yeah,
see if a
I'd
conversation
like
gets
to keep
going.
the channel open.
But the thing is, though, brother, it's got a responsibility to it because if you're in there and the room's open, it has to be modded because we can be punished for having people in the room and it not getting modded properly.
Yeah, that's
So
fine.
so we can't do like a blind camp out. You know what I mean?
If possible, I'd like to set up my own YouTube live stream so I could have it recorded. But I don't know how to set it up like how the bot is.
Oh, you got to have like some kind of hosting software like OBS or Streamlabs or something like that
I
that
do
does all
have
that stuff in the
OBS.
background. Yeah, so you could figure it out then. You start messaging Helio that you want to start doing that or at Flatloid, right?
It's Flatloid Right.
Excuse
That's
me.
the guy I wanted to talk to because he has it set up the way I like it, where you can see all the people's names, so you can see who's talking and all that.
Why don't you ask him to do a powwow with you on home base in the chill chat or the powwow channel and show you. You guys can do it. Hold on, I gotta
All
see.
right.
Excuse me. Oh, dude, I just messed with insulation, man. Tanked.
What are you working right now?
Yeah.
Man, I gotta work Sunday. I gotta plaster some stairway.
Dude, this is the yellow crappy insulation, not the pink. The yellow old stuff is really crap.
At
As
least
soon
you're
as
not
you
working
touch it,
with
it just goes
asbestos.
everywhere. Nah, it's not that bad. But this stuff makes me sneeze. Dude, they got a new insulation out called, I don't know what it's called, but it's made out of denim. Like recycled blue jeans. They treat it with some chemical to make it a little more fire resistant. And supposedly it's got good soundproofing, good insulation quality. I've never tried it yet, but the claim to fame is it's not friable, which means it doesn't like turn into powder instantly when you touch it and go all in the air like other fiberglass and stuff. And then it's not itchy because it's just cotton and whatever else is in the jeans. I'm gonna try it on my next project. I was a little hesitant because obviously it's made of cotton and stuff. So I'm like, man, do you really want this in your walls? It feels like it could absorb water and bugs and rot, but supposedly it's good, so I think it's worth a try.
Is it expensive?
I haven't priced it yet, but it's probably within the realm of rock wool brand stuff, which is more expensive anyway. It comes in like rectangles, doesn't come in rolls. Bats, so they say.
I had somebody call the city on me and got my job shut down a couple months ago. The client told me if the person lived there is questioning you about asbestos, just brush it off. Guy had like OCD or something. He watched me put drywall and do the taping, and when I finished my job, he asked me if I was putting asbestos in his ceiling, and it's illegal to do that here in Canada. You can't even buy asbestos anymore. But I straight up just told him no, it's illegal. You can't do that anymore. And he called the city on me and got the job shut down so they could take samples out the wall. They smashed up my work, and I had to redo it.
Did the landlord make that tenant pay?
No, the landlord paid actually.
Yeah, but I would take it out of the tenant. Wouldn't let no tenant be complaining and then have to pay the worker more money because the tenant was like, "Wah, I'm scared." You
They shut it
know
down
what's
for
crazy,
3
dude? Is
weeks.
asbestos. Asbestos is like a rock or a mineral rock type thing that just is like falling apart. It's kind of like it's weird because rock wool, that insulation is kind of similar. Somehow they make it out of rocks and minerals. It's crazy, but it's like it's like mattress filler. It's how it feels. Chemistry is crazy stuff, bro.
I don't know much about chemistry, but I learned a bit recently about plaster compounds. They got calcium carbonate in it, and they actually have certain chemicals added just to allow you to sand it called perlite.
Oh man, this is heavy. Dude, the craziest chemistry thing I came across recently is that trees are made mostly out of air. It blew my mind. Answered a mystery
Well,
I've been wondering about since I was a kid.
When you say mostly, like how much composition are we talking?
Greater than 90%.
Of all the mass?
Yep.
Is
Apparently,
air.
some dude. Yeah, apparently some dude had the same thought I did. Like, if you have a tree, you plant it in the soil, it grows, and you think it's eating the soil, it's taking the nutrients out of the soil. And then if the leaves fall, you take the leaves and you take them away to the dump, right? And so eventually you just keep taking the nutrients. How is it getting bigger? Well, some guy thought of that and he actually did a test where he put plants into the soil, weighed it, then he had a big plant, weighed it again, measured everything he added to the soil, all the nutrients by weight, all the water by weight, everything. And he found out that nothing in there can account for the amount of mass that's added to the plant by weight. And then he did some more studying and he figured out that the carbon from the air and the carbon dioxide, the plant actually separates it and bonds it to its weight. So a lot of the plant's mass is carbon dioxide, basically. It separates it and it releases the oxygen, and it uses some of the carbon for I don't know, food or some other process, but some of it turns into its bulk. So it's breathing in the carbon dioxide over the years, and it's taking the carbon and making itself with it. Crazy, man. Blew my mind because they answered that question for me. Like, if I keep taking the leaves away, isn't there going to be no food left for the tree?
So all this mass that the tree accumulated over the years is mostly just carbon dioxide being split. That's a lot of air.
Yep. You find out new things your whole life that you were wondering about or you didn't know. Maybe 5-10 years ago, you still thought the Earth was a globe. Same with me.
Fuck, dude, if these guys want to go carbon neutral, just plant a bunch of trees.
Yeah, you got two options: kill all the humans or plant a bunch of trees. They always pick kill the humans. Isn't that weird?
Hey, dude. there's a big club you're not invited to.
Yeah, exactly. Bro, I'm setting up my track saw. It's a saw that goes down a track, and the track is very, very straight and flat on the bottom. And that's how I can cut straight lines, because the track of the saw is flat and straight. Now, these Globers would have you believe that something that's flat and straight is actually curved around a giant ball. Pretty weird, huh?
Yeah, if the Earth was fucking curved, we wouldn't be able to construct buildings the way we do right now. Especially using lasers and plums. Oh,
no. Where's my cord, bro? Here it is.
and I just joined a union, and a lot of the drywallers are flat earthers.
Well, they're flat wallers too.
Yeah, actually, some of them make curved walls for me to
I
think.
know. I got you, brother. I've done
It taught
the
me a
curvy.
trick, dude. If you take the you can make the drywall bendable by taking like a sponge and just making it a little wet.
Makes sense. Dude, you ever watch? There's this old video going around now of these old drywallers that used to have the hammer back when drywall used to come in I think 2x3 or 2x4 sheets, so it was kind of small, and you had to use a lot of sheets to do a wall. And they used to do it with these hammers that had a blade on the back, and they'd have some nails, and they'd just be hammering and nailing it in, and they'd take that blade on the back of the hammer and just cut the drywall. And he was like doing an arch, and he just like slice, 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 and then he's got like this accordion drywall, just slap it up there.
I know that exact video you're talking about.
Yeah.
That guy's fast.
No, I think the thing was, so that was like in the transition of lath and plaster into drywall, and they would I think they would put the drywall boards up, and their plan, they never taped it. I don't think. I think their plan was they were just going to do a skim of plaster over the entire surface. There was no tape, and then just focusing on your joints. It was just shablam. You do the whole wall.
Oh yeah, that's old fashioned. People don't plaster like that anymore.
Yeah, I miss old fat Sean. Back in the day when you could say, "Hey, Piggy, you're getting a little fat there, aren't you?"
Yeah.
Can't do that anymore. Got to bring it back. Got to bring it back, bro. Shunning, shunning, shunning. Dude, speaking of fat and round and big and gigantic, when does the globe get big enough to matter? Because this other homie was telling us it doesn't matter at scales that you can tell. So then I asked him, well, when does it matter, bro?
Well, they say it's so big we got gravity, but you can't see the curve, no matter how high you go.
Exactly.
I don't like it, dude.
Dang right, buddy. What do they say? Once you go flat, you never go back. Speaking of that, what's Jaron been up to lately? Being retarded?
You say Jaren?
Yeah, what's he been up to? Anything useful?
Um, when he came back from the observation at Antarctica, uh, I asked him some questions and he permabanned me from his server, so I haven't been able to ask him anything.
What was the question you asked?
Well, I'm aware, like based on certain humidities, temperatures, they're they're based on certain conditions like that. You may not have fog, like when you breathe out. So I was asking him some certain questions over there, like what was the temperature like, how humid was it, stuff like that. How come there is no fog coming out your mouth? Could you give me some like uh climate description? And he kind of just like he he literally went like 0 to 100 and just freaked out.
Like I know, like I live in the cold, and sometimes I can see my breath, and sometimes I can't. Just depends. So I didn't spaz out when they did that whole breath gate thing. Dude, some flat earthers absolutely lost their minds about that. They're like, if you believe they were there, then why can't they see their breath? I know for a fact you'd be able to see their breath.
Well, it depends on certain kind of climate. It could be really cold, and you still may not be able to see the breath.
Let me ask you this question: if you could see their breath or could not see their breath, which one means the Earth is a globe?
Well, none.
Right. So then, who cares?
Yeah, it's true.
These people be acting like they're worried that Jaren's going to go down there, prove the Earth is a globe, unless they can defeat it with the breath or something.
Can't prove the Earth is a globe. That'll never happen. Hello,
Right. So then, why were
welcome
they
to
so
the
butthurt about
channel.
it?
I don't know.
Where's their footprints? They never left footprints.
Right. Right. They never left footprints on solid ice.
It did fascinate me though that the sun could do stuff like that.
We got to think about it like this, brother. If you think that the sky and the Earth are just like similar, right, and like the same type of physics and all this different stuff, you might think like, oh, the sun has to do the same thing that things on Earth do. But if you divorce the sky from the ground and say, well, the sky does what it does and the ground does what it does, then it's not quite as fantastical, because like you'll hear people saying, oh, it's a hologram, oh, it's a double image, oh, it's a teleport, oh, it's Satan himself. It's like you don't need all those excuses, because seeing the sun for 24 hours didn't prove the Earth was a globe anyway. You don't need an excuse.
I I don't know why they would say that it would prove it's a globe anyways. They said it proves it's a globe because of I forgot what the fallacy's called. They assumed the Earth was a globe when using the fact that a 24-hour sun would give you a globe. Assume the consequence. That's what it is. Yeah.
Affirm the consequence.
Yeah, sorry. Affirm the consequence. Which someone like Jaren, I thought he would know better than that.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of conditions that need to be met, right? In order for that thing to be true. They haven't established that any of their conditions, are true in the first instance. Like that they're on a ball, like that ball is tilted, like that ball is spinning, like that, like this, the sun is, big thing in the sky. Bloody, whatever they think it all is, they need to prove all that first, right? Oh yeah, that those two places, the north and south, are 180 degrees apart, right? There's a whole heap of shit.
I did think it's obvious that Satan took on the form of a second son to trick the people that went to Antarctica. I thought that one was pretty funny though.
There's no way people would say something like that.
Yeah, Dean
Crazy.
Odell said that.
That's just crazy.
Yeah, Dean Odell had some good content out there, but yeah, he said that all right. Now I don't know if he was being explicitly serious, like saying yes, it is Satan. I think he was more saying it's possible for Satan to be able to manifest something like that. So I think that might have been what he was saying. I'm not 100% sure from memory.
Jeez, they love their model, don't they?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, listen, when you depth set the track saw, make sure it's unplugged. Oh.
I mean, those guys had too. They like people that are like subscribing to that whole AE map with the sun doing the circles around the north continuously, moon too. Like if they're obligated now to show that it's impossible for the Earth to be flat if the sun isn't doing a particular thing that they expect it to do. Like, okay, that means the Earth isn't flat now. Like, what are you talking about? But that's Jaren's whole argument, isn't it?
Or affirming
The Earth is not flat because he saw 24-hour sun in Antarctica. That's his reason for going back to the globe and denying flat Earth.
Well, he did state some other reasons after that, but those reasons he had reasons not to believe before, and so the main reason, yes, is the 24-hour sun. That's the catalyst that made him change his mind about those other arguments.
Oh, the preponderance of evidence. Wait. Is there a few more affirming the consequent fallacies that he's using as well?
Oh, one of them was if I'm in such and so town, I can look in the direction of, let's just say, Cape Canaveral, for lack of a better spot, and they're launching a rocket at Cape Canaveral. And I watch live when they launch it, then I look towards that direction and I count the seconds till I can see it, and that tells me a differential from the ground, which perfectly matches the globe.
You know, in 2028, they're supposed to be sending some more astronauts into the moon.
When?
2028.
Dude, it was supposed to be this year.
Oh, it was?
Yeah, it was supposed to be like this month. I think last month, and then it was this
Oh.
month, and then it was going to be April the 1st, and then it was.
Dude.
Was.
Dude, he missed the can kicking ceremony. Okay, take it easy on him.
You're right. Yeah, there's been a bunch of them, a bunch of parties.
So, how many times in your lifetime did they kick that can?
What with the astronauts on the moon?
I think in the 80s, I heard Bush Senior say something about putting men on Mars and going back to the moon. I think. And then in the 90s, we're all hyped up for the Orion project. I think it was the 90s, or at least the early 2000s. And there's a bunch of other American presidents who have said in speeches that their ambition is to put men back on the moon and Mars. Clinton, I think, was one of them. That's right. I remember seeing this. Yeah, so a few times that I can remember.
It's hilarious, bro. And these Glovers still be telling us, dude, when they're on the moon, you're gonna be sorry.
I mean, I was supporting the idea in the 60s and the 70s, saying, like advertising that, like one day you'll be able to spend your honeymoon on the moon, right? It'll be a true honeymoon,
Dude, do you remember It's a Wonderful Life? Where he pulls the moon closer?
Oh, did he do that in that? Oh, I remember that in the Jim Carrey one.
Yeah, they'll be us on the moon as soon as they make a tractor beam. They'll probably make a tractor beam before they send any rockets anywhere.
Well, technically, they could just have like a big umbilical cord that goes from the Earth to the Moon. I mean, since it's always facing the Earth. Oh no, yeah, you couldn't because no, you couldn't. No, you couldn't do that because it does a lap. Yeah, sorry, my bad. It'd have to run off a track. Yeah, there's your bridge or your big railway track for the moon tether. Someone was talking about that before. It was Jesus saying, "Could you build a bridge all the way around the Earth?" Right? Yeah, you just have a railway track that's for your tether to the moon. It'd have to have junctions here and there, I think. And it would also show people how the moon is actually orbiting the Earth the other direction than it appears to go. You'd have really powerful laser beam on the moon, right? And you could see its spot on the Earth's surface, right? And you could follow it as it orbits the Earth.
And I just want to see them go out into space and then turn around and zoom in and then pan around, right? Like pan in on a building in America or a plane or something in America, and then pan all the way down and show me the upside down plane. And then show me the sideways cruise ship on the side of the globe.
An upside down plane coming over the horizon.
Yeah. All sorts of crazy shit. Upside down waterfalls and sideways waterfalls. I mean, we can basically do that from the Earth on the moon. So we can zoom in on, see craters and pan down, pan up, see different angled craters. And so obviously they would be able to do it. To some extent.
Did you know that it's a myth that you can see the Great Wall of China from space. You know how they always used to say that? They're denying that now. They're saying no, that was never true.
Where are they saying space starts?
Yeah, I know. From the ISS, they're saying.
What they're saying, you can't see it from the ISS.
No, apparently that's always been that's been a false claim. That they never claimed they could.
What? You can.
Do you know? Yeah, bro. But do you know what you can see from the ISS? The cornucopia on the Fruit of the Loom logo.
All right, so they did an orbit, like a pole to pole circumnavigation. I think they did about 17. This is what they call 17 pole to pole great circles around the globe on a flight called Fram 2. And when they were, so this thing was like, I think it was 450 kilometers up in the air or something that they claimed. Right, just with the camera equipment they had, they were able to zoom in on their launch pad. Like the girl's up there, she's like, I can see the launch pad. And she zooms in on the launch. They said they zoomed in on the launch pad. So why would they not be able to see the Great Wall of China? They could zoom in on their launch pad from that height. I'm going to find the footage.
It's because the China is starting to charge royalties.
All right, here we go, T-Dub.
Yeah.
So yeah, look how, so this thing's meant to be 264 to 280 miles. That's the height that they were at. And you can see, like, they just zoom in on Florida and you can see buildings and stuff. I'll take a screenshot.
Oh yeah. Well, from how high?
This is 260 to 280 miles up. Allegedly, obviously not.
Well, let's see you jump from there, Felix.
Oh yeah, it zooms even closer.
Can anyone see their house?
يا وين انا مطفش يا وين.
What did you say about my mother?
But yeah, Travis, the one of the ladies that was on that, who is just like a special effects expert and has worked making simulations and things like that for NASA to for events where people can take selfies inside simulated environments. So it looks like they're taking a selfie on the moon and things like that, and makes movies, space movies. A lot of the footage in the movies is like people being inside spaceships, inside capsules, and looking out at the Earth, and is an expert in that, and also was the main person in charge of the videography or something like that. I forget the exact term, but basically in charge of the media for the One More Orbit in 2019 as well. And I think Antonio Subarates was watching the tracking and comparing the tracking to where they said they were going or something along those lines, and they didn't go where they said they went. So where they said they went over a certain section of Antarctica, it didn't line up with the tracking. And the footage from that flight was very lacking as well. They didn't show a lot of footage out the windows of the plane. But yeah, this same lady was in charge of that. Was in charge or had a main job on that pole to pole orbit claim. And then once again with this one, the same person, an expert at faking space footage. And they say that the Fram 2 trip was funded by a crypto billionaire. And he was the captain of the ship, some Chinese guy.
How did it end up going over there at the other place, DJ?
Oh, it's a shit show over there. It's completely different than here.
Man, some of those globies over there, they just start getting into a conversation with themselves, and it's like they're just
Dude,
bloviating.
it's a bunch of the craziest, like, bricked anti-flat earthers that you could ever imagine. It's like a NASA shill. I had a little debate thing with NASA shill, and he's just so bad faith and just completely kept contradicting himself. Even all the globies turned on him, and just the arrogance, the mockery, the ridicule. But they suck. They suck, and it's just a whole bunch of fallacies and feelings and mockery, and it's just all slimy tactics.
You shot.
And then the flat earthers aren't the same as to say this in the nicest way, the flat earthers aren't the same as the flat earthers that we have in here. So they Josh, man, that Josh Ingersoll guy, he goes in there, he's completely different in there than he acts like in here. He's so arrogant and just full of himself, and That guy's so
All right.
slimy, greasy.
Once he's around some of his Glober buddies, he lets his hair down.
Yeah. Once he's around some anti-flat earthers and some flat earthers that maybe a lot of them don't understand anything that he's talking about, so he's wowing them with his snake oil salesman tactics, telling them, "Oh yeah, I've flown 12 spaceships, and we're building this, and yeah, anytime you guys want, I can take you for a tour around the Amazon headquarters, and you guys can just DM me any questions about this, and have you guys considered going to the university that I went to learn at? You can enroll there. You could like learn what I'm learning." Everything's just all this like self-centered bragging, like just these greasy I've let him have it a few times in there and just expose some of the absolute bullshit, and he just agrees with it. He's just like, yeah, like everything he said's pretty much true. He's the weirdest guy.
It looks like Demok's favorite hangout spot now.
Yeah, he's in there every day talking crazy Demok shit, and he's muted half the time, not muted half the time, and yeah, it's a real circus compared to this place. Yeah, if anyone ever gets annoyed at the 24/7 channels or servers, just go to Earth Awakenings for a few days. Go over to QOP server for a few days. You'll quickly appreciate this place a lot. But it's a good place to go and practice. Practice dealing with tactics. Practice dealing with people that are just completely disingenuous, and they have scripted anti-flat earther arguments. They're nothing like the random globers that come in here and all ask the same 20 questions. They got like all these little tactics, and they're trying, everything they say is like their goal is to try to make you get angry or something. I don't know. It's crazy. Definitely toxic.
Hello, Matrix. What's up, man?
Just popping in for me daily visit.
You been busy mowing the lawn or something? Your day off?
No, out over at Mum and Dad's.
Ah, nice, nice.
I missed out on anything? No Sooks? I mean Globers?
Not really much, man. I think earlier I wasn't really here for a bit. I think Overlord had a bit of a interaction.
Oh, nice.
No, just caught the tail end of it. I think. I'm not sure. Yeah, and it hasn't been much while I've been listening anyway, on and off.
I was having a listen last night, and Jedi was having a chat and going through it step by step, and I thought, yeah, nice. And then right at the end of it, this Glover just goes, "Nah, I don't believe that." I couldn't believe it myself. Like, Jedi had been going for a couple of minutes, telling him all about this and all, and the next, and just worked his way through it, nice and cool and calm. He's like, "Nah, I don't believe it." Or, "Nah, I don't think that's right."
Sometimes I think we would have a better time just pointing out that you can see the sun and the moon in the sky at the same time. Oh, thanks for popping in, Pop.
I could put on some. I think it was all live stream today. The conversations over in QOP server. I could put that on while it's dead in here. Some debates about gas pressure, atmospheric ducting.
What they've upgraded, they won't say refraction anymore.
Oh, dude, they're like bricked anti-flat earthers. It's like, do you know the guy NASA Shill? You heard of that guy?
Yeah, I've heard the name.
He's a clown. And then, can you remember the guy called Perfect Storm?
Yeah, perfect idiot. Apparently he's really good at playing the piano or something.
He's not that good. He thinks he claims to be undead, like literally
Dead.
undead. Like he's
Alright,
not
too many movies for him.
Dude, I had a
Yeah,
kid
yeah.
like that in my unit when I was in the army. We were watching the arms room because we lost power to the base, so the security system was off. So we had to be live guards, and so it got dark. And we were looking out there. And he's like, "Oh man, I know what kind of stuff comes out in the dark." And then he started telling me like how his eyes adjust to the dark, and then he can see like it's brighter. And I'm like, dude, everybody's eyes do that.
That's hilarious. He was telling me the other day he's got like every health problem under the sun, and he reckons he's dying because he smokes so many cigarettes. I'm like, how many have you smoked today? He's like, 35. I've smoked 35 cigarettes. What the hell? Like, why don't you quit if it's killing you? And he reckons that the withdrawal symptoms would kill him if he tried to quit. So, and he said he drinks 21 liters of water every single day. And 3 liters of juice.
I told you, that's him trying to get rid of all the flat earth proof.
That's all his tears proving level.
I'll drink all the water on Earth. That'll ruin those flat earthers.
Then they can't use it to prove level if I've consumed it all.
He was trying to argue that the black swan observation is atmospheric ducting. So I was.
Well, if that's the case,
yeah,
he should be able to cough up another image or video of this ducting to show how it works and the consistencies in the temperatures of his video compared to the black swan.
Exactly what I asked him to do. And I went over this with him yesterday. And yesterday he'd already admitted that nobody has ever measured atmospheric ducting happening with visible light in reality. But we know it's happening because it can be measured with radio signals. I said that's not the same thing. And anyway, he tried it on someone else today, even though he'd already admitted it hasn't been measured. And it was just nonsense, really. But yeah, he was claiming that he knows that the atmospheric conditions on the day that he did the Black Swan was atmospheric ducting. How the hell do you know that? I think I actually have the like the weather report from that day. It's got the water temperature, it's got the air temperature. And the water temperature is only 1 degree. I think I've got it here actually, somewhere. The water temperature and the air temperature are basically the same.
Don't you have to have extreme variations over a very short distance to get ducting?
You would have to have to have this ducting. Yeah, you would have to have like a
Like very extreme, like 15, 20 degree variations over, say, 2 meters types.
Well, you would have to have it you would have to have it uniformly over the entire distance. So if you're doing a 20-mile
Correct.
observation, it would have to be some uniform conditions. And that's why they say, like, if hypothetically, if it did happen, it would be super short-lived. And I doubt that it can even happen with visible light at all over these long distances. Maybe they could make it happen in a lab or something like that over a few meters, but I haven't seen that being done either.
I get the theory behind it. I don't have a problem with it, but I'd just like some kind of video or photo evidence showing we've done the temperatures. This is what or even if they create it in a lab to show that it can be done, so they can at least point to it. Whereas at the moment you've got, hey, it's ducting. Oh, we've got out of trouble again. They've used that as our get out of jail free card, and there's nothing to back it up. It's just like people just going fraction. It's just another
pretty
word.
much is.
Same thing.
Exactly.
Well,
this guy.
Sorry.
No, you're right. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, like in the 21-mile observation, right? So he does that, in the afternoon? And then a few hours later does it at night and gets the same effect. So the same conditions, the ducting conditions existed in the days they did it in the night.
Yeah, and for the lasers and for the laser tests as well.
Right. Yeah.
And ducting, it's the dumbest. So when they show diagrams of ducting with radio waves, it's like the radio wave, it goes up and then it bounces off, and then it goes down. It's like a zigzag, and it's bouncing all the way, and then you can receive the signal at the other end of the duct. Right? What are they? Surely they're not claiming that happens with optical light, with visible light. Right? It's not bouncing up, bouncing down, bouncing up, bouncing down. It would have to be uniformly curving along the whole through the duct like a tube, like shooting a laser through a tube. It's
right.
So that means if it was ducting and it affected things optically, it means dependent upon your distance from said object, if you moved closer or further away, it should flip the image because every time it bounces, it'd flip the image.
This is even the Glober admitted yesterday that, because I was bringing it up, showing that even AI says that it's never measured with visible light. And the Glober was saying it can happen with visible light, except you're going to get, because of the short wavelengths, you're going to get crazy miraging effects. You're going to get crazy miraging effects. And that's what AI said as well. It said because it would scatter and it would cause chaos. It it wouldn't act like the radio waves would act. So it would just, you wouldn't be able to get the duct because it would just turn into a chaotic scene, and you would get like inverted images and well, superior miraging, like crazy superior miraging and stuff. So I said, well, hold on a second. I showed him
Don't
the
see that.
I showed him the 8-foot black swan, right, the real clear one, and he's like straight up. He's like, yep. He's like, and he drew like a little box around a little area at the legs of the oil platforms and said, this is it. This proves that it's ducting, and it just looks the same as they looked like close up.
My goodness gracious me.
Yeah.
Matrix. That's the same problem that what's his name with the calculator? Bislin. Oh yeah. When he tried to model the black swan, and he did what you said, where he flipped the light before it reached the observer. And it was like, dude, that would make the image upside down, you dummy.
Correct. And what's interesting, if it truly is bouncing from the top and the bottom of this so-called ducting, depending on where you are, you could step forward 1 foot, see image upside down, step forward 1 foot, see it right way up. Whatever the frequency that it's bouncing at, if you happen to step between those, you could technically flip your image inside down just by moving away. So if it was the case, when they're videoing it, hey, check this out. As we're walking backwards, upside down, way up, upside down.
Yeah. Love to see a side profile of what the light's doing, like over those. It's a bit like, if they say that extreme ducting is, responsible for that 21-mile observation and laser test, and I'd like to see the side profile of the light path.
Yeah. Or the laser side profile of the laser beam. Should I put on some of the discussion? I found the clip, the point, the live stream.
Yeah, chuck him on. We'll have a laugh.
The perfect storm.
Over a word. It's the fact that it's nanoparticles of heavy metals. It was aluminum.
What are these
So
words?
correct
Our
yourself.
understanding of these words are through the global paradigm. So all these words you use, you have to redefine because you're not. It's not helping your argument.
Well, I think then.
Hmm.
What happened?
Am I? Come.
Audio trouble.
Yeah, she won't work. Something broke when playing the track.
Are there any Canadians in the call?
Yeah, I think that Perfect Storm guy might be Canadian.
Right, how deep is this shelf, bro? It's gonna be 12 inches deep, bro. You say you're not allowed to use words. You have to make up your own words because all the words have globe baggage.
To redefine them.
Oh, what word do you want to redefine first? Level. Weren't they the ones trying to redefine level before we?
Yes.
Yeah, exactly. Suckers trying to fool us. They're crap. 20. Oh. Let's get fellas. Plumbing level. Ready? Am I right or wrong? Right. Never right or wrong. Never right or wrong. One night. All right, what do you think? Is it going to be good or bad?
DJ, did you ever go at Ruhiv? Hey, that. Ruhiv's a numpty.
Yeah, I did. I'll see if I can find it.
Already see this conversation. Blah, 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 long-range observation, refraction. Blah, 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 this, refraction. Blah, 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 something else, refraction. Oh, shit.
Well, actually, it was kind of the. Yeah, it was actually I was the one that was using refraction against him.
Oh, yeah, DJ, have you seen the chestnut chessboards?
No.
Oh, no, wait, do yourself a favour. Type, just Google chestnut, CHESS, chestnut, move. And, yeah, they're these robotic
Chestnut what?
chessboards. Move. Chestnut's the company, and Move is one of their brands of boards. You can thank me later. I so want one. Like, if anyone's given me one, I'll happily take it.
So what? It's like a computer, is it? And it will play you at chess.
Except it's an actual physical board, except the pieces move.
What?
So underneath each piece, pieces are a fair size apparently. Underneath each piece is two little wheels, and they drive themselves around the board. So when you call out A1 to A3 or whatever you've called out, they will drive themselves to those positions.
That's hilarious.
What's really cool is you can just dump all the pieces on the board and then tell it to set up, and it will automatically set a board up for you. Connects to Lichess, you can play it on the computer, and it will represent what you're playing real time in front of you.
Crazy.
Yeah, if any one of you win lotto or something and you want to sponsor me anything, one of those boards would be as well.
Making such terrible arguments. You had him on just about every single one of those.
Are you like half from Boston, half from Australia?
No, man. Oh, well, I haven't lived in Australia for years, but I'm from Australia.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're an American now, though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, from Europe, but I do spend a lot of time talking to Americans.
Okay.
Yo, you guys
I can
were
hear the Australian accent.
we're officially streaming right now.
Cool.
Cool.
3D model of it, like an extreme 3D model. And like gradually bend the observer pointing more backwards, like leaning backwards kind of thing. Anyway. Yeah, sorry. The graph that I put in the chat, how good is that? So good. I showed that very briefly in the debate the other day. This is why we shouldn't bother, well, flirfs shouldn't bother doing we see too far observations close to the surface like Black Swan.
Was the final straw. I had
Got
to
an
jump in
argument
there.
with
He's
Mr.
acting like a
Nobody
cockeyed prick.
on this.
Well, what if you were to? Okay, so obviously you do get more fluctuation in temperature gradients when you get closer to the ground. Okay, but that's not always the case, right? Sometimes you can get, just say you have uniform air and water temperature, right? So you have 40-degree water, 40-degree air. Okay, and you've got some readings between point A and point B to show that you don't have that crazy refractive index that can vary a lot at low levels.
When you
I
say
agree with
point A
that.
and B, what are
Yeah.
point A and B? Where are point A
Well,
and B?
well, let's say we're doing an observation over 10 miles and we're at point A, okay, and we're going to shoot a laser at point B from 1.5 meters height. Let's say we have 40-degree Fahrenheit water, 40-degree Fahrenheit air, okay, and we have clear looking conditions, right? Let's say we can zoom in with the camera. We're not seeing any inferior or superior miraging or anything like that. We don't see any mirroring or anything like that. Okay, we don't have the conditions that would be present for there to be some kind of super refraction effect, right? Which would be, what standard refractions, what 14%, something like that. Okay, now all of a sudden we would need we're seeing something that would require 3,000%, for example. In the globe would have to be 3,000% larger rather than 14% larger to have no hidden height at point B. Okay, but we don't have the conditions present. We don't have point B, the target. Right? Let's say we have something that's 1.5. Don't even worry about the laser. Okay, let's say we have a 1.5 meter person at point A. Okay, 1.8 meter. A 1.8 meter target. All right, and we can zoom in across the distance. Let's say it's 10 miles for this thought experiment. Okay, we can see the person undistorted each person has a weather station. Okay, they're taking readings of the temperature, the pressure. Okay, we know the water temperature, we know the air temperature. Okay, so standard refraction is 7 to 16%, let's say. Okay, but we're needing 3,000% for this to work on a globe.
Who wants to talk about point A and point B being one side of the lake and the other side of the lake? Icy spin? Hammerize? He said to measure the refraction between point A and point B, where A is one side of the lake and B is the other side.
To measure the refraction,
Yeah.
I mean, I mean, if you wanted to do it, I don't know that it's significant, but you would do it, just getting the lapse rate, right?
Yes, vertically.
Vertically, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't
I think you might
matter.
have had this argument with lanolin before, but yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. I've had this argument with everyone.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the refractive index is on point A and point B across the lake. The only thing that matters is the vertical gradient.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay, we're taking a vertical temperature pressure gradient at each point, right? We could have multiple points along the way. Okay, but at the end of the day, the laser's hitting the target.
Well, that's a separate issue, but just refraction now. Are you measuring the refractive gradient?
Well, you're doing the best you can to measure it, right? So to measure it perfectly, you would have to have some extreme amount of tools between point A and point B, measuring the vertical change in the refractive or in the temperature gradient. Like we can all agree that the temperature gradient is the primary factor that controls the deviation of light at lower altitudes, right?
It's
Well,
the
it's in the
major
definition.
variable. It's the major variable.
It's the main
It's
thing.
the major
Okay.
factor.
Well, well, it is the main factor. I mean, it's the primary
pressure
cause.
Pressure's the main
Well,
factor.
okay, but that's what's going to be controlling the optical density of the air. Right, that's measured differently than just with a barometer. Okay, we're talking about the optical density, which is what controls the deviation of the light.
Right, but how are we measuring that?
Okay, so well, the cause of it, right, is having a harsh change in the optical density of the refractive index vertically. Okay, that's what's going to cause the light to deviate up or down depending on where the cooler air is or where the higher optical density portion of the medium is, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so we don't have the conditions present to cause that change, like that extreme change in the temperature gradient vertically to affect the optical density gradient vertically. Okay, we have uniform water temperature, we have uniform air temperature. Now, if we want to have an inferior mirage or something like that, okay, we'd be looking down, say,
hang on. I'm
hot
trying to
pitch.
get you to tell
I'm
me
giving
how
you
we're
an
measuring the gradient.
Okay, so we're doing the best we can. Okay, so we know the water temperature. Let's say we have a still lake, right, on a day with hardly any wind. Okay, we know the water temperature is 40 degrees, the air temperature is 40 degrees. Now, we're also using some weather stations, for example, to take some readings vertically that half a meter off the surface, it's X temperature and pressure. Okay, and then 2 meters height, it's X temperature and pressure, like they did in the arc of the parallel, right? That's pretty much what they did to account
So let's look at
to
some numbers
estimate
though.
refraction.
Right, let's look at some. Let's say we have the temperature at 0.5 meter and the temperature at 1.5 meters. Right. Just assume we have that data.
Yeah.
Do we have any idea of the variance in thermometers?
What do you mean by the variance in thermometers? Them reading different temperatures.
How accurate they are. So like within
okay.
half
So
degree?
well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know exactly. It depends on which thermometers you would be using. You could use multiple, but it's roughly. I mean, okay, using buoy data, like government weather station data of, say, a buoy to get the water temperature and air temperature. Okay, so they're probably using some decent quality thermometers.
1/10 of a degree?
Yeah, we could use it. I'm not sure. What's the change?
The point. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's assume it's a tenth of a degree, right?
Mhm.
Over the lapse rate, therefore, if we've got a measurement at 0.5 meter and a measurement at 1.5 meters, so the span is 1 meter. If
Yeah.
the variance is a tenth of a degree, we have a margin of error for a lapse rate of 100 degrees.
A margin of error for a lapse rate of 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yes. No, Celsius.
What? Celsius.
The lapse rate is degrees Celsius per kilometer.
Okay, so what if we have
not 3 minutes.
okay,
Over
so what if
1
we have
meter.
warmer
What a
temperatures
clown
down
show.
lower and cooler temperatures up higher?
Yeah, then you'll probably have an inferior mirage. Yeah, but we're
Well,
talking about
not
whether you can
necessarily.
forecast refraction with such an absurd margin of error for your lapse rate.
Okay, so if you had some crazy refractive condition taking place, obviously there's going to be some destruction in the distance. We're going to get inferior or superior miraging, and those have
Maybe not.
obvious. Okay. Okay, so what's the cause of an inferior or superior mirage? It's obviously when we have a strong deviation of the light, right, into the cooler portion of the medium.
So the inferior mirage is when it changes from upwardly bending light to either straight light or downwardly bending light. That's a change in the gradient, and it's basically the reverse of that to get a superior mirage.
Right. Yeah. So
got
upward
extremely
refraction, downward refraction for superior mirage. Okay, and then mild versions of those for looming or sinking.
Looming is just a uniform gradient. So it's downwardly bending with a uniform gradient.
Right. But okay, so looming and superior mirages, right? So looming is a superior mirage essentially. It falls within the category of a superior mirage. Yeah, it does.
No.
And sinking falls in the category of an inferior mirage. It's just a milder version of that. I heard you butchering this on the debate the other day, by the way.
And a superior mirage, right, involves an upside down image, right? And that is
Not
when you've got
necessarily.
extreme downward.
Not necessarily. You can have a
That's
superior
literally a
mirage
superior
without an
mirage.
upside down image. It doesn't. You can have inverted images with superior mirages. Okay, you can have upside down, or you can not have that as well. I can show you examples of that right now. There are different. There
A
are
mirage
plenty
is an
of
inversion.
different forms. You know, a Fata Morgana is also a superior mirage, right?
Yes, but it's more complicated than that. Yes.
Right. It falls under the category of a
mirage-
superior mirage. So does looming. Sinking would be
it doesn't.
the opposite of looming. Look, dude, I've
What-
got American Meteorological Society citations for all of these things that I'm saying right here in front of me. You can post them in the
Right,
side
what
chat.
is a mirage to you?
What? A mirage?
Yeah.
Okay, so a mirage is when you have the deviation. It's basically they all fall under the category of atmospheric refraction.
Right.
Okay, so look,
Does a
here's the
mirage
definition.
involve an
Here's the
upside down
definition. It's when the atmosphere acts like a lens, okay, and you have a deviation in the light as it travels through the medium, and it will deviate towards the cooler portion of the medium or the more optical dense portion of the medium. Okay, and then depending on how much it's deviating, you're going to get different miraging effects. Okay, you're going to get superior, inferior, looming, sinking, stooping, towering, and so on, right? Different variations of those, but that's the basic ones right there. Okay, there's the definition of mirage in the side chat. Okay, and it clearly says in that as well that the density variation is primarily dependent upon temperature. Okay, so temperature is what we're measuring.
My definition of a mirage is that it's necessarily an inverted image, whether it be an inferior mirage or a superior mirage. Right? That's not looming. I mean, do you want me to find a definition of mirage? We can have dueling definitions.
Yes, so sorry about that, Ruhif. My wife was just asking me something. Can you just repeat the last sentence again? Apologies.
Yeah, I mean, I will find a definition of mirage that means necessarily an inverted image, right? And then we just have dueling definitions, which is pointless.
Okay, all right. Well, this is the American Meteorological Society, so this is peer-reviewed. Okay, it's kind of like the go-to glossary on meteorological definitions. Okay, it's it's basically the best you can get when it comes to definitions. I mean, we could use Andrew Thomas Young's definitions as well. He's probably the next best source, right? So you don't always have to have an inverted image. I mean, I can show you an image right now, and you want to show me where the inverted image is in this superior mirage, and if this isn't a superior mirage, maybe you could tell me
This is
what
the
it is.
definition thing, right?
Well, not really. This is just
that's not
showing
a
you.
mirage at
Okay,
all.
so what? Oh, that's not a mirage
At all.
That's not a mirage at all. Why is the ship floating?
Right, because the
Why does the
water
ship
is the
appear to
same
be
color as the water is the same color as the sky.
Oh, really? And why do we have the cutoff right there with the water? Clearly, we have total
That,
internal
that
reflection
that's called
taking
a
place.
called a
This
like
is
my favorite.
this is a superior
My
mirage,
favorite
guys.
optical effect. It's called the
Oh,
Fresnel effect.
this is called a
What's the
superior
Fresnel
mirage.
effect? No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
People go ask Andrew Thomas Young if that's a superior mirage. I guarantee he'll
Oh
say
yeah,
no.
you go ask him. Yeah, you go ask him.
Sure.
Pause it for a second. It's funny because Dr. Flatporn, the next day, he listened to this and then he emailed Andrew Thomas Young, sent him the picture and asked if that was a superior mirage, and he said, "Yeah, of course." Look, every single okay, just type in superior mirage and hit images. You're going to see these exact images. Okay, you
I
can have
understand.
different. You can have
Yeah,
different
this
versions.
is so. Wait, what do you guys? Where do you guys think the horizon is? I think it's like in the like. I think the middle point is below that ship, and there's a Fresnel effect, a huge Fresnel effect happening there.
Right. See the cutoff between the red part of the hole and the black part of the hole. That's you can see the horizon.
Oh, so yeah, me and Ruhiv. So you think
water.
that's that's the Fresnel effect, right, Ruhiv?
I don't know what the Fresnel effect is.
Right, it's because you guys don't account for the Fresnel effect in geodetic survey.
Where we're at, yeah. What I was going to say was, just because you type in superior mirage and images, right? People on the internet can be wrong and often are wrong.
Yeah, obviously, yeah, and you're a person on the internet, right? And you can be wrong, and often are wrong, especially when you
Am
were
I,
talking
though?
about. Well, you were saying bottom-up obstruction would have to have the mirroring effect, right? You can't have bottom-up obstruction without the mirroring effect being an inferior mirage, where you can absolutely have bottom-up obstruction due to sinking, right? Which is a different type of inferior mirage that doesn't have the TIR involved in it. It doesn't have that mirroring effect, and they have different definitions. They have
So
two
what
separate
appears in
definitions for
place?
those.
What appears in place of the vanishing zone?
The vanishing look, a horizon is a vanishing zone. What do you mean, a vanishing zone specifically?
I'll show you. One sec.
Because you guys claim a horizon is a byproduct of Earth curvature. I claim that a horizon is what the definition of horizon states, right? It's an apparent location.
There you go. So that red part, the red part of that thing on the right, there's no path of light to reach the observer. So what do you see?
Okay, so let's show a real world demonstration of this without any mirroring effect, and I'll show you what you see. What you see matches the definition of sinking refraction. Okay, something that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it, and what you're seeing is not physically obstructed, although it may appear to be so. Okay, so I'm going to show you some examples of that right now. Sorry?
This will just remind me that Andrew Thomas Young has been wrong in the past as well.
Oh, okay. I'm sure you've been wrong in the past too.
Yeah.
Okay, but
sure I have.
yeah, so I'm just using him as a hostile witness. That's all. I mean, I don't agree with everything Andrew Thomas Young says either. Okay, so Andrew Thomas Young, yeah. So I can give you multiple definitions. So I mean, you could go to any source of sinking refraction. I mean, you don't seem to acknowledge sinking refraction exists. You think it has to be an inferior mirage. You don't think there's mild.
You have
a mild version of an inferior mirage doesn't exist? All right, so look, I'm going to bring up an observation now that shows something that you can clearly see across a flat surface. Okay, all of a sudden looks like it disappears over a horizon that becomes apparent once the temperature is changed in the room. Okay, we have cooler air introduced up higher, and then all of a sudden we have a slight amount of upward bending light, which makes the objects kind of look like what we see in the Lake Pontchartrain, but without the mirroring, without the inferior mirage. Okay, and it looks like things are sinking behind the horizon, even though they're not physically obstructed by anything. So I'm just going to pop it in the side chat, and yeah, I'm just grabbing it. Sorry.
What's Ruhip showing non-existent, non-real things? Always some cartoon schematics of non-real stuff. That's weird.
Yeah. All right, it's in the
And you think a diagonal line means the triangle is going to be more than 180? I think you're ignorant as fuck. So if I'm on the stairs, right, a stairway, and Bob's on the stairway, and we're both on different stairs, he has a line to him, he has a line to him, and they both draw a line to me. You fucking retard. That's still a triangle. You dumb fuck, and they're both on different levels. You dumb fuck. You fucking retard, Ruhif. You fucking utter retard bitch.
Can someone mute him? I'm doing
Fucking
stuff.
retard.
I don't have mod.
Fucking retard. I can be on a cliff and Bob can be down on the ground.
Thank
and
you,
a
Demo.
line to us
I love
is
you.
a straight line. And both of our lines that go to the observer will be straight lines too. That's a triangle, you fucking retard bitch.
He's speeding up because he knows he's going to be muted.
Fucking retard.
Are we
Retard.
gonna mute him?
Ruhip talk.
Thank you.
Or you gotta save this for
Wait,
the
that was you hear the
gotta
last
save
thing
this
you
for
said?
the end of the stream so we can get a nice send off for the Globies. Okay.
He say
Why'd he get so
Ruhif
mad?
Tard? Did
He
you hear
did.
Ruhif Tard? Ruhif Tard's a good nickname.
He spits that fire, dude.
Yeah, Demok's the best.
All right,
Where's
Ruhif.
the video for Guy Free?
It's in the side chat. Look, so all we're seeing is a small amount of upward deviation of the light. That's all. So it just creates a bit of downward deviation, apparent downward deviation of the objects in the distance. So all of a sudden it looks like the blocks are now curving, and the red light that you could see in the distance, it disappears behind an apparent horizon, which is just caused by the by them changing the temperature in the room. Okay, they've got in the full video. They show they've got the readings, right? You can see the thermometer in the background. I think they take 4 different height readings. This is only over a small scale as well. So as soon as they introduce the cooler air, okay, we got warmer air down lower, and then slightly cooler air above, and then all of a sudden we get a little bit of upward refraction, which causes a little bit of sinking in the distance. It fits the definition. There's no inferior mirage taking place here. Okay, if just last thing, really quick. Okay, if there was if they were to be able to heat the floor up more than this, or add much cooler air, okay, then you would have that vanishing zone where the light would actually go over the top of the observer's head. Okay, and then you would get that total internal reflection zone, whatever you want to call it, the mirroring in the distance, where you just see a mirrored image of whatever's in the background. Okay, but we don't have that because we don't have enough deviation of the light.
Cool.
I mean, this matches with
I've
the
got
mainstream. That's all.
No, I've got
Go ahead. Go
the
ahead.
source video, which is a bit better resolution.
Yeah.
For now, I will say it's interesting.
Okay,
but
cool.
I'll have to get back to you on it.
I appreciate that, man. That's good faith.
Cool.
Thank you.
So hold me to it.
Cool. Look, I just want to go over. I mean, if you have time, just 5 minutes, go over a different observation. You probably haven't seen this one. It's interesting. I'm just presenting it just to get your opinion on it. I'm not trying to. It's not like a gotcha. I'm not trying to argue or anything like that. But this is a cool one. If you want to see it.
If you're about to get wrecked, bro.
Yeah.
No, I'm not trying. I'm not trying to wreck Ruhif at all.
Wreck my whole day.
I complimented Ruhif when he came in. He just destroyed Nathan Thompson the other day.
Dude, I want to debate Nathan Thompson. And is he a legitimate fodder?
I don't think he is. Skew up.
Did you watch my videos? Or he's in my part 2.
Okay.
I'm gonna watch them. I've seen a bit of them. I haven't seen the whole things yet.
Yeah, part 2 is just about exposing all the fake flat earthers.
Mm-hmm. All right. Here we go. We got a boat. Right. This is just a random picture of the boat that's in the observation. It's called the Mandarin Arrow, and here is just the ship tracking right? Just to show us. In the observation, the guy goes to the shoreline in the morning, 9:30, and he's zooming out at this ship. It's anchored, and it's what is it, 12.4 nautical miles, just over 14 miles away, something like that. Anyway, all right. So in the morning, he zooms in on the ship, and we can only see the top bit of the ship, right? Obviously, most globe earthers would say, okay, well, it's absolutely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. It couldn't possibly be anything other than that. Now, what he does is he keeps zooming in on the ship over the next 3 hours. Okay, so I'm speculating. I don't have the measurements, right, of or the data, the weather data, but I'm assuming that in the morning the water was warmer, right? Because obviously water stays a pretty uniform temperature throughout the night and day compared to the air. Okay, and that the air was much cooler than the water in the morning when he went there. And then as the air starts to warm up, as the sun comes out, blah, 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 more and more of the boat starts to become visible. So over the next 3 hours, you can start to see more and more of the boat appear, even though the boat's stationary. Okay, now we have the opposite effect. 3 hours later, we can see the whole boat, right? That's the same boat. Now we see a bit of stooping, maybe a little bit of looming, right? It looks like it's up a bit. It's a little bit hazy. But yeah, look, this is just to show that in the morning it looked like it was hidden behind the horizon, and someone could cherry pick that and then take that and say, look, this is a ship behind the horizon video. Whereas what's happening is more likely what matches the definition of sinking.
Is there a source video for this one?
I've been trying to find the source video. I have this. Oh, damn it.
What is the first picture of?
The first picture is of the top of that boat. If you have a look at the very first picture I posted of the whole boat, you can see those little units on the top of the boat, and then you've got the whole hull underneath it. It's just those little sections popping out above the top of the horizon. And if you have a look at the bottom of it, we can actually see a little bit of an inferior mirage start to sneak in there as well. Like we can see a gap of what looks like sky right where the horizon and the section above the horizon meets. So it's a sign that there's an inferior mirage taking place, but not a full-blown one. And when he zooms out on it, in the image just below it, you can't really see that, right? It's only when he zooms right in on it. But yeah,
I'm looking at
I'm trying to...
that big thing because it got smaller in the second one, and I assume it's not in the photo in the last one. Is that?
Yeah, it's actually squished. It's actually squished.
Yeah.
It's stooping. Yeah.
Okay, I see. I was like, how's that white thing turn into a black thing? No one else was saying anything.
It almost looks like man. It almost looks like a different day and a different image,
I get it,
but it's not. Look, I do have the I'm just gonna go to my server quickly because it's the video is too big for me to upload here. So just a second. I'm just gonna see if I can copy the link to the actual full video. So this isn't the full video. This is just a copy of the. It's like it must be half the video or something because it shows him doing the the transition of the zooming in and out over the 3-hour period and that kind of thing.
That'd be perfect.
1 second.
Yeah, the bow's not in the first image. The first image zoomed in a lot, and the bow's not in frame. The second image, that's the bow in the middle of the photo.
All right, here we go. I should be able to copy it now. All right, copy link. There it is. Yeah, I will track down the original video for this sooner or later. But I do have plenty of other examples similar to this.
How do I download?
All right, just a couple of citations really quickly, just to go along with what I posted.
How do I download it?
Oh,
there we go. No, I've got it. Done.
Got it? Cool.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. All right, so yeah, I mean sinking, Oxford reference, a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. And then Andrew Thomas Young, an atmospheric refraction can bend light rays in such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. And then we got Perkins David atmospheric refraction in geodetic and astronomical observations. Refraction caused by temperature gradients near Earth's surface causes distant land, sea, and urban features to appear distorted or partially visible when they would otherwise be fully visible in the absence of such non-uniform atmospheric conditions. So, I mean, like, this is something that would be needed to take into consideration when someone presents a long distance observation and something is sinking or something is appearing to be hidden partially behind the horizon, to validate that we don't have this condition. I think it's much more common than what people say, because all it requires is warmer water or a warmer surface of ground, and then a cooler layer of air above it, which seems to happen quite.
Nice.
Appreciate that, Ruhif. You got an interesting out of you.
Yeah,
appreciate.
I'll look at that today.
Cool. Awesome, bro.
Where is he? Just trying to figure out where he is. One sec.
Yep. Looks like looks like somewhere on the middle of the East
Adelaide,
Coast.
yeah.
Oh, that's
is this
Adelaide?
Plain reality. Yeah. Is it plain reality?
Oh, I have no idea. Maybe that'll help me track down the original video.
Yeah, it is too. He's at Grange.
Plain reality?
So it's definitely him. Yeah, definitely plain reality.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Cool.
All right. Thank you, bro.
I'll
try
stick
to
this
find the
video
cool
out
one.
and have a look at Sky Free today at some point.
Awesome.
Cool. All right. Catch you guys soon. See you.
All right. Have a good one, man.
Later.
Yo, Ruhif, wait, before you leave. Did you leave?
He just messaged me and said he wanted nothing to do with you anymore. Queue up. I'm sorry, dude.
I was coming
Oh,
to
he
talk
said
about refraction.
he actually said he was just
I had
kidding.
my
Never mind.
I had my envy. I had the goat. The goat is here, and he ran.
Oh, you were gonna ask him, Taylor? Dude, that guy gets in and gets out. He's like, all right, later, bye.
Not all the time. Anyway.
Yeah, it gets out when it gets a bit hot.
Yeah, I don't think he knew that there's an explanation for bottom-up obstruction, because the reason I jumped in was because I was listening to his debate with that what's his name, Nathan Thompson, on Modern Day Debate, and he was going on and he was acting super cocky. It was kind of annoying, and he kept saying how you can't have bottom-up obstruction on a flat Earth. And then I saw him pop in there. I was like, all right. It seems like a lot of the anti-flat earthers don't do their own research. They just listen to what their gatekeepers, or whatever you want to call them, say, like McToon. And then whatever they say, they just assume that McToon has done his research, or whoever it is has done their research, and then they'll just parrot whatever they say like a script. But Ruhif was a pleasure to talk to compared to most of the other people you talk to in that server.
Put Ruhif in the same basket as eggshells and Mez.
Oh, Mez is the worst out of them, for sure, in my opinion. He's useless.
Did I mishear that someone said that Nathan Thompson was a fake flat earther? Did I mishear that?
No, I don't think you misheard that.
I did. I was surprised. That's why I was so good.
Yeah, I used to like the guy, but when he bullshitted everyone about that chicken suit Harvard prank and pretended like he wasn't in on it, but if you watch the videos, he was very, very clearly in on it. And if you have a look at his recent debate against Ruhiv on Modern Day Debate, it was a train wreck, and he got caught out using bad arguments that Ruhiv exposed, and Ruhiv proved that he was wrong, but instead of admitting that he was wrong, he was doubling down on the lie. Well, no, it wasn't a lie to begin with. I guess he didn't do his research properly because he was using high altitude balloon footage, and it's cherry picked high altitude balloon footage, and he's saying, well, this is what the Earth looks like from 120,000 feet. We sent up our own cameras, and it looks flat. And then Ruhiv's like, well, no, actually, that's I recognize that footage. That's a fisheye lens, and you've just cherry picked a bit where it looks like the horizon's flat. And then he pulled it up, and then you could see the horizon warping all over the place like crazy. So he said, you can't use this, right? This is cherry picked. And then Nathan Thompson should have said, oh yeah, okay, I made a mistake. I should have checked that. But he doubled down on and just the whole debate was kind of like that. It was like super bad faith constantly by Nathan. And
Yeah, you could fix
I
that
see.
problem by eating a couple. You could fix that by eating a couple cheeseburgers, bro.
yeah, double beef.
Yeah, the dude's cannibalizing his own brain matter. The decline is real.
Yeah, maybe that was it actually. True, because I've seen him do pretty good in debates, and yeah, he sucked really bad in the last one I watched. And it's like he didn't update any of his flat Earth arguments since 2019 or something. Seems.
That's what sucks though, because he's gung ho. You know, to get the talk about it, but it'd be great if he was more adept.
Yep.
Some of them are very rough around the edges, and they don't really go into the nuances of certain points. I find to me it's discouraging. I don't like listening to Nathan Thompson. So I thought, well, if he were a shill, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, he definitely lives up to that sort of reputation, what people stereotype as that typical type of flat Earth character. You know, getting arrested for like screaming out to children in the playground, the Earth's flat, blah blah blah. And,
Hello. Hi, Elma. I Overlord.
yeah, Overlord has a fan.
Hi, Overlord.
Uh-oh.
I'm from Brazil.
Wow.
Ah, então espera aí pra entrar aí.
Nope, we ain't from Brazil, brother.
Yes. What country are you from? Overlord.
United States.
USA. USA is good.
Oh yeah.
Everything marry people besides us?
I tell you what, though, I'd trade our per capita female BMI for Brazil's.
Oh, okay.
If you know what I mean, bro.
Okay.
So for those who didn't get that, that means that the average American female is morbidly obese,
Okay, and
unhealthily fat. What's that?
that as long as you're just explaining, it is
Yeah.
greeting. It is just and difficult to understand. Difficult to understand. My English is bad. Yeah.
It's all right.
I'll go out now. I been right back. Okay.
All right.
Okay. Bye.
Oh, bros. Crap. I don't think I got enough wood, Holmes. Gotta make it work, bro. All right, where were we? What were we squawking about? Where'd I forgot her name already. Ildiko. Where'd Ildiko go? She left. 44 and a half. My goodness, dude. You know what? I can buy more trim in the morning, homie.
About 39 and a half. 39. 39. You know, it's the way to go, bro. That's what we're gonna do, bro. Four and a half. Okay, so we'll do the top one first. Bottom one is 39.
Hello. What's it to you? Man, Ruhif can be a pretty nice guy sometimes. Can't remember which flat earther was in trouble, but he was like doing a live stream where they had a thing to donate money, and Ruhif like donated $500 like immediately.
Hello?
What's up, brother?
Nothing. We can hear everything you're doing. I didn't know if you knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you moving around, and it sounds like you're, you know. Okay, that was it.
Man, I should have bought more trim, dude. Dang it.
What are you trimming?
Just a little shelf. We're gonna put a server rack in it. I don't understand this math though. They must have given me a shorter board, dude. I'm not even joking, dude. They did. That's what they did to me. 60 inches. That's 5 feet. These little dudes. Man, it means I can't have this done tonight.
You had them cut it for you?
Yeah, they just like cut one in half. 16, almost 16 and 3/4. Okay, so I can do one side. I can do a C, I just can't do the fourth piece.
Well, good luck, brother.
Okay, sure. Thank you. All right, so I just got to do this at 39 1/4. Just got to be smart about it. Just got a 10-footer. All right, now I gotta rip it. Rip it good. The neighbors are gonna love me, bro. Oh yeah. Neighbors. All right, what's my measurement? 4.5. Always measure to the blade. 4 7/16. Shabooty. All right, it's table saw, so I'll go on mute for this one.
No, we're not. This is a short point destroying his own worldview, and then we're back to the thing.
Girl's cat, so I'll fucking
Bro, but
I'll be on later.
bro, but this calm, disciplined behavior that you now suddenly assume, could you just like imagine that you're always at the store when you're in here
No,
talking with
no.
this guy?
Here's what happens, Zan. Here's what happens, bro. These pieces of shit start to say stupid shit and they lie, and it fucking pisses me the fuck off. And I want to reach through my phone and slap them
Say the
because they're
truth or
just
say
lying,
the
bro.
fuck off. I
Because
get
when
it.
they
Don't
because
lie.
when they
Just say
start
the
to
truth.
lie,
So,
because when they
stop
start to lie,
slandering
it pisses
people.
me
Stop
off.
slandering people. Stop
You're a
slandering people.
liar. You got
You're
caught in a
slandering
lie.
people.
Everybody heard it.
Prove I lied. To disprove any information I posted here.
Does somebody else want to
Hey, I
remind him?
talked about this subject yesterday. I posted evidence
Hey,
and
hey,
actual
Basti,
actual
guitar.
proof. that I'm right about this subject yesterday. You're free to
Oh,
do my
yeah,
myth.
that's a
Look at
lie.
Trump Perfect
That's
Storm X.
actually a lie.
We're talking shit.
Yeah, so
No.
if you wanna pull up the proof that you posted yesterday and just tag it and repost it in the side chat for the live stream.
Like,
Okay, we want to see
Sounds
some
like
empirical
sausage.
evidence. Okay, so I was talking.
can't post until tomorrow.
Okay, so all right, so this is what you were asked to do. Okay, post empirical evidence where ducting of visible light has been measured over a large distance over a body of water. That's what you claimed. Okay, now we need to see a measurement of the refractive index between point A and point B, showing that the ducting is taking place there. And grab a citation of ducting as well, visible light. You already admitted yesterday. You already admitted yesterday that that hasn't been done. Okay, so that I don't know
So
why
what?
you
So
decided
what?
to
So
have
what?
to.
Oh, what? That has nothing to do with it.
You
It's
already admitted
light.
yesterday that it hasn't been measured. You said, why would we have to
The
measure it when we could just do it with
light not
radio
being
waves? It
measured
hasn't been done. You said
doesn't
it's.
mean that there's no refraction of light at all.
No one
Because
said there's no refraction of light at all.
refracting,
Refraction of light
light
doesn't equal
refracting,
ducting.
we know light is
Okay.
refracting.
Hey.
It's that simple,
Hey,
dude.
you need to just relax.
I'm
Okay.
relaxing.
Calm and just wait for me to
I'm
finish, and
relaxing.
then you get to. Yeah,
I'm
just
laughing
chill
even.
out. You can laugh, but just don't interrupt. That's all. Okay, so you already
Well, I mean,
admitted yesterday, so I
only
don't know
interrupt
why
with
you've tried to
comment.
use the same
Say
argument
true
on
things.
someone else.
Don't lie about my position.
If
You say that I'm
I'm
saying things that I'm not saying. So I'm
no,
correcting you.
you
and telling
said all of
no,
this
I'm saying
yesterday.
this.
Okay, so what did I
Please
say
refer
that you
to
said that you
actual
didn't
argument.
say? Why do you have to talk every time I talk? It's called fundy muting. Okay, because you don't want to have a good faith conversation because you're incapable of doing that.
You see, again, you make up a lie. You say you don't want to have a good
Okay,
faith
say what's
conversation.
the
Then you
lie, dude?
expect me to just
Say
let you
what's the
say that
lie?
and not interrupt you?
Say
Shut the
what's
fuck
the
up.
lie?
Say
Say what's
that.
the lie? What is the lie?
Yeah, what was the lie? That was to you.
Habla inglés?
See, I've
I'm the
already
one
had
being
some
called a liar, and I'm
debates.
not lying.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
No, you
Dude,
called me a liar. I'm saying, what did I
everybody
lie
heard
about?
him lie, bro.
I don't want a good
Everybody heard.
discussion. I've been discussing in good faith all along here.
Everybody heard Perfect Storm lie earlier, bro. Like that's a
No,
wrap.
no one has properly countered him yet.
You're not believing what I'm
Oh, I
saying.
can
What I'm
count.
saying a
Yeah,
lie.
he hasn't.
Saying.
Okay, so he's claiming that we can have ducting of visible light, right, making us be able to see things that are huge distances away. And he already admitted yesterday that nobody's measured that, confirmed that you can have ducting of visible light over these distances. So I'm not sure why he's saying today that you can, because yesterday I asked him for the measurement of who has actually done this in reality. Because I've researched it before, I already know that it hasn't admitted that it hasn't been done. That's why I'm asking him to present what he already admitted doesn't exist. So he could prove me wrong right now, by just presenting the empirical evidence.
What's the single thing he can present you that'll like make you question your reality? Because he's
I
gonna
got
give
the
you
answer to
something.
that.
Temperature. So you asked me a question.
Let me answer, DJ. Can I answer?
Yeah.
I'm listening.
Go ahead, Alec.
Hey, let me get at this, yo.
Yesterday,
Yeah, you guys are saying that the image is able to go up and over curves because of there's an atmospheric layer of evaporation that traps light until it reflects back down perfectly to your eye. In your model, the only reason you say this is happening is because that's what would have to happen if you were on a globe. You have to invoke stupid things. Here, I'll post the image right here. This is what you say is happening.
So again, you don't need to measure it directly. There are observations that have been posted. One image specifically shows the oil rigs on a normal day when no ducting occurs, and you do not see any horizon beyond 10 miles or etc. Everything is clean and clear. And then there's the Black Swan oil rig image where we know ducting is occurring. It is a known day for ducting as well, known conditions of ducting, and we see this
No, the
mirage
only
and
reason you say
refractive
ducting is
Hold on, let
happening
him
is
cook. He's
because you
cooking
see
himself right now. Let him finish, and then we're gonna get him to back up what he's claiming. 'Cause he just
They got
got
5
through-
minutes.
that light is affected by ducting as well. So
Okay,
you have
so
that
you just made a
observation over
claim.
10 miles. You have that observation over 21 miles over Salt Flats, which we know atmospheric ducting also
Okay, let's not drift off onto
on
something
normal day,
else.
on a
Don't
normal
drift-
day, we don't see past the horizon or anything like
Okay.
that. And when we do see past the horizon, everything is refracted and distorted. So that
Okay, now-
image beyond a
Okay,
reasonable doubt.
no, it doesn't. Okay, so
It
you said
does.
we know the conditions on the day, right? On the multiple days where we can see the horizon beyond 10 miles. Now, you said that we know the conditions on those days, and
Multiple
on
days, you
those
mean the
days,
one day.
no, my turn to talk now. Okay.
DJ, I only got like 2 minutes, bro. I've been listening, wanting to get at this dude.
All right, I'll remember
I
my point.
really
Go
only have
ahead,
2
LA.
minutes. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you're right. Go ahead.
Yeah, the reason you say there's ducting is because you see too far. You say, "Oh, I'm on a globe. Oh, I see too far. Oh, there must be ducting."
One
Fucking
second. Pause.
Piotr just cutting me off.
Jesse.
Great, thanks, Piotr.
Well, no, yeah, I'm
Fuck you,
curious
Piotr.
why do you only have 2 minutes?
Because I'm not sitting at a computer on Discord 12 hours a day. Fucktard, what?
So there's no other, I mean, you keep
No,
using this
you know
excuse.
what? No, I really do only have 2 minutes because then I gotta go
Why?
right back to what I was doing before.
What were you doing?
Not being able to get to my phone. My phone was charging.
Right. So as I suspected, you
Anyway,
keep
I
using
only have
this
2
as an
minutes, dude. Let
excuse
me
to
respond to
jump
fucking
in and
Storm,
just
dude.
take
What
over
the
the
fuck are you doing?
conversation. Yeah, okay. We're not going to use tactics to psyop us. We're not easily psyoped in here. We're truthers. Thank you. I caught that one. Go ahead, DJ. It was your turn.
Yeah, so he just needs to provide the meteorological conditions to back his claim up for that particular day. Okay, I actually have the water temperature and air temperature for that location on the day, and the meteorological conditions are not present for ducting to be taking place. And he doesn't have any of the meteorological conditions. He's just blindly just guessing that that's ducting, even though it doesn't match what even he claims happens when you have ducting of visible light, which is a superior miraging effect, right? You have destruction of what's visible in the distance due to this unreliable atmospheric ducting of visible light. Because the wavelengths are so short compared to the radio wave wavelengths, it gets it goes all over the place, right? That's where you're going to get crazy superior mirage. You're going to get inverted images, and anything you look up about this will tell you the same thing. And he's claiming that there's a ducting taking place. Okay, we don't see any mirroring. We don't see any signs of a full-blown superior mirage taking
Yeah.
place. And a superior mirage isn't ducting. Hold on, I'm nearly finished, and then you can finish. You can go. I won't interrupt you. Almost done. Okay, a superior mirage is not. A superior mirage is called a superior mirage. Okay, it's when you have very cool water below and very warm. Sorry, when you have cool water or a cool layer of air down lower, and then it gets warmer as you go up. So the light will deviate downward, and that will cause things to loom in the distance. And when you have a lot of looming, some of the light's not going to make it back to the optic, and you're going to get total internal reflection. You're going to get that mirroring layer, and that's when you're going to start to get superior mirages. Super obvious, right? You're going to get things that looks like floating ships, inverted ships, and then you can have an extreme version of that, which is a Fata Morgana. Still not duct. All right, so you need to validate that ducting can actually take place with visible light over these distances. Present the data or concede.
Ducting,
Storm.
Specifically,
visible light
in their model is a.
It's Storm.
Dude, I've been waiting. What the fuck?
Also yesterday.
Oh shit, this is so fucking gay.
Yo, Storm. Jesse did jump in there first. That's usually the whoever talks first usually gets perfect Storm. Oh, he's like so bad at listening.
It's
Oh
okay. This conversation is
use
gay
your
already.
ears use your ears, Perfect Storm.
Yeah, in the globe model, ducting requires for the light to penetrate that evaporation layer first, so it can be trapped within that layer of the atmosphere's gradient for it to travel further rather than just reflecting once off the atmosphere. It requires it to literally get trapped within the layer and reflect possibly like over and over again, according to the globe. So yeah, it's just like that's what you say. You observe things so far away. Oh my God, that's evidence of atmospheric ducting. That is not evidence of ducting. That is
distortion.
thank you.
That as the globe predicts with the same level of ducting that then DSpace inputted into the program.
Yeah, but how does it penetrate the layer and then get trapped within it? If it is already intense enough for the angle of incidence to pass through that medium, and then it's going to get reflected rather than refracted. Like it just makes no sense.
Can I add something? Listen, I don't know why the FE side denies this idea. It would need to happen in FE as well.
No,
why?
No, not at all.
Yeah, I mean,
no, I deny it because there's no measurement of it ever happening through all of history with visible light. And Storm even admitted that yesterday. He said nobody's
Watch.
measured it.
I'll
Keeps
prove
going
to you
back.
why. I'll
No,
prove
no,
to
no.
you
Measure
why.
it with
Don't prove
radio
to me
because
why.
it's precise.
This is
You
what you
don't
need to
need
prove.
measure it
I'm
I'll
with
prove
echoing
to you
through
why.
someone else's microphone. So whoever's got echo, right? Right. This is the thing. Okay, you guys made a positive claim. Now you just need to back the claim up. If you can't back the claim up, if you just want to cope, right, and keep freaking out, then that's a loss.
Okay, all
That's a
that is
massive L.
unnecessary. I will back it up a little bit. This is the why I say having a model or establishing some kind of foundation and built upon rules, even for your own sake, is important. Because right now I actually can't destroy this argument because there is no so-called claimed establishment or rules for flat Earth. But
This
I
is
will.
not a flat Earth argument.
But that was my argument that I said
This is not a flat
initially.
Earth claim.
DJ,
Look,
listen, I can only engage you
no,
if you are willing to
don't.
be
You just
honest.
admitted you. No, you just said
And
you don't know what you're talking about when it
okay,
comes
well,
to
I
this
can't
topic.
engage with
So
you
why
then,
you
DJ.
you
Carry
can't
forward.
engage with me because you haven't done the
This is what DJ
research.
does when he's checkmate and arguing a lost
No,
topic
this
that
is
he
what I'm
lost
doing.
6
I'm asking
times
you guys.
It is
I'm
what it
asking
is.
you
I tried.
guys.
It's
Hey, I'm
fucking
gonna start
weak.
muting you
Lost
assholes if
6
I have to.
times and debunked himself 6 times.
It is what it is. I
Okay,
tried.
so this is the thing. Okay, you guys have made a claim,
That's
and
projection.
then you're unable to substantiate the claim with empirical evidence. Okay, I'm not making a flat Earth argument right now. I'm just saying it. You made a positive claim, and according to mainstream optics, according to what the mainstream universities
This is all
and subject
sophistry right here.
this is not sophistry.
You blocked.
You can go on mute. You already admitted you have no idea what you're talking about, and you can't rebut. Okay, so you shut up because you don't know. You haven't done your research. Okay, there's no need for you to open your mic. Go have another beer or whatever you're drinking. Now, according to the mainstream, okay, this hasn't been measured. It can be theorized. It could probably be done in a lab setting over a short distance, but it's not able to be measured over these large distances because the atmosphere is constantly changing and the wavelengths of light are completely different to the wavelengths of radio. Okay, it's way shorter, and even Storm admitted yesterday that you're going to have
Does that
extreme
mean that
miraging
the
effects.
ducting doesn't affect the light, or does that mean that it's hard to measure light when ducting is affecting it?
You're saying that the cause of being able to see the horizon at 10 miles, be where it should be at 1.22 miles, right, is ducting, is caused by atmospheric ducting. And you said that we know the meteorological conditions on that day and the conditions are set up for ducting, which is not true. You just lied and made that up. If you want to back your claim up right now and show me that I'm wrong about that, go ahead and post your evidence in the side chat. But I know you don't have that, and I actually
Everything that
have
was
the
posted
meteorological
yesterday
data
is
for that
on
location for that day right here, right now.
already there. You guys can look it up in my messages. It's easy to go from, like, you look the search bar there, you go from Perfect Storm X, and you have all my messages, including the messages from yesterday.
Yeah, elephant hurling fallacy right there. Just get it yourself and post it in the side chat so people on the live stream can see it.
I
This is
stated
recorded.
about 5 times earlier that I am not able to.
Okay, so what was the temperature?
Until tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, what was the water temperature compared to the air temperature on the day that was shot?
I don't need to know that.
Well, you said that you know that. You said that on that day the
We
ducting
have
was
an
the reason
observation
that
that
the
matches ducting.
no, it
That's all
doesn't
I-
match. It doesn't match ducting though, at all.
Dude,
Not
this
even.
shows
Not
how
even in the
how
slightest
it
bit.
does
bro.
match ducting, you fool.
Okay, so
He's not even
so-
worth it, dude.
Yeah, I know. I've wrecked this guy so bad in debates before. I know this
He's
is
the
a
only
complete
Globie
waste
we
of
got
time.
right now. Gatebreaker is a Globie, but he just grandstands.
Yeah, someone else can talk to him. I feel like Gatebreak is pretty much a Globie. Maybe
Oh yeah, he's a Globie, but he doesn't make arguments. He just grandstands.
Yeah, because he can't. He can't. He just comes in, sounds like he's
Yeah,
tipsy.
I know.
most of
What
the
sounds
time,
like
and just-
grandstanding to you is the boundary of the
Dude, you
limits. You
can't-
guys, it is
Yeah,
anything I
you're
say.
like
You guys are in
you're
a
just
triggered state.
commentator.
Okay,
this is
anything
more
I say will just
True,
further
it was
add to your
again
triggering.
trying to
Oh my
convince
god,
people
these two
here
Globies
that
just talk
for
at the
me,
same
I have
time.
to prove ducting affects
Hey,
light.
X, just slow down, bud. They're
the
spiraling. Let's have a
goalpost.
shift. Let's have a
The
shift.
two Globies
Okay?
talking at the same time. You guys are crazy, ridiculous.
The-
Someone present some empirical evidence. I got
Hey,
plenty. I got plenty that I can present, but I don't think you guys even care about seeing empirical evidence.
Perfect Storm, you keep starting like late.
The earth is a globe.
You're talking over me now, trying to tell you not to talk over people.
far, you're being very
Yeah.
unconvincing.
Okay,
Hey,
so
DJ,
Perfect
are you?
Storm. Wait. I'm trying to talk to Perfect Storm. So I'm not sure if you only hear when you're done talking, Perfect Storm, but can you turn your speakers up or your hearing aids up? I don't know what's going on, but you talk when someone already starts talking and you'll start talking and you'll talk at the same time as them. It's like, do you hear people? Like, I'm not sure. Do you have to do you not always engage like your ears all the time? Like, I'm not sure. Can you just turn up the volume of your speakers or something?
Hey, DJ, are you saying that yesterday he admitted that that's not something they've calculated or measured? But
Measured,
now
yeah. He
today,
said it's
but
never been
today,
measured.
but today he said that he could have a measurement of 306 miles. So I'm curious, if they can't do it, then how did you do it within 24 hours of talking to DJ? I'm very curious. Or are you
They
just now
measure it with
proven to
radio
be a
waves, not
liar?
with visible light, because they use the most precise way to measure the ducting. So they use radio waves to measure it. That's what I said.
So atmospheric
I
ducting
didn't say
is
that they
what
never
we can
measure
use
the
in
ducting. I said that they don't measure ducting with visible light. They measure ducting with radio waves. But ducting affects visible light
Hey,
too.
hey, how do you think? How do they do that? Let me see if you even understand how atmospheric ducting works. How do they measure it? Let's see how smart you are, or if you're just talking out the side of your fucking ass. Because I guarantee you, that's what it is. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude. But let's see. How do they do it? You know?
You tell me. I guess I'm talking out of
No,
my
no, no,
ass.
no, 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 no. I'm not gonna fucking do your homework for you. This
Go
is
ahead.
your claim. This is your claim. You said that the way that happens is atmospheric ducting. I need a citation of your claim because you postulated that way. You put yourself in that position where you said this is how we know it's done. So okay, if that's your position, then you must know all about it. You genius. So tell us, how do they do that? How do they actually measure the atmospheric ducting overall? I'm going to go on mute because I'm going to another store here at Petco. So, but for the audience, please elaborate. We're so ready to hear it.
They analyze the temperature, humidity, and pressure, and then they send signals and they monitor the propagation of the signals. That's how I would say it in my words.
How do they monitor the propagation of the signals?
With tools.
So they'll detect it at a distance that would be too far for the curvature of the
Again,
Earth to be
always shifting
possible.
the goalposts, and it's like if I have
No,
to
I'm
be
talking about the exact thing that we're talking about right now. So look, this is the problem with
this
you,
is an
dude.
argument against knowing
You're
everything.
hearing bad.
Look, I don't
You're
know
bad
everything.
faith.
Look, I'm going to say this.
I
I don't know
know
everything.
that.
But if your argument is you don't know everything, therefore Earth is flat, that's not very convincing. I don't need to
No,
know
you.
everything to be convinced that the Earth is a globe.
Okay,
Nor do
so
I need
don't
to know
make
everything to be
specific
convinced that the Earth is
claims.
flat.
Don't make
So
specific
far,
claims that
you had
ducting
very good arguments
conditions. Do you
substantiated
know that
it,
ducting
and you
conditions were
guys don't.
present?
So again,
Dude,
you're very
well,
unconvincing.
this is okay. This is impossible. I don't want to have to keep muting you or anything like that. I want to have a normal conversation, but it's very difficult. Okay, so you made a positive claim that atmospheric ducting conditions were present on that particular. What would cause the atmospheric ducting conditions to be present, and how did you validate that? Because just it not matching up with the globe, right? That's not a proof. Okay, that's called begging the question. So fallacies and feelings aren't going to get you by in this conversation. You need to back up your claims with empirical evidence.
You just
So
keep moving the goalposts.
So what goalpost did I move? He made a direct claim, and then I asked him to back up that direct claim.
Is you
By,
guys
by asking for empirical evidence, you moved the
now
goalpost
it's
apparently
up to
away
me
from
to prove to you
abstraction.
everything about ducting and that I know everything about every single scientific.
Don't strawman me. So it's just fallacies and feelings is all I'm getting from you, dude. Okay, I'm gonna unmute you. Okay. Every time I ask you a question, you go silent, and then it's just silence. But anytime anyone's talking, that's when you think is the time for you to talk.
Hey, just real quick, Perfect Storm. Like we've been wrecking Globers for fucking years, dude. Like, you don't think that we've never talked to anybody that's even way more like credible than you about atmospheric ducting? Do you know what anomalous propagation is? This dumb fuck retard one time said they know through anomalous propagation. You know what that is? Am I breaking up? Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you, man.
He doesn't.
This was,
He'll only
remember,
talk
hey,
when
Cont, this
someone
was
else
all
talks.
that might
Yeah,
be true.
I mean, he
he only
Remember, this was
talks when you're
all
making
to,
a point.
like he
this was all to explain why
Hey
we
guys,
see
he's
things
calm
well
now. Hey
beyond
guys, he's
the
calm now.
limit. This
Eh,
is all to explain
like
why we see things well
like
beyond the
originally
limit.
says
And
we've
he's
been
being
wrecking
very
Lovers,
See,
self-proclaimed
see.
victory.
No. Here's the thing.
Hey,
Perfect storm. Go ahead, DJ. I'm
You're
gonna
gonna
talk.
wreck
hold
us
on.
over
No
when the
tanks.
Lovers
No
feel
tanks was
wrecked.
clearly talking.
None of us feel
No
wrecked
tanks
right
was in the middle. Hey, Kay, can you hear No Tanks talking? Because do you have him muted or something? Because he was in the middle of a sentence, and then you just started talking. No Tanks, go ahead, and then after No Tanks is finished, then Perfect Storm, then you talk.
Thanks, DJ. I appreciate that. Yeah, I just wanted to bring up, like, kind of remind everybody that this conversation, from what I heard, was occurring due to the reason it was occurring is because there's observations that where we see well beyond the claimed horizon, the oil rigs were brought up as an option, and now what's being put forth is propagation of radio waves through ducting that does not explain the observations.
Absolutely.
Yep. Yeah,
And
yeah,
and
something, Storm?
and so yeah, just real quick, let me Perfect Storm.
No,
I don't know if you heard me or not. Oh, you did
incorrectly.
hear me. Perfect Storm, you did hear me because you actually repeated something I said, but you didn't get the meat and potatoes of what I said. Do you know what anomalous propagation is? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, that's the bullshit you Globers will use when something pops up on the radar that shouldn't be popping up on the radar according to your globe. So what happens is when they have a target or they have something that they're looking at a distance, okay? All of a sudden they're saying, "Oh wait, this thing is whatever, X amount of miles away." Because in their fairy tale world of where they have what they call like a radar horizon, where it's only supposed to go so far out because of the curvature of the Earth. But what happens is when they see beyond that, they call it anomalous propagation, meaning that the radio signal was actually able to propagate way beyond what it should have, being that it's line of sight. So when you
God.
so is that Eric? Shut the fuck up and get the fuck out of here, idiot. So the point being is that when you have this condition and then just say, "Oh yeah, we could just use anomalous propagation," dude, you realize how that's going to be your saving grace for like when the Navy sinks something 300 miles away?
Nothing burger has nothing to do with the argument. Red herring.
All right, buddy. Yeah, the audience is listening. By the way, they can hear the difference. They can hear that. They can hear that you don't know what you're talking about and you're getting wrecked. That's what they can hear.
So if that was real, it would work all the time then, not just
Look,
sometimes. You know?
I
It
had
does
the
work all the time.
Anyways,
I
I
have
have
to
to
work all the
address
time.
what No Tank said because he asked a question earlier, and OG Apocryphon's monologue pretty much buried it.
I've been waiting to speak for a long time. Look, I had the ultimate argument against flat Earth 20 minutes ago. Flat Earth, the highest levels of flat Earth acknowledges the requirement of upwards bending light. Do you guys understand this or not?
Yeah, atmospheric refraction happens.
All right, cool.
Absolutely.
There's nothing to explain. There's no problem with that. I just wanted to get be on the same level of understanding as that.
Okay.
Now,
Okay,
this
do you know
doesn't
what-
lock you out. This does not kill flat Earth. Just with that
No,
understanding.
it kills the globe. It kills the globe
Well, okay,
observations.
listen.
Light doesn't
If
bend
in
up.
flat Earth
Yeah,
light, if in flat Earth light is bending up, then these things that are being shot at over the flat Earth is going to be curving upwards and going into the sky, creating
that's not.
wait.
Hold on, let me respond. Okay,
No,
you don't
I'm not
know
done
you
yet.
don't know what you're talking
I'm not
about.
done yet.
All right.
So these
So you
long
got what
distance,
you're-
these long distance things, these waves, they're curving up. So even in flat Earth, they're going to require ducting through the layers. The same science, the same everything, just no curvature. You need it.
Okay, so do any of the other globe earthers agree with what he just said?
Yeah. Does anyone else want to put themselves in front of that?
Yeah,
It's
he is.
common
He's
sense.
basically. I mean, we don't need that guy on the flat Earth side,
common
right? Because
sense.
he's butchering basics. All right, I'm talking now.
He's not a
Okay, so when
concave
light.
Yeah,
Oh, Q up. Go
damage
ahead.
control, mister. Hey,
All
no
right.
thanks.
Upward
Remember what you
bending
said
light.
earlier.
Hold on, bro. Okay, I wanted to respond to Gatebreaker. So he doesn't know the basics. So
No thanks.
So if light bends upwards, that means
Yeah.
that you would have sinking refraction, or if it bends severely upwards, then you're going to have an inferior mirage, not lifting, not looming. Okay, light has to bend downwards to have looming, or to have a superior mirage, or to have fata morgana.
How's light
Yes,
bend?
sir.
Does light
No,
bend
no,
toward
that
the
was that.
denser,
I guess. Go
or
ahead.
to
Go
the,
ahead.
to the does light bend toward the denser medium or toward the less dense medium?
Denser, more optically dense medium, which is going to
Great.
be
So it bends down.
controlled
Thank
by temperature. No,
you. Thank you.
no,
Bends
it's
downward then. Thank you.
no, it's
Yeah,
primarily
we know about the
controlled by
pressure gradient.
temperature. Okay, so we
Oh, so
have
it's
the
non-pressure gradient
okay.
now?
So if you're not gonna talk over the top of me.
There's no
Okay, you're
pressure
too
gradient.
Over the
scared.
top of everyone.
Just mute him.
DJ.
It's
Just
not
mute
about
him.
the pressure gradient.
No, no, he
No,
could
it
talk.
is always
It
about the
is
pressure
for
gradient.
you too.
All right.
This is audio
It's
chaos,
always about the
guys.
pressure gradient.
Thank you. That doesn't. How does that help? So ridiculous.
One-on-one.
Idiot.
NASA Shield
But
and
there's no
DJ.
pressure gradient.
Yes,
He just
please. All right,
denied the pressure
and I'm
gradient.
going to talk right now. Okay, and I'm going to
I'm going
read
to
out
talk
the.
right now over everyone.
I'm
I
going to
want to
talk right
Sorry,
now.
monopolize.
you have to go on mute. All
Oh
right,
my
so
I'm
God,
going to
anyone that
bloviate for a
interrupts
while.
is
How
going
long
on
should you
mute.
bloviate? Tell me how long you're going to bloviate. I'll let you go.
All right, so I'm going to read out a citation from
Oh
the
God. Why don't you just
American.
post it?
All right, so I'm going to have to put you on mute while I talk, and
Why
because
don't you
there's no
just
need
post
for there's no need. It's already posted, okay, and there's no need for you to talk while I'm talking. So you can just stay muted, and then I'll unmute you when it's your turn to talk because you don't seem to be civilized.
Howard?
Okay, so
Why
this
don't
is the American. Anyone else is going to go on mute if they interrupt me. I'm going to read out this citation. Okay, this is the American Meteorological Society citation. This is a peer-reviewed meteorological glossary. Now, it blatantly says here, okay, that it's dominated by temperature. Atmospheric refraction, especially at low altitudes, is primarily dominated by temperature. Okay, cooler air is going to have an optical density gradient that's much higher. The refractive index of cooler air is much higher than the refractive index of warmer air. So if you have an inverted temperature gradient where you have the upward bending of light, that means the cooler air is above the warmer air, like if you have an inferior mirage or sinking. And if you have the opposite of that, then you can have the opposite effect. The opposite effects are called looming or superior mirages. Right, you guys need to learn basic shit.
NASA Shield deafened the whole time.
Yeah, because he's not. It's not a good faith
I
interlocutor.
partially heard it.
He's a clown.
So what you're saying is correct. It's all correct.
Yeah,
But
I know,
okay,
I know.
I would encourage you to like on your own accord diagram
Oh my
paths
God, I
of
don't-
light, right? Diagram how you would imagine these things
Yeah,
are
cool.
traveling.
Just go on Andrew Thomas Young. Just go look up the
You see,
mainstream
this is
literature.
it is
Just
what it
do-
is,
just go
ladies and
do- go do
gentlemen. I've learned not
research.
to engage.
I don't
in
need
this.
to make my own diagrams
it is what
because
it
this
is.
is just mainstream optics. You can go and learn this yourself
mainstream
right now.
optics that you don't understand? So where's the math that explains this then? Please, since optics is all math, where is this?
Yeah, we're talking about calculating the
Yeah, show
the
me
N.
calculate.
We're talking about the optical density of the medium. Okay, that's
Show me the
going to be how fast the light travels through the medium in compared to how fast the light travels through a vacuum. And we have a gradient. Okay, so you're not going to be able to use a
why is there a
specific
gradient?
mathematical form. Why is
Are
there
we
a
not be able
gradient?
to use
Because of the temperature. Because the temperature
No,
controls.
incorrect.
Yes, the density gradient, just like the citation says in the side chat. If you don't think that, then you need to go on andrewthomasyoungs.edu website and learn the basics of how atmospheric
It's
refraction
about
works.
the pressure. It's pressure difference.
Yeah, the temperature controls the pressure at low altitudes.
You
It
realize
says
that
it right there.
paper's the
Controls the
Glober
pressure at
paper,
low.
not a
No,
flat
that's
Earth
incorrect.
paper. It uses Glober information. So
I
you just
no,
studied
you
a
just you,
Glober
No,
show,
this
show,
is this
show
has
me,
nothing to do with the
post,
shape
post
of
the
the
reference.
Earth.
the
This
globe.
is just
the
the basics. This is just the basics of
Post the
atmospheric
reference.
refraction. You could
Yes,
do
the
this
basic
inside. You
atmospheric
could just do this
refraction on a
inside a
globe, my
house.
friend.
You could do it inside a
Post
house
the
and make
reference.
the floor any
Works on
shape
a
that you want to
globe,
make the
my
floor.
friend.
Post the reference.
I just posted
Where?
the definition in the side chat. In the side chat. This is the American Meteorological Society. This is peer-reviewed glossary.
Which you don't understand, obviously.
Yeah, I do understand it. Okay, so atmospheric
Yes,
refraction
it's
is the
peer-reviewed
deviation.
Glober science.
No, it's not globe. It has
No,
nothing
it's
to
not.
do with a globe.
Yes.
Okay, no, it doesn't. You can do this on a flat floor inside your house. It doesn't
Yeah,
have
because of
anything to do
gravity.
with a globe.
Because
it
of
has nothing to
gravity.
do.
Yes, the density,
Things falling
density
down.
gradient is all gravity.
Gas particles don't have a directional bias. It's in
What?
the definition of gas particle movement. Okay, so the definition of gas particle movements is that gas particles move at random in all directions. You could just go and look
if
that
they're
up right now.
I did, except that you're forgetting one thing. Okay? In the
Yeah.
absence of a force, there's a downward force.
It doesn't say that. It doesn't. Okay,
Oh,
so
it doesn't say that because they're talking about
yeah,
gas. They're not talking about the atmosphere, you moron.
yeah. So gas law. Okay, so the ideal gas law doesn't have.
Ideal gas law doesn't talk
Yeah,
about gravity in
and
there.
it doesn't have any formula for gravity in there.
That's right.
Okay. It's to
Because
do
it's
with
the ideal
volume.
gas
It's
law.
to do with.
There is gravity,
Yeah.
though. Do you deny there's gravity now?
Okay. No, I said that. Okay,
You
define
deny there's
what
gravity.
you mean by gravity. If you're talking about mass attracting mass,
Define
you're
gravity.
talking
So you
about.
don't even
Are
know
you
what
talking
gravity
about
is.
bendy? No,
You
there's
don't even know what
there's
gravity is.
80 there's 80 different theories of gravity.
You don't
you
know.
talking?
No, you don't know what gravity is. Then
No,
why
no, no.
are you
He's asking you what model of gravity are he's trying to be
Doesn't matter.
precise
It
here.
doesn't matter
Which
for
one?
this discussion. Doesn't
It
matter
matters
for this
because they're not
discussion.
all the same.
No, it doesn't. It does though.
You're
They're all
talking
the
about
same.
Newtonian or Einsteinian?
I don't give a shit. You don't know what gravity is.
Yeah,
Why are you in this discussion?
What do you mean you don't give a shit? It's completely different.
I don't know.
This
It
guy,
has nothing to do
you
with
wanted
it. We're
to.
talking
I
about
thought
gravity.
that you were meant to be one of the smarter globers, but you seem like
Oh
one of
no,
the
you're
dumber
obviously one of
globers
the
that I
dumber
talked
flat
to.
earthers because you don't even know what fucking gravity is.
All the globers call him a globe earth liability.
No, don't attack him, bro. There's a lot of good
He
things
doesn't even know
about
what
him.
gravity is.
Yeah,
He
go to
asked me
Gem
what is
Pandas and ask
gravity.
about him. The
If
globers
you don't
are
know what
just about
gravity is,
him.
why are you in this discussion?
There's 80 theories. There's 80 different theories
It
of
doesn't,
gravity. Which one are you
it
talking
doesn't matter
about?
what theory of gravity is. We know what gravity is.
So it's the same thing in all the 80 different theories.
Just the basket of the glober gravities. Now, what does that has to do in relation to? Now, back to you. Those are his options, but we don't want to stagnate the convo too much, right? So you asked him, and he's got some glober gravity options.
He goes, "What theory you talking about?" No, I don't care.
Okay,
what theory
so
we're talking about right now.
that was like a prick in everyone's fucking minds. We're now suffocated. We don't know what the fuck to do. Okay,
So
let's go back
gravity is the thing that's holding your fat ass to the chair right now. How about that? And there's a downward bias in the atmosphere, which causes the gradient.
The gas particles don't have an inherent direction. Okay, so gas
if they do,
particle
if a force is
movement
being
is
applied to
defined
them.
as the rapid, constant, and random motion particles, atoms, or molecules in straight lines, changing directions
Again, if
only.
there is a downward
changing.
force applied to them.
Fundy mute. You're fundy muting.
If there is
okay?
a downward force applied
all right,
to
so
them.
this is the problem, bro. Right,
Is
I'm
there
trying
not
to
a
read the
downward
definition
force
out.
being
Well, if
applied
you
to
let
them?
me. Okay,
I don't.
so
You
this
don't
is
need to read it. I can read the
this is the
definition. You're applying the wrong
Okay,
definition.
you want to read it out?
You're
I'll
talking
put
about
it in
the
side
ideal
chat
gas
and you can
law.
read it out.
You are talking about the ideal gas law, and we are talking about the
Talking about
atmosphere
gas
with a
particle
downward
movement
bias.
right now. So for anyone
Downward
wanting
bias.
to read
Is there a
okay, so I'm
downward?
gonna
No,
read it
listen,
out,
you guys
and
got to
you're-
work together. Oh, moderation. You should have worked together. That's
yeah.
too bad.
This is me working. I'm working. Okay, so I just want to read out a definition. Okay, so gas particle movement is defined as the rapid, constant, and random motion of particles, atoms, or molecules in straight lines, changing direction only when colliding with other particles or container walls. Right? It doesn't say anything about them having a parabolic arc if they're going upward and being pulled back down to the earth by gravity. It says straight line, and it says only changing direction when they collide with other particles or the walls of their container. So you guys can go throw your own mainstream definitions under the bus now.
Again, is there a downward force? Yes or no?
What do you mean by a downward force? No, I don't.
Is
I
there-
don't. I don't know.
You don't know what downward force means.
No. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. Do you disagree with the definition of gas particle movement?
You disagree? Is there
Gas
is that-
particles don't. We're talking
does
about.
Does that apply? Is gravity in that model?
If you pick something up and drop
Is
it,
gravity in
has
that
a
model?
downward force.
Is gravity in that model?
No,
Thank
it
you.
is not.
So now we're talking about the atmosphere where there is
This
gravity.
Okay, so find me the definition of gas that has gravity in the
Find
formula.
me a definition of gas with gravity. It's called the atmosphere.
Gas particle movement that has. Okay, so
are you an
all
idiot
right,
or are you
so
just are you
Stop
an idiot?
ad
or do you have
homing
your
me,
head up your
dude.
ass?
Stop doing that.
Are you an idiot or do you have your head up
No,
your
All
ass?
right, so
okay,
all you need
now.
to show me is an experiment that shows gas particles being pulled down in the atmosphere by gravity.
Here's the experiment you do. You can do this yourself. Do you have a cell phone?
Yeah.
Do you have a cell? Yes or no? Do you have a cell phone with a barometer in it?
Cell phone. Mm-hmm.
Okay, now turn it on and turn on the barometer and hold it at your desk level and read. Tell me what that number is.
I don't disagree that
Tell
there's
me
a
what that
gas
number
pressure
is.
gradient.
Oh, you
No, I don't
don't
disagree that
that
there's a
there's a
gas
gas
pressure
pressure gradient.
gradient.
Excellent. Thank
Yeah,
you.
we live in a
So,
dynamic system
welcome
that
to
the
gravity.
gas is being produced constantly at ground level or
No,
below
that's
ground
wrong.
level. Where are all the gases in the atmosphere produced?
That's
Where's the
not why.
oxygen mostly produced?
Oh my
How is
God.
oxygen produced? Most of the
Oh my
oxygen in
God.
the
Is
atmosphere.
oxygen
Where does that
is that
come
a
from?
positive? Is that a positive
Under
or a
the
negative?
ocean plankton, perhaps?
Again, is oxygen production a positive or a negative gas pressure?
What do you mean negative gas pressure?
Well, I mean, what do you think? They just make oxygen from nothing? How do they make oxygen? What's the what the
I'm
formula
not
for
sure of
making
the
oxygen?
mechanism of how they
Oh,
make
you're not
oxygen,
sure of
but
the
I know that ocean
mechanism.
plankton.
Right.
Okay, so about 99% of the gases that make up the atmosphere are produced at ground level, and those gas particles, right, have a definition. The gas
Oh my
particle
God.
movement. The gas particle movement applies to all gas particles.
But are you saying gravity doesn't affect gases at all?
Which gas particles are not part of the atmosphere?
Yeah. Stop laughing, bro. Don't stop
No, this
doing
guy's
that.
funny.
Let a
This
better
guy is
Glober
Because this
speak.
guy's a
hilarious.
clown. You
You
guys
just keep
This guy's a
laughing.
clown.
No.
You're a fucking clown.
Which gas particles are we going to be doing? So we want to be analogous, okay? So we want to use air. Which of the air is not part of the atmosphere? And is this gas particle movement not talking about gas particles that make the air? Is that different?
Wow,
Is it?
you either have your head fully up your ass.
Dude,
See, this
okay,
is-
we want to hear someone intelligent. Go on mute. Okay, we get it.
Is there any
No,
are there any
this guy. He
Globers
doesn't
that
know
are better
shit.
at defending
He
the
doesn't know
globe
shit.
than this
He
guy?
doesn't even know how. He doesn't even know the
refute his
formula.
argument,
He doesn't even know the formula for photosynthesis. But he thinks that because oxygen is
Yeah,
produced at the ground
that's
level.
not analogous. I don't know how.
So, no, what happens? What happens during?
Phytoplankton?
What happens? What happens
create
during?
gas.
What happens?
I don't care.
No, but do they take gas in? Are you high? You don't know how it works.
I don't care. That's where the gases
Oh, you
are
don't
being produced
exactly.
at
You
ground
don't
level.
care.
You said gases are not being produced at
Again,
ground level.
you
That's
said
where
then you said
99% of the gas is being
photosynthesis. You
produced.
said oxygen is produced, but oxygen.
You're just shifting the goalpost. You're trying
No,
to get
no,
a
no.
little,
I'm showing
cheap
you that
shot.
you don't know what you're talking about. Here, look, right
I
here.
don't know the process of gas
That's right.
creation by
That's correct.
phytoplankton, and it's not
You should,
analogous to the fact that the oxygen is being created
But
under
how
the
do they make
ocean.
oxygen?
80% of
They
it.
take
It
in.
doesn't.
They take in.
What does that? That
They
doesn't matter. You
take
said
in.
it. You said it doesn't happen.
They take in carbon dioxide and give out oxygen. It is not
Okay,
a net
cool.
positive.
So that happens at ground level or below ground level, right?
But it doesn't create gas. It doesn't create oxygen. When it creates oxygen, it destroys carbon dioxide. You understand
Yeah, so
this?
the oxygen in the air is being
And the
80%
carbon
of
dioxide
it is
in
being
the air
created
goes
under the
away.
surface of the ocean.
And the
You're
carbon
trying hard to.
dioxide,
This
the
is kind of
carbon
what
dioxide
McToon
goes
did when he
away.
tried to change the topic from the
And the
observation
carbon
to you can't have a
dioxide goes
horizon on a flat Earth. You
away.
guys are
And the
sophists.
carbon dioxide goes away.
Cool.
And what is
Yeah.
carbon dioxide? Just as oxygen and gas.
He's trying to divert the conversation away
No, I'm
into
trying
something
I'm
else
trying
right
to show you don't know what you're fucking talking about.
I didn't
You
claim
think
I
that
didn't claim
that
to know
oxygen
the
is
process
created,
straight
but
away when you
you
ask him.
should.
Straight away
If
when
He's
you're
a
gonna
chemistry
claim,
master, bro. He knows what he's
if you're
talking
going
about.
to if you're
this
going
dude's
to claim that
completely
oxygen is
brick.
produced, you need to know how it is produced and the fact that it destroys carbon dioxide, which is also a gas, in order to make the oxygen. It's not a net positive.
You're meant to be finding a citation that says that gas particles get pulled towards the Earth by gravity, and you need to show a demonstration of that.
I need to find you a citation that says that gravity exists. Right? Why don't you go to your
No. The gravity affects gas particles. Look, I agree that
gravity
things
does.
fall down.
You think
Nobody
gas
disagrees. If you're
particles have
talking about
mass?
gravity, that things fall at
Do gas
9.81
particles have
meters per
mass?
second squared.
Do gas particles have mass?
Yeah, different gas particles have different
Oh,
molar
yes
masses.
or no? Do gas particles have mass?
I was the one talking.
Yes or no?
Right?
Do
We
gas
were
particles
already at the
have
point
mass?
where you had made a claim, and I'm asking you to
Yes
back
or
up that
no?
claim.
Do gas particles have mass?
They have molar mass. Yes, they have different
Yeah,
densities,
mass.
different gas
You mean
particles.
they don't have real
different
mass?
particles.
They don't have real mass.
No gas particles. No gas particles have
Gas
a downward
particles don't have
bias.
mass?
Do you know Avogadro's law? right? It doesn't matter if you have the same amount of gas particles at different molar masses.
Not
Okay, you're still
necessarily
going to
true.
have
Like
equal
They
pressure
don't have
bouncing.
mass,
gas
though.
particles.
Gas particles don't have mass, right? Is that what you're saying?
Gas particles, yes. So if gas particles have
Oh, gas particles
mass
have mass.
and
And
gravity
attracts mass.
gravity is mass attracting
Therefore,
mass. So now you've said
correct.
you're going with Newtonian gravity.
It doesn't
Good.
matter
Okay,
in this case.
let's go with that. Yeah.
Okay,
So
let's go
now
down
you're
with that's
saying
the
that
simple
because
one.
gas particles have mass, then they should be
You
getting
said
pulled
that.
down towards the Earth, where
That's
gravity is
correct.
the
Very good.
strongest at the surface of the Earth for us, right? Strongest we can detect it. Surface of the Earth, where the gas molecules are being distributed from. Okay, you're saying that the gas particles are being pulled towards the Earth by gravity, but that's not what the citations say, and that's not what experimentation shows.
Show me a
Even
citation
if
that
you
says,
get
show me a citation that says that gas particles are not attracted to the Earth, please.
Okay, so in the side chat we have the
Again, show me
definition
the
of gas
citation.
particle movement.
You just
It's in the
claimed
side
that
chat.
gas
It's in the side chat.
particles are not attracted to the Earth.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna read it out, and you're not gonna interrupt me. If you do interrupt me, I've got the mute button ready to go, so I can finish. Okay. So I already read this out, but you put yourself on mute, so you missed it. Okay. So gas particle movement is defined as the rapid, constant, and random motion of particles,
Not about
atoms,
gas.
or molecules.
Stop. We're talking
See.
about
All
atmosphere.
right. So click. I did warn you. Okay. So in straight lines. Okay. So the random motion.
He muted
Himself.
again.
He muted himself
It is
again.
what it is.
All right. So this guy can stay on mute. I'm not unmuting him. Someone else can unmute him, but I'm not continuing the conversation with him. He's bricked. Anyone listening on the live stream can see that he's just bad
No,
faith.
Paz is here.
Wasted
Paz is
time.
actually a little. He's a better faith and smarter than that. So she'll.
I would suggest we not repeat the mistakes of other servers by doing that to people, but more be more picky in who we choose to engage. So yeah.
Atmospheric pressure, not gas pressure.
No, you
Two
muted, bro.
different
Nah,
things.
you muted. You're out.
Atmospheric
You're out.
pressure.
No, the community says you're out.
Atmospheric pressure.
You muted. You didn't listen. You
he
muted.
doesn't
You didn't
respect
listen.
Atmospheric
No,
pressure.
you muted.
not
You didn't
gas
listen.
That's over speaking Q up.
Atmospheric pressure.
Oh, see, I
not
noticed this
gas
when other
pressure.
people do it.
Bro, just take the L. Let's move forward so you don't get muted.
Atmospheric pressure,
No,
not gas pressure.
can we can you tap in Pazza? Pazza, you wanna
Again,
jump
you
in
want
for
to
the
look at
queens?
definite? Do I have to look up a definition for atmospheric
Interrupted
pressure?
Q up.
We talking about gas pressure again?
Yeah, this moron that thinks that gas doesn't have mass and is not attracted to the Earth. Apparently,
I don't know when all these scientists get their message. The truth about gas pressures in this room.
I know it's amazing. These guys should be getting the
Come on,
science.
you guys can't back your claims up.
Pazza,
Right, so
I'm in
Paz is
here.
no
This-
better.
come
Paz
on,
is
son.
just another. It's
Come
just
in here.
another
This is the
bad
truth,
faith anti-flat Earth troll that can't back up his.
I'm not making any
So
claim.
even if I get a heavy gas like SF6 and I pour it into a fish tank and fill up the fish tank, okay, if I come back the next day,
It'll be
none
gone.
of that gas, all of
It'll be
it's going to
gone.
be gone. Okay,
It'll be
yeah,
gone.
And why is
exactly,
that?
because of diffusion, because the gas particles
Exactly.
they move
Brownian motion. Yeah, we know.
they
we
move
know.
because of kinetic energy, and they move at random in all directions. They don't have a downward bias. They don't have any directional bias, and they only
They
change
don't have a downward
direction.
bias.
They do.
Yeah, they don't have a downward bias.
They
it
don't have a
says it right
downward
there.
bias. Gravity doesn't attract them. Yeah, I got it.
You mute yourself every time I read out the citation, so you just go on mute, dude. Pazza took over because you couldn't handle the conversation, so now we got Pazza C. All right, Pazza C, can you read out the citation in the side chat at 2 minutes after the hour and tell me where in that it says that they have a downward bias?
What's that?
If you're not even listening, what's the point?
What were you destroying
Bro, it's
science
like
again?
the Globers. It's
No,
like
I'm reading out the.
you
Oh,
think
okay.
you think the Globe would like have like people that are like confident, don't have to use tactics. So it's like such a bad look. Like they have
I'm
like
not
all the
I'm not
science giving them
I'm
all
not a
the answers,
representative
and they
of
still
science.
have to use tactics.
I'm not a representative of science.
Oh my God, this coward keeps on reading at gas pressure when asked about atmospheric pressure.
You think you're going to get scientific luminaries in to argue with you? I'm just some idiot on the line, like you are. DJ thinks he's working things out.
Oh, I'm just reading out the mainstream definition of gas particle.
No, you're reading up the wrong ones though. I'm asking you about atmospheric
Okay,
pressure.
post the right
You
one.
read about gas
Yeah,
pressure.
which is made of what? Gas particles? The same
Well,
gas
in the
particles that this is talking about. So which gas
that's
particles is
talking.
this?
Can I
Which
ask you a
Because that's
question?
which gas
that's
particles
talking
is
about
this talking
Can I ask
about?
you? Can I
that's
ask
Which
you a
talking about the
question?
ones?
ideal. That's
DJ,
the
can I
ideal
ask you?
gas laws, not the atmospheric pressure. We're talking about atmospheric pressure. You read out the ideal gas law.
Yeah, it's still the same gas particles that we're talking
Is
about.
are the gases in the atmosphere ideal gases? One.
Which gas particles do you think this is referring to? Where can I
That's
find
referring
these
to
gas
ideal.
particles that have
It's an
different rules than the ones that? So if I'm getting the air, where am I getting the air from? Okay, because we're
again
testing air right here.
is atmospheric air and the combination of nitrogen and oxygen mostly and a few others. Is that an ideal gas?
Atmosphere
Yes or no?
itself is a contradiction in terms, right? It's a
Again,
malformed
listen to me
statement
one
to
more
begin
time.
with.
The air you are currently breathing, whatever the fuck you want to call it, is an ideal gas. Yes or no?
You see, Pazza, he's doing what I was explaining to you yesterday.
Ideal gas law. Yeah, ideal gas law applies to it just fine. When it comes to the motion of gas particle movement.
Again, I asked a question, and you are either evading the answer or you don't know the answer.
You're saying that the gas particles in the atmosphere are being pulled down towards the Earth. Prove
That's
that.
correct.
Prove it.
Prove it.
Prove it.
Do they have mass?
Prove it.
Do they have mass?
Yes. Yep. Do these gas particles have mass in
mass
ideal
attract
gas
mass?
law? Do gas particles have law
Does the
in
ideal
ideal
gas law
gas
talk
law?
about gravity? Does the ideal gas law talk about gravity?
No, because it doesn't
Thank
affect
you.
the gas particles. Do they
It
have
does
mass?
affect the gas particles.
Okay.
It does. See,
So do the gas particles in the ideal gas
you're
law
too,
have mass?
so far,
Are these massless gas particles? Are they?
yes,
They're
actually,
talking
that's
about
the ideal
here.
gas. An ideal gas.
Okay, so no mass.
What is
Do they have
what are the
mass?
assumptions? What are the assumptions about the ideal
Do
gas?
they have mass or not?
Shill's
What are
getting
the
wrecked.
assumptions of the ideal? I'm getting wrecked. I'm getting wrecked by someone who
Yeah, you
doesn't understand the
contradicted
ideal
yourself. You
gas
think
law.
now
Dude,
you're claiming
you
that
just got caught in a lie, bro. So shut
I
up.
got
Go
caught
ahead,
in a
DJ.
lie. No, I got caught by morons who
you
don't
got caught in
understand
a
the ideal gas law.
contradiction.
Yeah, you
just
got caught in a lie.
contradiction.
I got caught. No, you got caught the fact
You're
you don't
saying
understand the fucking ideal gas law. What does the ideal gas law
you said
assume?
one thing and said another, dude. Do you don't understand what that means?
No, we're
You
talking
said
about.
one
Oh,
thing
stop,
and then
stop. We're talking. Stop.
you wrecked yourself, by the way.
We were talking about the atmosphere, and suddenly he switches over to the ideal gas law. These are two separate things.
Dude, what are you talking about?
Excuse me. Ask him point blank.
This is what you don't
This
get.
is not ideal gas law citation. This
I
is
asked
the
you point blank.
definition of gas
I asked you
particle
point
movement.
blank. I ask you point blank if the air you are currently breathing is that an ideal gas.
Is it made?
My citation is for
yes
all gas
no?
particles.
Is it
the
made
definition
or no?
of gas particle
yes
movement?
or no?
All gas
is it made up of them?
particles.
Hello.
Is it made up of them?
Hello.
Is it made up of them?
Hello. Is the air you're
Is it
breathing? Is it an
made
ideal
up?
gas? I asked
This is what
a simple question. Why won't you answer?
Listen, is it made up of them? Yes or no?
Excuse me. Is the air you're breathing currently is that an ideal
There aren't
gas?
different types of
Okay.
gas particles.
Okay.
That some are ideal gas particles
what he
and
doesn't
some are
get.
atmospheric pressure particles or something
Is
like that.
the air you're breathing
it's the
an
dumbest
ideal
thing that I've
gas?
ever.
Yes
doesn't
or
get
no?
it.
It's the
He
same.
doesn't get
It's
it.
just there
No,
are different
he won't answer
gases
the
and
fucking question.
there are different
Oh my
gases
God.
and they all follow the same definition of gas of movement, right? They all move due to kinetic
Again,
energy. Right?
is
You're
the air you're
claiming that
breathing
they
an
have
ideal
mass.
gas?
Do all gas particles
Why
have
won't
mass?
you answer this question? I'm asking a simple question.
I give up.
That any
This
chemistry
guy's
would
bricked.
any chemistry high
we
school
know it's
student would
we
know,
know it's no.
and
We
you
know
won't
it's
answer the question.
okay.
You can
Okay,
tap
but
in APOC. I'm done
all
with
right.
this clown.
All right, so
Of
look
course
at
you are, because I'm
check
handing
it
you
out,
your
Shill.
ass because you won't answer
No,
a
you're
simple
not.
fucking
No, you're
question.
not. No, you're not.
I'm
Shill.
handing him his ass because he
Shill,
doesn't
what
know
you're
a simple.
doing.
Did he leave? Did the coward leave?
Shill. What you're doing, Shill,
Shut
is
up.
that what the fuck you, fucking piece of
No,
shit.
the problem
Here's the
is that
point.
he's not
Shill,
answering.
let me talk. I was gonna talk, dude. Shut up. That doesn't mean you start talking. I was gonna say something. Okay, you're asking a question about is the air that you're breathing ideal gas? Stop fucking being stupid. We know the answer, dude. But what you're avoiding is that he's bringing up papers that are talking about the fundamentals of gas. So you're trying to create this gotcha moment by telling him, well, is the air you're breathing the same thing as the ideal gas? Well, it's you created that because you're trying to wiggle out of what he's trying to point out for you, and that's where
he
you're.
doesn't understand what the ideal gas laws are.
Yes, he does, dude.
No, he doesn't. He won't even answer a simple fucking question. Anyone that a high school education would understand that the gas you're breathing is not an ideal gas.
We know that. We know
then why
that.
didn't he say yes? He never said yes. He just kept on and on and on, bullshitting on and on.
Hold on. But the reason why that I'm trying to point out though The reason why you try to bring that up is your squiggly little weasel way to avoid what he's saying, because he was introducing something that is fundamental of all gases. Like, would you agree? Yes or no?
The ideal gas law is a model that explains gas pressure. It does
Okay.
not. It involves some assumptions.
Okay. Is ideal gas? No, see, now you're framing it some type of way. See what you're doing, Shill? You're being a piece of shit. Is ideal gas, right? And the laws of those gases, are they still going to
When's
be
the last
treated?
time you haven't been
Are they
angry at microphone? Because every
still?
word
Why are
you
you
say
talking?
shows
Why
your
the fuck
anger.
are you talking, bro? Shut the fuck up. Chill. Are those gas laws going to have to go along with the laws that we understand of how gas works? No matter what if you want to say it's mixed or not mixed, do they all have to obey those properties that we fundamentally have agreed upon over the centuries of them studying how the gas laws work? Yes or no?
The gas laws apply to an ideal gas. For a non-ideal gas, they are close, approximation. See, this is the problem. You
Okay.
guys
Well, dude, no,
this is
Shill.
the problem, though. You guys are all pseudoscientists,
No,
and you all
Shill,
say that you guys
no,
have said
Shill.
everything has to be
No,
exact. The gas laws you are now applying
dude.
are not exact.
So listen. So when he was saying when he brought up what he brought up, and you just said it right now, Shill, and I'm glad I just exposed you. Now you're
You didn't
answering.
expose me for shit.
Yes, because you're answering what he was trying to get to, but you didn't want to go there because you know you
Why
were
didn't you
about to
just
get
say
wrecked
that
by
the
him.
ideal gas? Why didn't you just say that it's not an ideal gas?
He was
He
staying. He was
didn't
staying
know,
away.
or he was a coward to answer it.
No. He was staying away from your straw man that you're trying to build so you could burn
It's
it
not a
down.
straw man. He
Because
doesn't understand. So now once you get into the ideal gas, once you get into the ideal gas, it doesn't include gravity, and you go into atmospheric pressure that requires gravity. If you look up the definition of atmospheric pressure, we'll talk about weight of gas and the weight of the water above you. Not a
There you
weasel.
go.
Not a weasel. We're talking atmospheric
There
pressure.
it goes. You just said it. What you just said is perfect, because what you were trying to avoid from his position, and it was just a tactic, and I'm just pointing it out for the crowd to listen, and I know they all heard it. You have a tactic to where you wanted to avoid where he was going, because where he was going,
no, he was avoiding where I was going, because he was a coward and wouldn't admit it's not an ideal gas.
Go ahead. Can I jump back in for a
Yeah,
second?
go ahead.
Okay,
you're gonna admit
so
it's
I have
not
a
an ideal
question
gas?
for you.
Are you gonna admit it's not an ideal gas yet? Are you gonna admit that it's not an ideal gas yet?
This is
Hello,
what
I have
we're
a simple
talking
question for
about
you.
right now.
You're answering my
Okay.
question. Why aren't you answering my question? It's standing.
You're scared, right? This is going to
Again,
debunk your
why aren't you
claim.
answering my question? You're scared. You won't even answer the simple fucking question.
Are there
Is
any
the air you breathe an
situations where
ideal
gas
gas? Yes or
particles
no?
are there any situations where gas particles are not pulled down to the earth by gravity?
No, everything's pulled to the earth by gravity.
Okay, so in both situations, you're claiming that the gas particles would be being pulled down to the earth by gravity.
Everything is pulled to the earth.
So what's the point of you asking me what's the difference between ideal gas and atmospheric conditions when you're saying that they get pulled down in either situation anyway, even though the definition, right, this definition doesn't apply to just ideal gas or atmospheric pressure. This is just gas particle movement in general. Okay, this is the official definition of just gas particle movement.
Ideal gas, and usually in a small space. But that's okay. You don't know the assumptions
Okay,
for the ideal gas law,
so
do
they don't do the exact same thing in a small space. Gravity's not there all of a sudden.
Again, see, the problem is you don't know the assumptions for the ideal gas
you don't
law.
know. You get wrecked, and then you just tell me.
That's what he was avoiding.
What is in
That's what he was avoiding.
I'm done. That's it. You got
in a
cooked.
small
Whatever,
container,
bro.
in a small container, how much difference would there be from the top to
His
the bottom
laugh
of the container?
exposed him.
Hey,
I didn't
NASA,
expose shit.
NASA,
know
that's
what he's
what you were
talking
avoiding.
about. We're talking about
You
atmospheric pressure.
self-disclosed.
Let's give him some mercy.
The intonation in
No,
the
don't
laugh
get
they're
These
exposed
guys are
to.
just dumb fucks.
Let's give him
point
some
to
mercy.
point and laugh. It's like all the guys in
realized
the
you were
back of the
calm.
rooms pointing. That fell asleep during the lesson are
It
suddenly
was
know
just-
everything about gas laws.
You got wrecked, bro.
In the
You got
meantime, they want to
established
talk
that you were
about the
real-
ideal gas law, but they won't even admit that atmospheric pressure involves gravity, because we're talking about something macro versus micro.
Hey,
You don't know the assumptions of the ideal gas law,
abstraction.
yet you continue to bring it up.
You know it's an abstraction, and you were just caught defending an abstraction as having actuality.
Yep.
That's
Not
on you.
condescending, because we wouldn't even answer if the
Chemistry.
atmospheric gases are ideal gases. You wouldn't even say yes or no. It was
No,
a simple question.
you got caught, bro.
Again,
I didn't get caught.
bro.
I got caught
Yeah,
by
you did.
idiots who don't understand
Yeah,
the
you
difference.
did. Yeah, you did.
The only thing here, I know you guys are all patting yourself on the back. Hey, way to go! We really
busted,
showed that
bro.
we don't understand shit.
You got
Way
wrecked.
to
You
go!
got wrecked.
Yeah, we're dumb fucks.
No,
We like it.
you're a
You got wrecked.
saboteur. Now you're just
I
ad
got wrecked
homing
by
because you,
so says the
dude.
dumb fucks.
You have
Right,
hate,
right.
dude. You hold so much hate
Who
in you.
better, NASA?
Oh my God, we're talking
The
about
reason why you're
atmospheric
acting out
pressure,
this way is
not
because you
gas
hold
pressure.
so
Gas
much
pressure
hate inside.
is a
No,
small
that's
part
projecting,
of
bro.
Only
Don't
way
don't
that
don't
you are
project
able
them,
to
bro.
get your hate out.
Don't project them, bro.
Who's this asshole talking to me?
Hey, so
No,
hey,
no,
so
no. Don't. That's his projection, bro.
Hey, so Shill. So DJ, I'm glad that DJ jumped back in and then continued the argument because
Yeah, he still didn't answer the question, did he?
because he exposed the exact reason
No,
why you were.
he exposed he doesn't know shit about the
I was
ideal
talking.
gas law.
Shill, I was talking. He exposed the exact reason why you were trying to harp on is it an ideal gas or is it the same as the air you're breathing? Like you did that
Why wouldn't he answer the question?
because you were obfuscating away from the point he was trying to make. And then when he said, "Well, is it affected by gravity?" What was your answer? All things are affected by gravity, right? But then when he postured in a different position, you have to admit, but you guys won't though. But this is your position. But you guys will not admit that
He won't admit that there's gravity. He won't admit that. He wouldn't admit that gas has
Don't
mass.
interrupt.
Mass
He's
attracts
making the
mass.
point.
And he won't admit. He won't admit if you
Stop
like. Have you ever been
interrupting
to
when he's
a
making the
pool?
point.
Have you ever been to the pool and dived to the bottom of the pool and the
Now
pressure's
you're
greater at the bottom
lying.
than the top?
You said gas
Why
is
is the
mass.
pressure? Why is the pressure of a
attempt
pool
diversion
greater at
is
the
making
bottom
the
than the
point.
top?
Just mute him again.
Why is
let
the pressure
OG
on
All
a
right, let
pool
them respond,
greater at
bro.
the
Let them
bottom than
respond.
the top?
Shill, I'm gonna respond to you, okay? Now, when he was talking about gases,
You're not
okay?
answering me. Thank you.
Wait, Shill, when
Because
he
you
was
interrupted to make a red
Shill,
herring
can you
in the
hear me?
mid of OG making his
Can you
point.
guys hear me? Okay,
Yes,
Shill.
OG. We need to
All right.
mute now because he interrupts you when you're making the point.
Yeah, he
Then he
hates
makes
the
a
truth.
red
That's why.
herring,
He's not. No,
and
the
then
truth.
he becomes a. Then he. Yeah. Okay. Just 1 second, guys.
all right,
This is
let me.
very important to establish. OG, 1 second, please, if I may.
All right.
So
Go ahead.
it's very important to keep track of that when you're making a point. That if someone comes in to interrupt you, just as you established a point, although you have some pretext, right? Just as you established a point, they come in like with a whole tantrum. And then if you don't address their tantrum, supposedly you're the one who is bad faith. But the actuality is that you're about to establish a point and they attempt to red herring your point. So please, could you retrace a step back to
Yeah.
the point that you just were interrupted by? Restate that point. He's obviously on mute again. This is just more proof that this guy is intellectually dishonest. But please, for the live stream and for us, restate your point so we just got it present. Thank you.
Yeah. Before I do that, I just want to make this. I want to make this clear real quick. So when Shill does that, he's not new to the argument. It's a tactic. A lot of them do that. Like when you're making a point and they immediately jump in and throw in the nonsense
Come on,
they do.
this two back-to-back
You're
meta,
not,
bro.
can you get
Oh my
muted
God.
too? Can you get muted too?
Gatebreaker, come on.
Gatebreaker, can you mute Gatebreaker, please? Somebody. He doesn't know how to control
I mean,
himself
no,
either.
dude, this has been meta for a little while. We gotta
That's
get it back into another topic.
queue up. That's okay because we have to let the listeners know who we're dealing with. All right. The meta is for the foundation of what we're dealing with and why we're dealing with it. So what happens is because they're not new. This, by the way, listeners, these guys aren't new. They're not new to the argument because you have Globers that come new and they have a lot of questions. They're not defending lies. They're not pushing falsehoods. They actually have questions and they're engaged and they want to learn. These guys, we call them anti-flat earthers.
Yeah, I agree.
No matter what you say, you're wrong because
agree.
they don't believe. Okay, so
we got Bull Knight in here. He's actually one of the best faith and smarter Globers. You want to jump in on any of this debate with any I think we wrapped up that topic kind of, unless you guys want to continue in that, but I don't know if Bull Knight has expertise in air and gas pressure. He's more of like a radio wave guy.
No, I think DJ wrecked him enough. DJ did a good job. No, he exposed National Shield for who he is and what he does and what he doesn't know.
Bull Knight, Bull Knight, I'm curious because I'm looking into like Earth Moon bounces. Have you set up your own instrument for doing that, like yourself, or have you used someone else's like gear?
I've seen other people do it with their gear. I've tried twice with an older setup. I just got a new setup that might have better luck. So
So you couldn't get
quest
it to bounce back?
continues. The 2 times I've tried with the one antenna I had, no.
And do people usually only try with the moon? Do they try other parts in the sky? Like I looked it up like pretty quick, like just for a little bit. And you could bounce it off the ionosphere too. So I was
Not at the
kind of
frequencies
curious.
they use for the moon bounce. That's always a higher frequency. Like 144 megahertz would be the lowest frequency they would use for moon bounce. And then oftentimes they go up into the gigahertz and higher. Which
Yeah.
is the ionosphere is always transparent to those frequencies, as far as we know. We also triangulated the elevation of the ionosphere, and it's a lot closer than the observed delay of the echo for the moon. So unless there's some other medium that has a higher index of refraction than anything else we've ever comprehended by a factor of 1,000, then that's what the assumption of the time delay to distance conversion is based on.
Yeah, it sounds expensive, and it sounds. I mean, if you can't even do it effectively.
Well, my setup is like the bare minimum of theoretically possible, the previous setup, but now I've got 2 new antennas that I'm going to stack to get higher gain. And that'll
It's
be,
funny because NASA show claims he's done it with his own equipment. I don't believe him.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's trivial, but it's like, it is a goal that tens of thousands of people have accomplished and do every day. I don't know, not every day, but the predictions are based on, you know, the
Well,
background. So, okay, here's a good example. So like there are ways to predict when you're going to have the best chances. And one of the inputs of the prediction is the background noise of the patch of sky where the moon is in at this moment. So like some parts of the sky have
wait,
higher
what?
background noise.
Can you say that again? That sounded interesting. I was kind of not completely concentrated.
So different parts of the sky, if you just start pointing a directional antenna in random directions, or even make a big map, different parts of the sky have higher background RF noise, like louder noise. So imagine having a directional antenna or a microphone, right? Like one of those parabolic microphones. Some you point it in one direction, you'll get a lot more background noise than if you pointed it somewhere quieter. That's true for the sky too. So the prediction of, or like the calendars. I'm not on my computer, otherwise I'd post a link to it. I can do that later. The calendars that kind of map out the good days versus the less optimal days for Earth, Moon, Earth. One of the inputs into them is the level of background noise of that part of the sky that the moon is going to be occupying at that moment. If it's in a high noise region of the sky, you're going to have a harder time because your noise floor is going to be lower or higher.
Yeah, I'm like a conspiracy theorist. So my assumption is that it is either not possible to do it with your own instruments, and like you have to kind of go to someone who has it set up with software that kind of gives like a
Oh no,
false
no
intent
software.
to it.
You don't need software to do it.
Well, there's
You can
apparently,
have
I
you
mean,
can have one
from what I
transceiver.
researched, there is software for decoding what the transmission back was.
If they are using one of those digital modes, but you can do CW, you can do voice, and it doesn't need software if you have a big enough station and a good enough receiver on the other end too. I guarantee you, whatever city you live in, you can find a guy who will be more than happy to show you how it's like, show it to you, or a club that has it already set up, like just 24/7 set up ready to go.
I would be very surprised if like you really could bounce uh off like the moon, honestly. It just doesn't seem like I don't have like an actual like concrete idea of like a belief on what the moon is, but like just because I of how many like mediums I think it's there's between it and us. I can't picture, like, I mean, there could be a radio wave that maybe gets through them and then somehow, but like,
You just imagine, you're just evoking things between us and the moon. You don't know they're there, do you?
Yeah, I mean, without software, at its at its most simple, you do the same kind of modulation that is used for Morse code. So it's just modulating a single tone sine wave into the carrier frequency, and you tap out a little pattern, whatever pattern you want. If it works, you hear your pattern back. It's not like this ambiguous, undetectable thing. And there's nothing hooked up to a computer. You got a directional antenna that you set up and pointed at the moon. And if you wanted, you could wait till the moon drifts out of, later that night. The moon's not going to be in that same spot. You can try it again.
Dude, hold up. That's total bullshit, bro. They're not sending patterns to the moon. They send trillions of fucking packets and they get one out of a trillion back into their fucking detection system, which, by the way, they only
You sound really wound up by NASA.
He's really angry,
by the way,
angry.
I know you want to knock down the fucking truth, you idiots, but you're gonna listen though.
This isn't the truth.
So here's what
He's
happened.
talking about lasers. He's talking about lasers. He's not talking about radio.
Okay. So look. Because the question was that they're bouncing fucking lasers off the moon to fucking get a range to it. That was the fucking original question.
No, it was radio. Open your ears.
Queue up. So you okay? So are you gonna believe?
Radio frequency, OJ.
Are you gonna? Okay. So when you're talking about how to bounce off the moon, and if you're gonna use a laser, would you?
No, we're not talking about lasers. Let's all talk about something irrelevant. I'll talk about custard. You talk about lasers, and he can talk about moon.
Okay, so when you're when you're using lasers, so the method that you
the radio wave off the cheese, man.
So
hold on. We're talking about lasers off the reflectors, aren't we not?
Right. No, you're not. Right. That's what I thought.
Let's transition. We can transition to that.
Guys.
No.
They were talking about radio frequencies bouncing off the moon.
I completely misunderstood, because when he said he's setting patterns, that just fucking sound retarded, because they don't do that with lasers at all.
You are correct. No one can do the laser from their backyard. That requires giant fucking equipment, if it even works at all. And even still, it's total bullshit. They send trillions of fucking photons, they say, and they only get one back. They only get one fucking one back. Talking about.
Yeah, it's total bullshit. I know.
No one's sending laser signals in this conversation. No one. You're getting angry for nothing.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't want to talk about that then? That's good if you don't want to, because at least you realize how much bullshit it is. So that's good at least.
Are you drunk?
No, not yet.
Okay. Well, maybe it'll be more interesting.
I think you're further along than you think. I think you're further along than you think you are, Poképhone.
Just buzzed, man.
No, I haven't even drank anything. So not yet, meaning I haven't started even drinking yet. Fuck faces.
But while we're on the topic of lasers, I guess
talk about your planes. Go ahead.
Well, since we could just finish up on the lasers, I guess no
one was talking about lasers, Eden. No one was talking about lasers.
No, I know, but we'll go back to the radio just a moment.
Why do you want to keep talking about something none of us can verify?
Because he had a talking point for lasers, and it was very important.
Sorry.
No. Okay, no. Fuck lasers. So you think they're bouncing radio signals off of dirt in the sky? Is that what you think?
Off the moon, yes. The moon is a giant block of rock. You can bounce radio waves.
So how do you know? So how do you know that? How do you know that?
That's right.
How do you know that?
Well, I will say I know that it's bouncing off something that is either the moon or something where the moon is at that moment.
Okay, so is it fair to say? Is it fair to say that you don't know for a fact that you're bouncing it off the moon, though? Is that fair to say? That it could be something.
I would say we know for a fact, because the geometry, when you use this technique to communicate to somebody else far, far away who's listening by pointing their antenna at the moon, the moon Earth geometry only works for what the moon is.
Okay. So when you have so what if? Let me give you a what if real quick. What if the moon, was surrounded by, like, I don't know, let's say like 100 miles worth of this invisible, like, force field shield or something, just crazy, right? But when we send something up to it, we have been taught and told we're bouncing it off the moon. Now that's why I brought the lasers, because that's when they really said, oh no, we're definitely measuring the distance to the moon because we have these reflectors because we landed and we put them on there. Total all bullshit.
Let's talk about lasers.
But
Let's talk
that's
about
all.
lasers.
No, that's all bullshit. But what I'm saying though is, when somebody comes in here and says, when somebody says, we know for a fact that we're bouncing things off the moon, I would say that's fucking bullshit because you don't know that for a fact. Go ahead.
The thing is if there's something wrapped around the moon that's 100 miles thick, yeah, that means that the moon, yeah, is 100 miles slightly further than the thing you're bouncing the signals off of, which are timing and giving you a distance that they have for the orbit of the moon. Does that get you?
We also know whatever it's bouncing off of is in motion because the Doppler shift that you get, depending on
well, the moon is moving. The moon's moving.
You hate when people interrupt.
The moon's moving.
The moon is moving, so we register and have to account for the Doppler shift on the receive side. Otherwise, you don't even get the signal because you're 200 kilohertz higher than where the signal comes back because of Doppler.
Okay, but the way you're posturing is that what's moving is Earth, and that's just completely false. We're not moving. That's been proven a long time ago. But what
Another non sequitur.
You can call it all you want, but the point being is that if something is moving, if your target's moving and you're going to ricochet something off of it, yes, there will be that ricochet is not going to come directly right back at you. It will have to have it disperses out. Like, yes, we get the way that works.
Pocketbon, you don't sound good at saying that.
I'm sorry, don't say what?
Look, there's a signal bouncing back from something in the position where the moon is. Okay, now what do we draw from that conclusion?
Yeah, because it's put in the firmament. So yeah, there is something up there. We all can agree that there's something up there that we're bouncing it off of. The only difference is you guys believe in your stupid heliocentric model that's been debunked. So then,
bro, we're bored of this. We're all like elite here. No one new here. We're bored of these. My idea, your idea. We know the idea.
Here we go. The interrupter. Right when I was spreading truth right now. Here's the interrupter.
No, go ahead. We want to hear it. Go ahead.
As per usual.
Red carpet, bro.
Shut up.
Par for course. The point being is that I just wanted to address the fact that somebody said we are bouncing off the moon. Now you don't know that. That's the whole point. You do not know that. It's bouncing off
something. Bounce off the sky when the moon is not in that position. So whatever it is bouncing off coincides with where we see the moon.
Exactly.
Okay, so if you have so would you agree that when the sun or the moon in the sky, that things get charged up in one way or another? Would you agree to that?
I don't know what that means.
So, would you say that the atmosphere in the sky, when there's something in the sky, that it gets charged up? Like there's a physical, an actual thing we can measure and test, and that there is a property of some sort that's getting charged up. Would you agree to that?
This is just gibberish.
No, it's not gibberish. I'm trying to word it.
I would need to see some evidence of that.
I'm trying to word it in a way so you guys just don't go, nuh-uh. I'm just trying to
Why don't you word it in a way where you're explicit about what you're proposing is there, rather than just saying, "Oh, there could be something charged, therefore you're wrong."
Because the sun is clearly there's clearly an electric charge to it, and it's clearly
Why are we talking about the sun now.
It's clearly because the moon is the same thing. They both do the same thing. They're in the sky.
The moon is. I'm
glad you said that, because you know what? A lot of these idiots think that you can bounce something off the sun and you get a distance.
Look at all this emotion.
I said I couldn't do that. I didn't.
Okay.
So it turns out radio waves can be bounced off the sun. I realized that Witsit told you that wouldn't work, but Witsit is dumb.
No. You think radio waves can be bounced off the sun and it's hitting 93 million miles away, right?
Yeah.
You believe that, right? Yeah, you're a fucking idiot.
Yes.
If you think that a radio...
Pocketbon, let me get in real quick, bro.
Okay, wait. Why don't we... I just...
Hey, what's up? Let me get in real quick.
So, like I said,
What ended up happening was eventually we get to the point that I was trying to make, though. I was just trying to see if they would go along with me, because in their paradigm, in the overall, this is what they tell us. that the ionosphere, it gets charged up and there's like plasma. That's what they say that happens at the at that height. And I was just trying to like see if they would go along that path with me and then point out like this is what you guys believe, right? Like that, because during the day the ionosphere, as it's activated and charged, it goes higher, or it's at a higher altitude, and then as the day calms, the coolness goes and the sun goes away, then that layer drops. I was just trying to see if they can be at least honest with themselves in their own paradigm, kind of testing them, seeing if they even know their own paradigm. But they eventually like kind of like then they get what I'm saying. They're like, oh, okay, yeah. But it was just proving the fact that it's not, that the sun's 93 million miles. Matter of fact, they even say that we can shoot radio waves to the sun. That's something else they say down the road. That triggered the fuck out of me. I was like angry, like what? Well, I was so mad at them. Like just the dumb shit they were saying, defending their heliocentrism. But in Q Up server, that's like all the guys that got banned from everywhere else, all the Globers. Then they go there, amongst other servers.
Why did he say there's an electric charge to the sun? That didn't make any sense.
No, so when I was trying to I was trying to get them to understand, and I even said like just kind of like a hypothetical, like a makeup. I went to La La Land, like Narnia, with them because that's what heliocentrism is. So I was like, okay, would you agree that there's something that's essentially exciting the sky? Now, in their paradigm, they're saying that the ionosphere gets charged up and there's a plasma, right? That's like the how you say it? That's like the not normal. That's the lore. That's the story. That's what we're told. We're told that there's a charged plasma up at the top, right? Like in textbooks. This is what they teach, right? So I was telling them like, okay, if so I was like doing like a scenario. Okay, if the sun is charging up, like activating the sky as it comes, over us, wherever you're at, anywhere across the world, when it gets into the sky, when you start to see the sun start shining, now it's daytime, and it activates the sky, and there's this like measurable, calculatable like charge that that can be described, and then as it goes away, that so does that charge, because then so when it excites, the ionosphere is like at a certain altitude, and then as it goes away, it drops. And this is part of their paradigm when they're saying they're going to shoot a signal long distance, that they're going to bounce it off the ionosphere, but it changes from day to night because they say that elevation drops. So I was just like going into their world, but pointing out stuff just to see if they would like grasp what I was saying, because there was somewhere that I was taking them to in regards to like proving you don't know that you're bouncing it off the moon. So does that make sense now? Like now that you have like the context?
I mean, what is being bounced off of the moon? Where
They were talking
what are
about
you
radio.
talking?
They're talking about radio signals, about bouncing like radio
Radio signals
transmissions.
are bounced off of radio towers. That's it.
Yeah, yeah. So their argument was that they can bounce it off the moon, and they do bounce it off the moon, and that hammer. That was like the whole like argument, but for some
Oh,
reason, yeah, that was the argument originally, and then for some reason, I could have swore I heard Q-Op talking about bouncing lasers off their shields off the moon that they said that they landed and put it there. Somewhere in that conversation, I thought I heard that, and then that pissed me off. I'm like, dude, no, you're not bouncing off lasers.
Well, what
So
purpose does that serve? Did they get to why they would be doing that? Because it doesn't make any sense either.
I think so. I don't know if you guys heard the entirety of the whole conversation, but where it
I
was.
just joined in like 10 minutes ago, actually.
Oh, okay. So like an hour before this part, if you were listening to the full thing, maybe even longer, or maybe a little bit less, but wait, previously before what you were hearing, the conversation was talking about atmospheric ducting and how that's this guy Perfect Storm. He was saying that they have like 306 miles is the refraction coefficient. If you add a refract coefficient, that you can see 306 miles. That just completely pulled it out the side of his neck. He has no way to reference how he got that. He just said atmospheric ducting. Then in the conversation of it, I was drilling him and kind of holding his feet to the fire on that, because I was like, dude, you don't even like understand that atmospheric ducting is highly it's unreliable. And he was like, and he contradicted himself, and he said, no, it is reliable. I said, no, it's not. I said, dude, look it up right now. You'll learn. Like, look it up. It's not reliable. Because you won't be perfect all the time you use it. And then eventually he did kind of concede. He's like, okay, well, I meant, and then he changed it up. But the whole conversation was just all over the place. So to be honest, but it was a lot of nonsense being said from the Globe side for sure. And they kept like contradicting themselves. And I'm glad when DJ started talking to him, because DJ is way more calm than me, obviously.
Oh, wait, you're a flat earther. I didn't realize.
Yeah, no
I just
worries.
joined in 10 minutes ago.
Oh, no, so you believe in the Globe, huh? That's interesting. I wonder if how
No,
you would.
I don't believe in science. I don't subscribe to beliefs. I don't do that. But
okay.
Frame it however you want, sure.
Do you know that the Earth is something like the shape, or you just like whatever they taught you in school?
I mean, well, beyond what they taught me in school, but yeah, I do know that the Earth is a globe.
What's the
Yeah,
evidence for that? What evidence do you have for that?
it's basic scientific. Is basic evidence. Like, hold on. You calculate the radius or the fucking circumference of the Earth, and
Do you know the math? Do you know the formula to calculate the radius?
well, I'm not necessarily no mathematician, but
Okay.
I am.
You're saying
I'm like
somebody did it.
I'm vaguely. I'm vaguely familiar with how to argue with this topic. It gets draining after some point, so I don't really entertain it too much. I just play devil's advocate at this point. But
Okay.
to just to put your answer to provide you a pretty simple answer. I don't believe in anything.
Okay.
I know what I know. But yeah, I was just asking that question. I was curious. That's it.
Oh,
I'm
no
not
worries.
trying to have it.
Just a food for thought.
So,
all right. Can you hear me? You're breaking up, or is that me? Is that? Can you hear me all right, or are you breaking up? I can't tell because you okay. You're roboting, so I don't know if it was me or you.
I can hear y'all fine. My shit just be
Okay, now I can hear you. For some reason, you were like roboting for me right now. It might have been me though. I don't know. But I was gonna say just like food for thought.
no.
So food for thought. The radius of 3959 has been debunked. So my question to you is, how do you still believe in it if it's been debunked?
Well, it's been debunked supposedly by individuals in me.
I don't know if that's you or me, buddy. I'm not sure. I can't hear you. Is that me though? Like, can you hear me talking? I couldn't hear you.
Just
Is that
fine.
hit? Logical? Is that him or me? I can't tell. Yeah. Okay. Okay. All right. So it's you. So something wrong with your connection. Want to try that again? Wait, maybe we could hear you this time.
I said it's supposedly been debunked by individuals in the community, constructed of individuals or yourself. Jesus. You know,
It's
individuals
roboting
as
bad.
yourself as any type of great figure.
You're roboting bad, dude. I can't understand what you're saying.
I don't know.
Maybe rejoin. Can you rejoin the room? Can you rejoin the room? Can you rejoin the room? Like leave and come back.
Or is it real? I think all that has a dump.
Let's try now. 70. Can you try now? 70. Can you talk?
Make is a nice
How's it going, GG? I think 70 might have been worse, maybe, because now you're not even talking. Logic, I've seen that before. The video you posted in the side chat. I find that interesting. And I've even seen the video like where they show it like put it in and the way it kind of looks like just like the way we see in the sky. It is interesting. Pretty interesting. I don't know if we'll ever know or not. I have seen also some really cool videos of them recording the sky, and then there's just like this ripple, like almost like a wave, like over a body of water. Like you throw a rock in, you see like the. I've seen that before too. That's even guys live streaming all the time. You see that a lot, like this like weird wave just like transgress across the moon, or even just across the sky. And it's like, what is that? That's crazy when you see that live. 70, you better now?
My connection is just not going to let me really have any debate right now.
It's better now.
Well, my response a minute ago was it's been debunked by individuals like yourself, a part of a community constructed of individuals like yourself. I don't really look at you guys as authority figures and credible sources of information for one. And not only that, it's not some appeal to authority type of fucking whatchamacallit, I forget what it's called in psychology, but it's not a fallacy. It's not just. There's a difference between a fucking authoritative or whatchamacallit, authority fallacy, or however it's fucking framed. There's a difference between that and what I'm referencing. But it's neither. It's neither. It's neither of that. I just recognize a lot. Like you can sit here and break down your science, and I don't really like understand how you have some type of actual like I don't know. I don't it doesn't make sense when you look at actual science and you look at what you guys try to break down. Things just start going into a world of delusions and that just starts messing with me. I'm never
Well, just to correct you, it's not science. It's we're just doing math and observations
well,
that we're
math is
applying math
science.
to.
Math is
You're in the
science.
you're in the wrong classroom, buddy. Math is not science.
What?
It is though.
Hey, listen.
I mean,
Brother, my bro.
it's
Have you
scientific
heard
thinking.
of Yeah, bro. Have you heard of the STEM fields? STEM, STEM. You heard of that? It's
Yeah,
very
I
well
mean,
known. Yeah, it stands for
right. Yeah,
science, 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 and science. Right?
sure. If that's how you want to frame that, what the fuck? I
Oh,
mean,
it
but
stands for
everything really
science,
does revolve around it.
technology, engineering, and
And
mathematics. Right? So
mathematics,
they're
yeah,
four
yeah, yeah,
different things. Right? Different things. Right?
yeah,
You get his point then, right?
yeah. I mean, he's kind of making the same point I am, but I don't know why
No,
he's
he's
being
not.
sarcastic about it.
No. He's letting you know that math is separated
Is at the
from
end
science.
of STEM, yeah, which stands for science, technology, engineering, and math. Yeah. Oh, there's supposed to be differentiation because of the fact that these different fields have some
Yeah,
major
they're
impacts in the
different
world in
fields,
different
dude.
ways.
Oh
Yes,
my
but you
goodness,
didn't hear
dude.
the fact that I just
Hey,
pointed out the fact.
you
I
want to
just
know
pointed out
what,
the fact that
brother?
mathematics is scientific thinking, and you started breaking down that. That made no
What?
sense.
What are you talking about?
What are you talking about?
No, dude. Science is mathematical thinking. That's how it works.
Okay, well, you can say that if you want to.
No,
That's what
actually,
he
I
is
know the
saying.
answer. The answer is science, technology, engineering, mathematics all use the English language to convey their ideas, so it's just English class.
It's just English at this point.
Okay, bro. Listen,
I
I just
mean,
want to
it's
help you out. Not
if you're
everything
gonna be
is
real,
science.
like
Not listen. Not everything is science.
if you're gonna try because that's really just like
What are you
that's
talking, dude?
beyond.
You're trying to tell me that
I know
like
because
everything is
I
science,
was just
bro.
being specific. You're almost like borderline jumping beyond a game of semantics into some other shit. I don't even know what that is,
Oh, you
but
mean
okay.
just like being real? You know, like science is one field, technology is another field, engineering is
I
another
mean, yeah, I
field,
just point out the fact
mathematics
that
is
they all
another
have like
field.
distinct levels of fucking like impact on the world and shit. I literally just ended that statement off with saying that mathematics is scientific thinking. That's all I said. I don't know why you're sitting here having a
Okay,
whole monologue
how's
about
it?
it.
How's mathematics
You're
scientific?
turning
Okay,
a fucking
all right, man. All right. So
anthill
then,
into a mountain,
how
and
is
that is like
mathematics?
redundant.
No, dude. No, let's be clear. Let's be clear here, dude. You just impugned my intelligence with your ad hominem slidery earlier. Okay,
What ad
that's what you did.
hominem? What are you talking about? I didn't even attack you.
Yeah,
I
dude. You
didn't
said
attack
flat
anybody
earthers have
actually.
their ideas about science, which are really not nothing,
That's
and they're
not an ad
dumb.
hominem. I was just pointing out the fact that flat earthers have their science. You guys have your belief in what you believe in, and that's just what I'm pointing out. That's all. You just tried to do the same thing, or whoever it was a minute ago, by saying, "Oh, you're a glober. You believe in science. You believe in science of the globe Earth and all this shit." Like it's the same thing. You don't get to try to sit here and feel disrespected. Doesn't make any sense.
No, dude, science is just science, dude. It's
No,
not
I
like
mean it
globe
is.
science.
So, okay, all right.
Right. So, like, water is the gold standard of level throughout all of human antiquity, right?
You don't have to drag this on. You do realize, like, this is like that's a redundancy. You
What
beating
are
the
you
dead
talking?
horse.
No, I'm not, dude. I'm just talking about a topic like water, right?
Okay. I mean, I hope you're not talking. You must be speaking to the room then, not me. Never mind.
Well, I mean, I figured we go into specifics. We
I
talk about
told
we
you
talk about
I'm here to
science.
listen. I don't know why you and the other dude thought I kind of came here. You guys must have been here the other day when I came in here all crazy and shit. And that's
Nah.
not me every day. That's not me every day. I just be doing that
No,
sometimes.
I
That's
did. Look, I'll just wrap it up I'll wrap it up in 30 seconds. This simple. Science, the physical and natural world, how we observe it, how we experience it, how we test it, how we deal with it.
right.
So I got a level. Level works on fluid dynamics, right? You hold the little air bubble in the center. You hold your
I
level
know what
level.
I know what it is. I
Okay,
know how it
listen.
works.
Yeah, I know. Listen, dude. When I gave you the cue, I'll wrap it up in 30 seconds. That was your cue to let me wrap it up, not your cue to, I know what it is while I'm speaking. I mean, that's so annoying, bro.
When you're elaborating on something very minute for over 10 seconds, that's annoying. But go on, continue.
Well, that's my privilege, being the boss. Anyway, so water, right? That's how it works. But you can also use water in a trough to level, or you can put it in a tube at two different ends and level something. And water covers 70% of the Earth's surface. And water is the standard for sea level, which is how we get all our elevation profile. So since water is the global standard, right, which just means universal, that we use everywhere to
There you go
benchmark
again.
everything to level, right? That being the case, you just measure the water, show it's not curving, and then you prove that 70% of the Earth isn't curving, and that all those elevation profiles are between two horizontal planes parallel with the mean sea level. And therefore, the Earth is flat. The end.
If that's what helps you sleep at night, fine, sure.
Yeah. The physics of water and how everybody's experienced it since the dawn of humanity helps me sleep at night, bro. You see, the problem with people like you is you want to act like you're not denigrating me, but you say things like, if that helps you sleep at night, like I'm being absurd or ridiculous, or I'm not saying something that's obviously true.
Okay, man. All right. You believe that. That's fine. I hear you. You don't have to.
Oh, I believe that water is the standard for flat and level throughout human history. I just believe it. It's not just a fact.
You really want to argue with that is
Oh, no, but
crazy.
dude, you keep telling me this is some kind of like belief that I hold, as if it's just a mere belief and it's not just the way the world works and everybody uses it.
Again, I'm here to play devil's advocate, so I'm here to hear y'all out and just,
Okay, so the appropriate devil's advocate play to what I just said is that, okay, you're correct that if the level water which covers the Earth is indeed measured to not be curving, then the Earth is obviously flat. However, my contention is that it does curve. That's the proper play. There is no other play, because if the water is level, and it is 100%, if that level is either wrapped around a giant ball or it's laying flat, those are the only options.
this conversation has been had about 100 times since I've been in this chat. I don't even like having it. So again,
Listen, we absolutely understand that Globers don't like having the conversation that the stuff that covers 70% of the Earth is not curving. Yeah, we know that.
no.
We're well aware.
First of all, normal people, which you're trying to refer to, don't like having the same conversation over and over and over again because it's one of Einstein's definitions of insanity. You can come back to it and revisit it when you have like the will to do that, but when you just want to listen to other people argue about it, that's just kind of what it is.
Hey, when you go into a server that says football, like NFL, do you expect to talk about baseball and tennis and soccer? And then complain
Do you expect to have a conversation and argue with somebody that just said that they're not in here to have a conversation and argue, but rather just like listen?
And then complain to the people in.
You don't fucking use your brain cells, so I can see why you're a flat earther. That makes sense.
And then complain to the people inside that NFL
You're still
server.
like yapping and you're not saying anything at all.
You're gonna tell
you're
them
like
why
making a bunch of noise right now, dude. Just shut the fuck up.
And then you're gonna tell them, why are you guys
All
talking
right,
about football?
Apocryphon. I can't hear you say "and then" one more time, dude, or I'm gonna stab my ears.
Well, it's just morons like him that just constantly have to insistently overtalk you to cut off. I was really going to be done.
I mean, I have to overtalk you because you're not saying anything at all.
brother.
You're trying to make
I
a
got my
point that's
point
mute.
out.
You're making a mute point. That's the
It's
point.
not a moot point, brother.
No, I mean it is though, because you're talking about, well, why are you complaining about this, that, and the third?
Oh, that, sure.
I
Yeah, I
just said
understand.
that I didn't come in here to have a conversation. I came in here to listen.
Then why are you talking? Then shut up.
All right.
Because you guys are trying to keep pushing the conversation with me. I'm here to listen.
Just stop talking to
I'll talk, I'll
Apocryphon.
listen.
That Apocryphon will piss me off, and then I'll mute him. There we go. Problem solved. But I got my point across. My point across is that the Earth is obviously flat and level, just like the water demonstrates, and that's Glober's kryptonite. I rest my case.
How dare you talk about how the Earth is flat and a flat Earth server, Overlord? How dare you?
I mean, you are literally a flat earther because you don't use your brain cells. Obviously, you just demonstrated that right now by not listening to a single thing that was just said. You just showed that. So there you go.
You're an idiot, dude. You're an idiot, dude.
No, I mean,
Just
you're
an idiot.
literally an idiot because I just came in here and just pointed out the fact that I'm not here to debate, and you're talking about, well, why aren't you not debating?
I
Why
wasn't
aren't you
talking to
asking that?
you.
Or, like,
I talked to Overlord. I didn't
All
talk to
right,
you. I
we're
was talking to
not. All
Overlord.
right, we're not going over it again.
Fucking schizo.
So, Pakfan, don't try to get the last word.
Yeah, no, I was talking to you though, by the way. But I mean, I don't know. If you don't want me to defend myself when someone's like calling me names, even though I'm talking to you, like that's kind of weird to me, though.
We're going to talk about it for another 20 minutes. All right, so he said he wants to listen, so talk about some information. Why don't you do your little sea skimmer missile radar presentation that you got prepared?
Yeah, you could. I mean, we could talk about how the military has a radar system, the A1 ANM Spy 1 radar, and it could pick up a drone 10 feet off the water that's over 150 miles away. And there's a real account story when it was in the Mediterranean, when the Houthis shot a drone to USS Truman. The radar's 50 feet off the sea level, right, off the surface of the ocean. And if you do that math, that would have been impossible. Matter of fact, that drone would have had to been 1,280 feet in the air for it to see it if it was a curved surface of water. So things like that can be presented to this, to an individual. Like, I guess it's up to you to either get it or not. Like whoever that's a royal you, like whoever you are. You either understand that we have equipment that can spot a drone 10 feet off the water, and it has happened, and then that just debunks a 39, 59 mile radius curve. It's that simple. So you go look into it if you want. There's countless of observations that debunk a 39, 59 mile radius. It's just, I don't know, at this point, I don't know how 2026. I don't know how people can still believe that the Earth is a globe. It's really weird to me. It's almost like, imagine finding somebody in 10th grade and they still believed in Santa Claus. You're like, dude, like didn't you learn that back like in like kindergarten, first grade, like when they finally told you Santa Claus is fake? I don't know. That's what it is.
I still believe that ships disappear over the horizon. That's like the Easter Bunny.
Right. Yeah. They're like, oh yeah, ships disappear. Oh, okay, really? Here's a video of a ship being 13 miles out. It didn't disappear, did it?
Yeah. What's brighter, 10 nautical miles of reflective water surface or the tiny hull of a ship?
Right.
See, when you apply physics to the problem, then it becomes quite clear what it is.
I just apply psychics to my problem. They just tell me what I need to hear. And then I pay them $5. Done.
Madame Cleo?
Does she have a crystal ball?
No, it's Madam Leo.
Wow. It's
Yeah, she tells me the ISS is totally in space orbiting the Earth in LEO, LEO, LEO.
And a good old low Earth orbit.
I like Neil deGrasse Tyson's take on that. He basically said they're not in space. He said they're only this far away from the Earth. They're basically just high altitude. When people think of being in space, this isn't what they think of. This is an absolute sham and a joke, and literally a big waste of time. It's not space. Nobody's itch to go to space is being scratched by just going high up and seeing the black sky and the blue sky. It's like that's not space, bro. It's not the hopes and dreams of mankind going into the great star ocean and finding new worlds and new adventures. It's a laugh.
Yeah, what does he say? 2 centimeters off the beach ball? Did he say centimeters or millimeters? I forgot what he said. One of those. Maybe it's millimeters.
Well, if you shrink the globe down to 1/10 millionth of its original size, the ISS would be 40 millimeters above the surface, and Felix Baumgartner's jump would be like 4 millimeters above the surface.
Yeah. And he even said it's flat in all directions. You don't see the curve of the earth, he said. Their own, lab coat, trusted authority, kind of like what Sandy was saying earlier, that he doesn't respect us as authorities, but I would assume that
And you know what, brother?
Neil was one.
I wouldn't mind seeing Neil deGrasse Tyson play Dizzy Gillespie in a life pick.
He looks like him.
Yeah, Dizzy. You know Dizzy Gillespie,
Yeah,
right, man?
yeah,
I mean,
yeah. He does.
I wouldn't say he really looks like him, but he does have that kind of like
That
loose,
look
flapping cheek thing going on.
looks like he can play him.
Yeah.
Flappy cheeks.
Man, Dizzy Gillespie, man, when he blows that horn, his cheeks get so big. It's crazy.
I remember hearing a story on him, how he was told not to play like that because that's the wrong way to play, and it ended up making him famous. I think when he
Yeah,
was
dude. I
little.
don't know anybody else. I don't know anybody else who plays the trumpet or anything like that. He's the only person I know.
Yeah, I remember hearing a long time ago, like a story, like somebody told him don't do that, but that's the only way he knew how to do it. So he ended up getting famous off of it, even though he was told not to play that way.
Oh man. You know, you can do science without any math.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty interesting. You can do math without any science.
Right. That was funny when you go STEM stands for science, 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 and science, right? That was funny. That was a good one. And I don't think he got it at first. He didn't understand what you were saying.
Well, it's to be fair, it's a repeated interaction. It's not the first time I've had that interaction. I've heard such things as, well, you can use math when you do science. Okay. So a composition fallacy. You can use math when you do science, therefore math and science. Like, that doesn't even make sense.
All right. That's why I told him you're in the wrong classroom. You brought the wrong books today, Go get the right ones.
Well, that's why I took offense to the whole thing, because I could have sworn I heard guys have like your science. And I'm like, what?
He did say that.
Yeah.
And here's what's weird, AI, is that he's saying that as if that's supposed to be like a diss of some sort, when but we're going by like actual science, and then it's kind of like projection, because it's really that would be thrown on him, like, you guys have your quote unquote science when it's just all math. It's pseudoscience. So that's actually something to be said to him, but he was just projecting at that point, trying to discredit us in our position, actually sticking to what science is and the way it should be.
Oh man, why don't they have 24-hour hardware stores with chips? Or even if they had a 24-hour Walmart still, I could get some caulk. Like DAP or
Sounds funny.
Dynaflex 230. Yeah, some nice Dynaflex 230.
They don't have
Hey,
24-hour Walmarts where you're at anymore?
no, dude, Walmart canceled 24-hour Walmarts altogether. There aren't anymore. Maybe there's like one or two. I think it's in China. But I'm pretty sure the United States has 0.
Yeah, that was cool when they were 24 hours, even around here.
Dude, I lived in Savannah, and we had 7 Walmarts within driving distance. And I think at least 5 of them were 24 hours. The one on the beach out towards Tybee Island, that wasn't 24 hours. I know that.
Yeah, we used to go like really late. Like, they used to have an arcade in the Walmart. They had like 6 or 7 video arcade games, and we'd go like 2 in the morning to go play video games at Walmart. Good times. That was a long time ago, though.
Anyway, so I was coming back from the south one time, and I was in New York. And I'm just like, all right, there's a Walmart. I'm going to go in and do some shopping. So I start walking in, start looking around, see what I want. And the people are looking at me weird. And I'm like, all right, what's going on here? And then finally, one of them walks over and goes, hey, man, we're closed. I'm like, what the heck, man? Walmart's 24 hours, dude. And he's like, oh, no, we ain't. We're just stockmen. And I'm like, oh, dang. And so then I left the Walmart. And I don't know if they called or something, but I guess either that or some police saw me. And they followed me to the gas station, and I have my 4-wheel drive on. And so you know how you can't take smooth turns with your 4-wheel drive on. And so like my truck was skipping a little, and so they were like, "Oh," they pulled me over like, "Oh, well, you having trouble driving or something?" I'm like, "Dude, I got my 4-wheel drive on." They're like, "Oh, well, you just walked in that Walmart." I'm like, "Yeah, dude, Walmart's 24 hours."
Yeah, it sucks that they stopped.
And I'm like, "It's not my fault. Your city's lame."
That's funny. You used to find some crazy people in Walmart at 24 hours, though. Like in the early hours in the morning, like 1, 2, 3 in the morning. There'd be some crazy people in there.
Dude, I go to Walmart and do observations. Like you find yourself a really long run, and then put like a couple of soup cans down at one end. Then you go down all the way to the other end, do some drop shots to the ground, see what different things you can get to disappear on the bottom.
Yeah, I've done that in Home Depot before. Set up a brick and put like stacked bricks. And then I even had my buddy walk away, so that way you can literally see like his shoes start to disappear into the concrete. And I did my camera.
Dude, these Globers be acting like
you tell them, hey, if I had a brick and I just kept walking away with it, would it ever disappear in your field of view? They'd be like, yeah, eventually get too small to see. And then you say, well, what if I stacked 20 bricks on top of it? Would you be able to see those 20 bricks? Oh yeah, of course. Okay, but you agreed that the bottom brick you can't see. So that means you're looking at a stack of bricks where you can't see the bottom. And
Right.
then their brain explodes.
Right.
Like they're thinking like if angular resolution or any of those types of things occurred, that it would affect all the bricks. It's like, well, if the bottom brick I can't see because it's too small to see, then I couldn't see the rest of the bricks either.
Right. It's for some reason they can't grasp that. Like you and like you're saying, you'd be like, well, hold on, if the bottom one disappeared because it got too far away and small, what about the top ones? Like they don't understand like angular resolution. Like it's really weird.
Yeah, well, eventually, as you're stacking the red bricks, you'd have enough bricks to defeat the angles of propagation versus the angles of reception to be greater than your limit, and then
Right.
you'd start to see red. So you'd be able to see the top portion, but you wouldn't be able to see the bottom portion because the bottom portion has the most acute angle, which means it's not
Right.
capable of defeating that previous relationship I just mentioned.
Right. And I don't know like why so many of them can't grasp that. It's really weird. You would think you would think that should be one of like the easiest things for them to understand and grasp, but it's really not. That
Well, it's like if the light is coming in, if light is coming in at 0 degrees, or straight into your eye, you're not going to resolve it. And then if it's coming in just above 0 degrees, but below your limit, you're not going to resolve it. And it just so happens that that's going to happen if something's way far out in the distance, right? Because it's going to be the closest it can be to coming straight at you.
Oh. Learn it in art class.
Now, look, there are some valid contentions to that when it comes to different altitudes and all this kind of stuff like that. But regardless, it seems like an obvious fact that they won't concede.
Yeah.
Because it should be happening. Look, it should. If the Earth is a globe, that should still be happening anyway. Like you should have things disappearing because the Earth is curved. You should have things disappearing because of the propagation angles and the angular resolution loss and how they're coming in. You should have things disappearing because of atmospheric effect. You should have all kinds of reasons things are disappearing, not just Earth curve.
Right. But that's all they need for their boat to go over the horizon. Really weird. And I could honestly say that I learned perspective and angles, all that stuff I learned in grade school, but in art class, not in science class, not in math class. Like I learned that in art class. So that's what's kind of weird, right? Like it wasn't even science or math that taught me that. It was art class that taught me how things disappear at the vanishing point and the way they
So yeah,
angle.
but if you go to science or physics class, what do they show you? They show you a bunch of side profile. What's it
Mm-hmm.
called? Man, what are those
Orthographic.
called? Yeah, they show you a bunch of orthographic views as if that's how you see reality.
Exactly.
Like you see reality like a blueprint. It's like, good grief, dudes.
Exactly, dude. Talk about a bait and switch, huh? They're like, this is reality. And then they give you some not reality.
Jedi, it's late and I can't get any cock.
It doesn't come out right.
That is the way. That's the weirdest way I've been woken up. I'll tell you. Fucking hell. Jedi, it's late and I need some cock. I didn't think I was going to be hearing that this morning.
Do you guys have 24-hour hardware stores?
No, dude. You'll barely find a 24-hour supermarket these days like you were talking about with Walmart.
Do you have 24-hour knife stores?
Wow.
Wow. Yeah. Muslims own them, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. Yeah, they're owned by the Muslims. Hey, matter of fact,
have you ever gotten curious? Because you know that caulking is just a tube that squirts white stuff out the end. But have you ever gotten curious and wondered why did they name this thing such a homophonic double entendre? Have you ever researched that?
No, but I'm sure they knew what they were doing.
I finally did one day, and it's actually quite interesting. It's actually named after birds.
Really?
Yeah, so you know how all right, so you know how birds fly around and then they take a dump and it's
Yeah.
just like this white goop that just comes flying out the sky. And sometimes
Yes,
it's got brown chunks in it.
It's their pee and poop
But
mix.
you know, like that,
Yeah.
yeah, it's like just one big white smear. It's pretty much named after that, dude.
Wow. Never knew that.
Yep.
Hey, speaking of 24-hour stores, some 7-Elevens sell like stuff like that sometimes, depending on the owner. But sometimes you might be able to find like stuff like that, like hardware stuff inside a 7-Eleven, which is 24/7.
Yeah.
Sometimes you might find like a store that has like some off the wall orders that they sell.
Well, let me see when the hardware store opens in the morning.
Or
I gotta get a
CVS.
piece of trim too.
You have CVS's are over there? Usually hardware stores are 6 a.m. Do you have a CVS? CVS also sometimes sells that stuff.
Yeah, but there ain't nothing 24 hours anymore.
Uh,
The only thing at 24 hours around here is what's it called?
what about a donut shop? You
Cumberland
don't got like a
Farms.
Winchell's or something?
No, only thing 24 hours is Cumberland Farms and one McDonald's.
Oh. Yeah, over here in California, there's all kinds of 24-hour things. There's like speakeasies too. You can go there and
They don't open till 8 a.m. What the heck?
you could party all night, all morning in LA.
Oh, dude, I wanted to have it dry, man. I wanted to be dry and painted before the guys come in and put the server in there.
Mm,
Put a little server rack and this
nice.
alcove inbuilt shelf, which is really done, just vast. And so the
Yeah.
seams aren't good, so I was just gonna caulk the seams and then, just paint it all white so it looked all right.
Was it like a telco room or something?
No, it's just a shelf. Like
Oh,
it's not very big. No, it's like 3 and something feet wide. No, it's almost exactly 3 feet wide and 16 inches tall and 12 inches deep.
cool.
All right. So that means there's no reason for me to wake up early. That's nothing I can do. Well, you know what?
Saturday.
Actually, no, that's wrong. You're wrong, bro. Let me see when Walmart opens. Walmart has Dynaflex 230, and that is legit. 6 a.m. Okay. But I still need the piece of trim. You know what? I got trim in my shed, but it might not be white. It might not be pre-primed.
Nice.
Dynaflex 230 takes 2 hours to dry. It's kind of lame. The only thing that really dries really, really fast is that plastic wood stuff.
This time when you go buy some, make sure you buy 2 to have backup for times like this. That way you don't have to worry about
Well,
it
the problem
again.
with this season is you can't keep caulking in your vehicle.
You don't have like a storage. You can't put in like a cool cold storage.
Yeah, but the point is, if you got to leave and go get it, depends on where you are if it's worth it.
That's true.
You know, because sometimes you got to calculate a great circle route. You can't just like go straight there.
you gotta account for that curved surface, dude. Or else you're gonna run out of gas.
That's right. That's right.
That's funny. That was a good one. Like the way you threw that in there.
What? Well, ultimately, this little shelf is going to have a server rack, a whole bunch of wires going into the front, maybe a backup power supply, and a router, and then all that is going to be covered in some kind of closet door or something. So ultimately, you'll never even see this thing. So whatever. If Walmart has plastic wood, I'll get it, and then I'll slap that in there as soon as I get there. That'll dry quick. That'll at least fill the gaps. Then it can just stay exposed wood.
That'll suffice. All right. Good luck on your search for the cock. Good night. You guys have a good one. Talk to y'all later. I'm out of here.
Jedi, what's new?
I'm Donald Trump, and I approve this message.
All right. I guess I better get off and walk home. I can go to sleep. All right. Good night.
So I guess they would have to have some sort of above, getting a greater perimeter.
No. Well, so like what a lot of these anti-flat earthers like what they'll argue is that they'll say it's a network, and they're right. They're not wrong about that. There is a network to where the destroyer will be communicating with the high altitude plane or balloon or satellite or whatever towers. Like there is a network that is involved with the overall system.
That makes
But
sense. Yeah.
but the A1 spy radar, that itself is its own though. Like it can set up a perimeter by itself. It doesn't need the assist of other planes, looking out farther away. Now to get like 1,000 miles out, then yeah, they would use like a network itself. But the destroyer itself, by its own, I forgot the way they word it, by its own like seat, if you will, from where it's planted, like that can set up a perimeter of 300 miles around.
Okay,
But
so and that could only work on a flat Earth. That wouldn't be able to work on a globe.
yeah, in no way can that ever work on a surface dropping away from you, because that's not how radar works. And which is really weird that these guys that do know radar, that's why they jump into ducting. That's why they jump into like it's atmospheric ducting. But that's why I asked. In reality, you think the military that's supposed to be like, they're going to be very careful on the technology they use, because it can't fail. It can't be 5 out of 9 times in 6 months. Like, no, it has to be 100 out of 100 out of 100. Like, that's it. Like they have to have that communication working all the time. Lives are in stake here. You know what I mean?
That
Like, you
makes
can't.
sense. So let's say if it was propaganda, let's say if they're just putting that out there to the public, for their, let's say enemies are reading this. Oh, they can see us for 300. Let's say practically, do you think it can see a little bit less, maybe like half of that, but that still beats the globe, right? That debunks the globe even at half.
No, I would actually argue just knowing that they're always ahead, years ahead of the public ever knowing anything. So like when we find out that they have something that goes 150 miles, that means it's already going 300 miles. When we find out it's going 300 miles, that means it's going probably 700 miles. Like, you get what I'm saying? They're always ahead. And
Okay.
it's always
Yeah.
it's always like classified information. And if we know about it, and if they declassified it, that means they've already moved on. Like last time I was talking to somebody, I was like, dude, they had they had like T3 lines back when we were like doing barely, like we barely found out about T1. And then at first he's like, what the fuck? There's no such thing as T3. And then he learned, like a flat earther had to teach him, like, no, there is T3 line. You just didn't know about it because that information isn't for everybody. So I get it. Like a lot of us flat earthers, we know a lot of fucking information in our stupid little heads, and we can teach these guys a lot of shit. And this is why we are flat earthers, because we know
You
the
know
lies.
this is great. Actually, I should make an infographic for the history of radar. What I would do is I would have the flat plane and have like an ocean, and then I can have the destroyer, and then like number one would be the destroyer and draw a perimeter of whatever the original perimeter was, the max perimeter distance, right? Maybe 100 miles, and then the next iteration of that device it doubles and to where we are today, and have a greater circle. I should do that for
It has increased over the
You're gonna do things for Glovers? Yeah, no, you shouldn't do anything for them. But it's funny, they tried to lie. They tried to say that this guy tried to say that the angle that the moon is relative to the observer doesn't matter, that it's not going to reflect a different distance
It definitely does.
from the
It definitely
signal.
does.
That's an absolute lie, dude. Why did they lie? Why did they lie? I don't know. But there's papers that actually back this up. And what I said about, he said, oh, all we need to know is temperature and elevation, and that's how we're going to get tropospheric ducting. Yeah, temperature directly affects the water in the atmosphere. What's happening is the water is evaporating. There is an evaporation layer in the atmosphere. This is what you claim is causing the reflectivity. It is not refraction, it's a reflection, and it bounces. It goes boingy, 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 boingy. It literally does a fucking perpendicular angle to the direction it was going. That's the model. I don't know why this guy's fucking lying the whole time. Listening to this is insane. Bull Knight, fuck you. You're insane.
Fuck you, Bull Knight.
Yeah, say it. Yo, I want to hear Eden say it, because he's like, yeah, Bull Knight, thank you so much. This is so great. No,
Yeah,
Bull Knight,
fuck
you're over here
you,
fucking
Eden.
lying, Bull Knight. What the fuck?
And fuck you, Noah, you gay
Yeah,
man
fuck you,
breastfeeding children.
I can't. Unfortunately, I can't even hear Jesse.
Yeah, because I'm dunking on you. It's okay. Everybody else hears me dunking on you.
But just real quick, Eden.
I want everybody
he
to look at the side chat for my proof of Noah breastfeeding children.
Hold on a second, Cube. Wait a second. I'm dunking on Bull Knight.
so Eden. So
Nobody
again,
talk until Bull Knight responds.
all right, go ahead, Bull Knight. Respond. I don't even think he's listening at this point.
No,
I think
he's definitely.
Oh no, he said he was getting dinner, so he's going to be away from the.
Oh, yeah,
be
he's
able to
getting
respond,
dinner
but
with
he'll come
Bull
back
Knight right now.
shortly.
Yeah, but yeah, when you're talking about technology, we're always behind, dude. Like like
What
I
they're
said,
telling? Yeah.
like I said, if we're told on Wikipedia, oh, they can see 150 miles. Yeah, it's matter of fact, not to
Yo,
not.
did I get censored on my own server? Where did my meme go?
That's funny if you did. Maybe dude, Discord maybe censored it.
So what's coming after this? After this current technology, and we'll go back you up. There's going to be another, maybe a radar that's even greater capacity, right?
Well, I would imagine this. They're probably already using it, but because they use, okay, for instance, like when they first started using like low microwave, KU band, and then they're like, oh well, now we have C band. It's a much higher frequency, right? But it's still that still a form of microwave, but they only get better and better and better. Then they had like S band and L band, like they increased their bandwidth, and they also have like on certain bandwidths where they operate on, like especially our military, like it's a secret channel, if you will. Like remember those old school like hand like walkie talkies,
that and then you could only get so many frequencies, and like, well, you can't go on those other ones because the government uses those. Like, that's for them. We can't even use them, right? And then, but they're like, we're running out of space on this bandwidth, and they're like, yeah, but the cops are using that one. So what do they do?
Apocryphon. Let me make you think about something, dude. So the angle, like, they claim that there's an angle of incidence, like, because there's like refraction happening and reflection happening off of the atmosphere. The angle that you are like facing is gonna change what happens to the wave. Like, if you point the wave straight up, is gonna propagate differently than if you shoot it horizontally. So when they go to measure the distance to the moon, and they're like, oh my God, when it's directly overhead, it's 250,000 kilometers. Way to go, us. And then the moon's on the horizon, they're like, it's not reflecting that distance anymore. Oh, therefore refraction. Oh, wait. Or you're still measuring the distance to the moon. Like, what if? That's the point.
Yeah.
The delay is for a horizon moon bounce versus an overhead.
Yeah, but you just tried to lie, and you tried to say that the angle doesn't affect the distance.
No, I didn't. I agreed.
Oh, now you're great. Good. Because this got recorded. We can definitely go back.
Okay. No, the antenna I have set up right now in my backyard is designed to point straight up for 7 megahertz, so that it comes back down very close to me.
It's funny that, like, literally, like, depending on the angle, is going to reflect a different distance over that 90 degrees. It's like, the closer it gets to the horizon, what is it reflecting? Is it saying it's getting further away? Yes, that is what it's saying, because apparently the wave is propagating through a more dense medium in the globe model. Like, it's literally shooting through a denser layer of the atmosphere because of how close it is to the horizon. So what you say is the speed of the wave is reducing. It's literally reflecting a different distance.
All
You
over the
say
place, dude.
air is.
You've got like 4 different concepts
No,
smushed together.
you can't address what I'm saying because I'm dunking on you. You have nothing to say.
I bow down to your superior intellect.
Well, it just makes perfect sense, dude. The angle that you're shooting the radio wave
to no
through
one
the
else but
horizon,
you.
when it's horizontal, you claim that it's refracting more, and then it didn't bounce off the moon when I thought it would.
I don't.
Or maybe the moon is further away. It's so simple. You have to pretend like you're a derp.
No, people intentionally use moon bounce when it's close to the horizon so they can talk farther away. That's part of the calculation.
Yeah, when the wave has a better chance of being refracted according to your model. That's funny.
What about thicker air is making it take 2.5 seconds or more?
I'm not the one that says that. That's what you guys say.
You can measure it. Like, you send a timestamp signal and it gets received 2.5 seconds later by a third party elsewhere.
You're so silly.
That's all you can say.
Yeah, Eden would be hitting the soundboard for me if he could hear me.
Wait, Eden has you muted. Turn down.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't turn him back up because I think he's blocked me or something.
No, I don't have you blocked. Yeah, I can send you a message.
He can hear you, so. Anyway. The best example on YouTube is a guy in New Zealand talking to somebody in Eastern Europe via the moon.
Babe, you're ridiculous.
Bull Knight, do you think you'll ever end up using a terahertz signal?
Terahertz is visible light, sir. Right?
Do
use it all the time.
Do you think do you use it though for do you think you'll eventually in the future? Because Eden was asking about like what's going to be the next, like, the next step, like you have Q waves, V waves, W bands, all that stuff.
People have made systems that, for instance, like reflect infrared light off clouds to talk to modulate the infrared signal just like you would. You can amplitude modulate light in order to do voice or data communication using infrared or visible light. You can do it with any color light you wanted, but
right.
Eventually you get into color. Like I have the highest frequency equipment I have is 10 gigahertz. Well, no, I have a KU band. I have a 1.2 meter dish on the KU band at 15 gigahertz, but that's not an amateur band I can transmit on.
Right.
Yo, Mod
gonna
Kitty's
swap that out.
fucking Mod Kitty's profile picture is killing me. It's fucking Jesse.
With the globe.
Bro,
That's hilarious.
yeah, man, I just
He's
noticed
hiding
that.
behind the globe, bro. Literally.
Yeah, you put a globe up to his
Bro,
camera.
it's so, yo, we should invite Jesse and have him like show up and like all have that picture. Like,
That would be hilarious
Wait,
if everybody has that.
is that really him? That kind of
Yeah,
doesn't
that's
look
actually him.
like him.
That's him.
I mean,
That's,
I've met him in person, and I don't think that actually looks like him.
no, that's him. He went on this
There's a lot
live
of
stream.
Jessies in this world. You talking about the same one?
Oh
Yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
I'm in Washington. We met each other up north, and I went through his Seattleite. But yeah, I don't know. Doesn't look like him to me. But okay.
Yeah, he was on his camera the other day showing his globe with his his bending globe spherical axis. It was funny. So when Eden asked that, I was curious. I wonder what you'll be broadcasting on in the future, especially in the near future, because it seems like after this year, a lot of shit's gonna change.
Well, I mean, like 50 gigahertz is out there, but that does start to get like
Terahertz, but it's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, there'll be
Yeah,
artificial trees.
They won't even need trees.
I'll be ready to jam that shit if the day comes.
Well, it's
We can help.
on the
My Faraday cage room will be ready by then.
Oh,
that's
smart.
right around the corner, bro. Like
Smart.
they're literally it's getting close, dude.
Can we sell lead paint again?
Tin foil's better
Yeah, that's true. We could.
because it has to be conductive, right? So it like has to be grounded. You can't ground lead paint.
Okay, thank you. That's good to know.
Tinfoil shots.
Yeah, right. Tinfoil the house.
He built his tinfoil Faraday house. That's what he's saying.
It's probably a good idea, eh? When you're putting up drywall, put maybe a layer of tinfoil. Would that be beneficial? Maybe it's a perfect.
If you can completely seal the room and ground it, but there can't be any gaps. So when the door closes, it has to be a continuous conductive surface on floor ceiling and every wall
doesn't
with
that
no
affect
holes.
your cell signal you get from your phone?
Oh yeah, you'll get none then.
You just use lead siding.
Okay, yeah.
Lead
That's
siding.
expensive. That's expensive. No.
Okay. It's heavy.
Lead paint.
That's what they use at the
You
hospital.
can't ground lead paint, man. Faraday cloth is easier. That's what you
They're
gotta
not
do.
gonna be able to
That's
see
the cheap
nothing
way.
through it, like Superman.
They're not looking with their eyeballs.
Nah, they
Faraday
use it.
cages, not
Superman's
lead
not
underwear.
looking with his eyeballs either.
Have you seen the new equipment that the military has where they're seeing through walls easily?
Allegedly.
Have you seen that shit?
Allegedly.
They can't see
Yeah,
through lead.
yeah, they're doing this shit, bro. Come on, stop covering up for them. Dog. You already know the cat's
Covering
out the
up for
bag.
them by calling out the known biggest propaganda machine on the planet. Yeah.
Ah, man. They're
You'll think NASA's lying, but military's telling the truth.
they're using Wi-Fi, bro. No, I mean no.
It's
Well, here's the
not
thing.
propaganda if you believe in it.
Here's the thing, though. It's logical for things to exist in the reality that we live in, and it does make like, okay, can they map using mapping software? Can they take a Wi-Fi signal and map out your house? Yeah, that is logical. That is a possibility. That was something that can be done, is being done. But when you're like, oh, but we got a vacuum this gas planet hurling through an infinite, what? That's where it's like, well, that doesn't even make logical sense. You have to believe that to be true, but you don't have to believe that Wi-Fi can do that because it's logical. It makes sense. Just out the gate, it makes sense.
The most dangerous lie is a half truth, and if that's all the military needs to do to make it sound believable, then they've got it figured out.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I guess we'll find out, right? Or well, I mean, we already know, but I guess you'll find out.
They'll be kicking in my Faraday cage room, and I'll be like, OG Pac was right.
There you go. You're like, fuck, they did see using my Wi. Well, technically, if you built it, no, that would actually shut down the signal. So that they would probably kick it down because they can't see you.
Yeah, there'd just be like, that house has a big black box A
Right.
void inside every wall.
Right.
What are they hiding?
Exactly. They'll fucking storm your house, be like, "What the fuck is he hiding? Why is he like?" Because everybody else doesn't do that in the neighborhood. So yeah,
Imagine.
you'd be suspicious.
Yep, that's true.
So have fun with that.
They'll have a van parked down the street. Just watch out for the van parked down the street.
Oh, dude, they've been having that, bro. That's the whole thing. Best believe
But the
someone's
good thing
listening.
about FE, or the great thing about FE, we're not coming after anybody. It's just an idea. In fact, I think if people who, let's say if it is flat, and there are people just using the globe to justify their ends for world domination, maybe they could come to an understanding that they could use the flat Earth as well to still remain dominant in the world. Anyways, you guys go ahead.
I don't know how they can. They might.
They could lead the world in maybe travel
actually-
or adventures around
I
the
actually-
world. But go ahead.
I actually thought about this, right? So like, remember back when I think it was late last year, or early this year, when they made NASA, like they include them in their as like a government entity, like under espionage, like under one of those type of organizations. Remember when they did that? It was earlier this year, where they're now part of their I forgot how to word it. Oh, my girl's texting me. Hold on. Okay. But Crit's probably one of the first guys that I heard bring it up after seeing it like reported, and it was talking about how they made NASA like a part of the like espionage, like gave him that classification. And it's interesting to me because like one of the first things I thought is like, what if they're realizing that whole fucking like 70-year lie, it's finally coming to surface, and people are realizing you guys are just full of shit, and you're fucking spending a lot of money, taking a lot of money, and yeah, you're going doing this, that, and the other, but we better slowly like get ahead of this type of thing. And what if they're like stepping away from it, giving them these privileges to where they can't be sued, they can't be questioned, they'll be classified in documents, like you can't ask for it, they'll be protected in because of how they classified just earlier this year. So then it would be interesting to where like, what if they do become like, oh hey, by the way, guys, like obviously not like today, tomorrow, or even a year from now, but what if in time, like maybe another 70 years, they're like, oh yeah, guys, guess what? Like that whole thing's been a shill. One of the biggest fucking news stories. Like the Earth wasn't a globe. Heliocentrism has been debunked since like 200 years ago at this point. And then they finally come out, but then they have this like company that's like they're not even gonna have any problems to worry about because they've already declassified or they changed their position in government as far as how they're treated as an organization. I have been thinking about that. Like, what if they are slowly stepping away? They have Artemis. They're canceling it. They're like, oh yeah. Now they're like, I don't even think we're gonna go now. We might just defund it.
Bad theory.
It might be a bad theory, but I'm just thinking it might be. I think they're gonna step away from it slowly. The truth is coming out way too much.
It's only being let out in a controlled out manner, so they could use it to sow division in the Hegelian dialectic and cause us to fight each other and stuff.
Perhaps. That's great. Oh man, that was a good video.
Did you like that, OG?
Yeah, that's funny. He just puts his head down like, oh.
They were both behind the curve.
Yeah, that's hilarious, dude. That's hilarious. I mean, that's what it is, I guess.
He's gonna be demoted quickly.
Imagine they keep shooting like torpedoes at some boat off in the distance, and it just keeps missing. It keeps going straight through the boat. They're like, damn it, refraction! Damn you, refraction!
Water refraction,
Water
right? Ocean refraction.
atmosphere.
If only they could devise some sort of technology to see past the curve. But yeah, I guess it's really flat in the government. Really, they just had to throw off the enemies, basically, right? And tell them the complete opposite. Just as if you had a treasure map and you had people showing up to the X, I guess people back then would have said, no, look, go that way, the complete opposite direction. And maybe that's what's happened. When they say the Earth is curving downwards, it's actually curving upwards, the complete opposite. So when we get to the edge, right, it's curving up Antarctica, holding in the ocean water. Or whatever. If it's not Antarctica,
That's
it's some
heresy,
sort of.
bro. To the
If it's not
fire pit
Antarctica,
with
right?
you.
It's some sort of other barrier.
There's a really funny GIF. If you type into just the GIFs, concava, try to shows the intellect of the concave.
The water's flat. It's just something's got to hold or contain the water, whether it's a shore or it's something out higher than the water level itself.
Yeah, that's the logical conclusion for sure. You know, to have a large body
Yeah.
of water, you would need some kind of shoreline. Yeah, this one. They're like the Globers. They don't understand how perspective works.
Oh yeah.
Quite a few of these high level, quote unquote high level anti-flat earthers recently have been denying that the surface of the water or the surface of the ground looks like it ramps up due to perspective.
I've heard that, yeah.
It's
And
like,
then when it comes down to
what?
the semantics, I don't like the word ramp.
Oh yeah, that was Jesse. I like Jesse.
Oh
So
yeah,
not talk
Jesse's
too much shit
awesome.
about him.
For sure. For sure.
But he's like, he would agree to it to be ramping, but he wouldn't call it ramping.
Excuse me, who's
Lifting,
talking?
something. I guess he just didn't want to agree. I've heard quite a lot of them just completely deny it.
Yeah,
To
there's
me,
not a lot
to
of
me,
consensus.
it just looks level. Just looks level to me.
Are you listening to a bot right now? Isaac! Get the fuck off this channel, bro.
Yeah, bro. Yeah,
Isaac,
bro.
stop calling me.
So I think it's been paused for you.
Yeah, but I don't understand how there's no.
Oh wait, it
Yeah,
hasn't.
thank you, bro. Thank you. Now you can continue listening to whatever you've been listening to, bro.
From a curve,
Okay,
they think the
I
thing
think
inside is
that's
not trying to
bro.
tilt it. They think it's not tilted.
Why say that?
They think it's curving away from them in every direction, but every direction they look, it looks like the opposite. Looks like it's ramping up to eye level.
No, what is it called when you
I
look straight
think
ahead?
that.
It's
I
called like
think
what's
that.
that line of sight vision? Like what else is that?
Yeah, linear perspective.
Right. So linear perspective when you look at the picture on the wall, right? Now take that picture away and cut half of it off. That doesn't mean curve. That does not mean curve. That's still a linear perspective. I don't understand how they don't get that. The picture has to be tilted. And then tilt more and more and more each mile. We don't see no tilt. Not 1 mile, not 2, not 3. Talk about how much do I expect? 0 point. No, motherfucker, 0 point nothing to me as a human is a lot. Because 1 degree is 69 miles. So don't talk about 0 point nothing tilt. Don't talk about no degree of tilt. A degree on the globe is 69 miles. I know it's not tilting 69 miles. That's 1 degree. So when they say, oh, minuscule nothing, that minuscule is a lot.
Yeah.
Compared to a horizontal, it's a crazy amount off. Compared to plumb, any tilt's off. And the thing is, to me, is they can't even produce an earth curve out of mud. And I ask every one of them, I said, McToon, if this earth is supposed to be curved everywhere, where's the dirt or sand or mud at curved versus a horizontal line?
Hey, Perfect Storm, you hot miking, dude.
Who?
Perfect Storm, he's hot miking. Thank you.
Yeah, so a horizontal line is a reference. And then their actual earth curve in mud and dirt, you can get back and look forward on it. You can have one up to 3-4 miles. It doesn't
Where
matter.
did you learn this?
What?
Where did you learn all that?
Learn what?
Well, the things you're talking about, horizontal lines and so on. Who taught you that?
Where did I learn a horizontal? I went
Yeah,
and got one from the hardware store.
where did you learn the horizontal,
Yeah,
vertical, the
horizontal is
terms,
no
and
part.
etc.?
Yeah, and then
Where
it
did you
follows the
learn those things?
definition.
Where did,
No change of rate of slope.
so you learned those words on your own? You created them? You saw a slope and went, horizontal. You invented the word?
Invented what? The dictionary? No, I didn't write a
So
dictionary.
where
That
did you
word was
learn?
there before I was
Where
born.
did you learn? Where did you
It was
learn
there before you were
horizontal?
born. The
Where,
word was there before you were born. You have to learn
okay,
it.
okay. Where did you learn what
So
it means?
what word do you learn for horizontal?
I
Do you
mean,
think horizontal is unplumb?
where did you learn the word
Horizontal at
horizontal?
the hardware store.
So the hardware store told you, hey, there's this thing called horizontal. It means this, and you just blindly believed them?
No, they said if you trace this ruler, you're going to make a horizontal line as long as it's level on both sides. There's no
Okay,
belief there. That's just physical
and
reality,
you had no
retard. You don't
notion
need a
of
belief for
horizontal
physical
before then?
proof.
You had no
You
notion of.
don't need belief for physical proof on the wall. The horizontal is traced on the
You
wall.
just finally trust him
Now,
about that?
what do you have?
I'm asking
My
you where
horizontal is
you learned
stated.
your terms and
I have
definitions
a
and so on.
horizontal line that's
Where did
real.
you learn English? Where did
No,
you learn?
horizontal line, not English. It's a horizontal line on the wall. What do you want me to do with it?
Where did you learn what a horizontal
What do you
line
want me
is?
to do with this horizontal line?
Where did you learn what a horizontal line is?
This
Where
is
did you learn
funny.
Is
that?
that going to help us figure anything out? What do you want me to do with this?
Where did you
Storm
learn
got
all
like
these things
annihilated before,
that
so
you're
now he's
talking
gonna
about?
bait them up because try to get some points.
So you don't know how to figure out what a
No,
horizontal line
I'm
is?
asking you, where did you learn your stuff? Where
Not
did
from
you learn
you.
anything that you know?
I
Anything
didn't
that you
learn
claim to know?
anything
Where
from
did you
you.
learn it?
I've learned nothing from you.
What is the
And I'll
source
continue to
of
learn
your
nothing from
knowledge?
you. Thank you, Nothing Burger.
So you don't know where you learned your things. So you
No,
think
we're
things
trying to
without
learn what
knowing
an
where
earth
it comes
curve
from.
is, and you're bouncing around like a fucking retard in a ping
I'm just
pong ball.
I'm just asking you, where did you learn what you know?
Stop asking dumbass questions and figure
That's
out what
not
an
a
earth
dumb
curve is
question.
versus a
If you ask me
horizontal.
where I learned English, I can say
Well,
I
it's
learned
not a
English at
horizontal
school.
line. I know that. An earth curve's
So
not a
I can provide
horizontal
you an
line.
answer of where I learned things, but you can't tell me
Where
anything
did
of
you
where
learn
you
what
learned
an earth curve
anything.
was?
So where
Same
did you
place
learn
you learned
anything,
where an
Bob?
earth curve was. I
Emma,
learned where a
Emma,
horizontal was.
Emma.
Because you can't find
Where
out what
did
earth
you
curve is
learn
without a
anything that
horizontal.
you claim to know?
And I look at the horizon. Left to right, horizontal.
Where
Trace her
did you
out.
learn what a horizon is?
I looked at it. There's nothing to learn. You look
So
at
you
it.
looked at it and you decided that's a horizon without knowledge of anything at all?
I can get
Where
a
did
side
you
view that says
learn
they're
what
both
you think you
horizontal.
know? Where
Side
did you
view and
learn your
front view, point A
definition?
to B are
Where did
horizontal.
you learn
My
your
whole
words?
view
Where
for
did
my
you
whole
learn
life,
English?
my whole view
There is
is
only one
horizontal,
answer
left to right.
possible to what I'm saying
Left
here,
to
and
right,
it
no
seems
matter
that
how
you're
I
afraid
turn.
of saying that word.
It's all horizontal, buddy. We're looking
Is it
for an
is
earth
it
curve.
so hard to say?
We already know what horizontal is. What we need to figure
Okay,
out is an
but
earth
where
curve.
did you learn it? Where did you learn it?
Where there's no earth curve.
Where did you
What else
learn
do you have?
horizontal?
There's
We
no
know what
Earth
it means.
curve. What line
Where
are
did
we
you learn
using?
it? Where
What
did
line
you
are,
learn it?
what's the fastest way from point A to B?
Where did you learn that?
The fastest way to point A to B. I'm telling
Where
you,
did
you
you learn what
fucking
point
retard
A to
cunt.
B means? Where did you learn A? Where did
Retard
you learn
cockroach
B? Where did
brain.
you learn fast?
There's
Where did
no
you learn
learning.
anything?
It's a fucking guaranteed fact. There's nothing to learn here. These are physical realities, bitch.
This is a
The
prime
fastest
example
way
of a
from point
person
A to
who
B
is
is a
too
straight
scared
line.
to
A
answer
straight line
that
is
he learned
horizontal.
something from school. This
The
is a person
fastest way
that
to
is
a
afraid
from
of
point A to
admitting
B.
that he learned something at school.
No, you don't
I'm
learn Earth
asking
curve at
him
school.
where he
You
learned
don't
his
learn what an Earth curve is.
information,
You couldn't.
and he
You can't
cannot
learn what an Earth
answer
curve is at
school,
school.
even
Nobody
though
can
the
get
answer
taught
is
what an Earth curve
school.
is. I'm trying to ask you what an Earth curve is, and you
I'm
didn't get
local
taught one
muting
at
you
school.
because you're speaking over
You
me.
can't trace one, so now you just keep running to fucking
So I
retardville
do
like
not
you
hear
don't know
anything
what a
that Demok
fucking
is saying.
like you don't know what a ruler
I
is
hope
and a
that you
meter
are all
stick.
fortunate enough to do like
Hey,
me
it's
and
not
local
my
mute him
problem
so
you're
that
too
you don't
retarded
hear his
for a meter
nonsense.
stick.
Anyways,
You're
this
a
is a prime
retard that
example
doesn't
of
know
a
what a meter
person
stick
who is
is.
afraid of admitting he learned anything
I'm
at
not
school.
afraid of a meter stick. It's real. What's
Because
an
I
Earth
had
curve?
to ask him at least 100 times, where did you learn your information? And
And
he
listen, where the
denied.
Earth curve doesn't exist.
He went
Where there's no
adamantly in
Earth curve is
all
where you
ways
learn.
to avoid saying the word school. Everything he said there was all to avoid saying, I learned the word
School doesn't teach
horizontal
you
at school.
horizontal. School doesn't teach
He's
you anything
afraid
but how
of
to
that
suck
fact.
dick.
He's
School
afraid of
teaches you how to
admitting that
suck dick.
school works.
School teaches you
That
to suck
school
dick.
teaches us things that are real.
Yeah, go ask the teachers that are taking little kids
Because
home
he
what
learned
they learned
things
at
at
school.
school, but he's unable to admit that.
Hey,
Why?
Tommy, when the teacher took you home for extra credit, what'd you learn?
Bro said release the demon.
Yeah. I mean, Mod Kitty, did you learn English at
Oh,
school?
have you ever been to a hardware store? Fucking weirdo.
It's not hard to say yes to that.
It's not hard to say you don't know how to draw Earth curve and just shut up about whatever you made up for this hour so far.
Is he still monologuing?
Are you
Every time
still
I ask this
barking
guy
at
what
the
an Earth
dog?
curve looks like out of real
Yeah,
dirt,
I'm still
real
gonna buck at the
material.
dog, even though he's muted on my end.
How do you know
Kind of
what an
funny.
Earth
Like
curve
every
is?
time
How
I
do
see
you
some
know?
green around his icon there, I find it very hilarious. Because he doesn't even realize that his message isn't going through. Because he doesn't want to listen also. I asked you, Demok.
Nobody cares less about a guy who
I'm
can't
not
produce
listening
an
to what
Earth
you're
curve.
saying, Demok, by the
We're
way.
waiting
I
for
don't hear
somebody
you,
who
so
can produce an
you're
Earth curve.
wasting your spit right there.
Maybe you
You're
need to
wasting your
talk to your
spit, Demok.
scientists like Miss Cleo and predict
I'm just pointing
everything.
out that you're wasting
Your
your spit
predictive
because
science
Hey,
I'm not
you
hearing
like
anything you're
Cleo.
saying.
you guys believe that the
I'll
Earth is
unmute
flat,
you
right?
Call me now.
It's not a joke,
when
right?
I have the impression that you have heard what I have to say. Then I'll
You
unmute
don't
you.
have anything to say, Miss
But
Cleo. You predict
if I see
everything,
some
Miss Cleo.
green while I'm talking,
You're
you
a
didn't
psychic
hear
He
anything.
said
predictor. That's what you
he
are.
said
You're a
he
slow
understands
predictor.
you and he's sorry and he wants to continue in good faith.
I don't believe you.
I said he's a science globe predictor. He's a wizard of he's a psychic wizard with powers to predict, like a glober. They all can predict stuff.
Oh, fuck.
Anyways, the fact remains. If someone
So,
asks you where did you learn your information, the correct answer is school.
no, that's
I
your
wonder
answer.
why Demok is afraid
No,
of
that's where you
answering that
learned
he learned
cartoon.
horizontal lines at school.
That's where you learned that you live on a cartoon globe that doesn't exist. A curve line. Curve
One
line.
thing for sure, I learned about
Don't worry about horizontal.
horizontality,
You don't know what that is.
verticality, geometry, and all that at school.
No horizontals in
When
there.
I was 6 years old,
No horizontal lines
I learned that
involved.
shit
Huh?
at school. At 6 years old.
I
Demok
wonder
is
how
like
you
what,
find your distance on a
50,
flat map.
and he is unable to
What do you guys
admit
use to
that he
find your
learned
distance
anything
on a
like that
flat
at school.
map?
It's
I
baffling.
put the map down and I want to find my
It's very
distance
baffling.
from point A to B. What does the audience use to find their distance from point A to B on a map, other than a ruler? You don't use a protractor to find your directions on the map, right? The flat map, do you? Oh, you use it for the equator? Oh.
Is he still talking to himself right now?
So up close you use straight horizontal lines and then
around
I
39,
see some
59 where
greening
nobody's
here.
at.
I think he's still talking to himself. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, no one's ever gonna learn what a globe is if we just keep getting globers like this dude.
He
who just keep
probably
asking
thinks I
us
haven't muted
questions.
him or something like that, so that's why he
Questions
keeps,
aren't proved.
lighting up.
Evidence isn't
I wonder
proof.
what he's talking about though. And anyone can tell
We
me
need
what
a
he's talking
proof.
about?
I wonder what a proof is for a globe. I wonder what that could be talking about. I wonder where the plumb bobs are in the dirt that aren't fucking standing up looking at you
thing's still
directly
going.
line of sight.
He's literally talking to himself still. Wow.
I'm not talking to you,
Interesting.
you weird
That's
bitch.
fucking
Shut the
funny.
fuck up.
Look
You're
at that
talking to
light up.
yourself.
Guys, look at
Loser.
that light up. He's
Ain't nobody
he's
talking
muted
to
and
you,
he's
you
not even
fucking
aware of it.
wheelchair ramp. Shut up, you wheelchair ramp. Shut up.
See, he probably does this when you guys server mute him. He probably still rambles like that when you server mute him.
Your fucking mom rambles. With her lips in the dirt. No, I was just hoping I could have a physical attribute conversation about the physical attribute of a globe and where we can go.
Man, I've been listening for the past 4 hours. Not a single fucking constructive thing was said for flat Earth, and it is what it is.
You're
What's
right,
been said for the
Gatekeeper.
globe?
Nothing of value has been
We're
said.
not,
Nothing
you fucking
convincing has
tongue-tied
been
bitch
said.
cunt, bitch fucking retard hoe.
No attitude has been
Retard
convincing
fucking
either.
homo fucks, retard. You fucking retard.
If this is what it
We are
means to
here to
believe in
find
flat
out
Earth, I don't
proof
want
of
to
a
be a flat
globe.
earther.
We are not here to ask about flat Earth that is. The physics approve flat Earth. We know this. We're looking to where the physics prove a globe.
You guys still rambling alone, I think.
No, we got a bunch of fucking retards who keep talking about flat Earth. We already know the Earth's flat. We were supposed to be convinced of a globe somehow, dumb cunts. And I'm pretty sure you can't do that by asking about flat Earth all day. You fucking retards. Don't you think you'd prove it physically?
One thing for sure, I'm definitely not convinced that the Earth is flat, but I am convinced that the Earth's a globe, and I haven't seen any
Yeah, but
valid
you can't go
disproof
make a mud curve and it
of
don't
my
exist
convictions
nowhere.
on why the Earth is a globe.
Don't matter what you're convinced about, you fucking weirdo with no dirt curve. You'll
Dirt
need the
curve.
physical dirt curve. Fucking weird hoper.
Dirt in a lab.
It's also very funny to see how angry they get the moment that you just don't
Yeah, the
believe the
moment you don't
nonsense
have
they
a
spit
curve.
out. Or
Yeah,
like
the
when you
moment
ask
you
them
don't
a
have a
simple
dirt curve
question, so
handy.
like, where did you get your
Right, we're gonna get
information
angry
from?
when you cunts don't have proof.
you
What does the
asshole!
fuck?
You asked me a question
What
about
do
where I
you do
get
to
my
a dumb
information.
bitch who doesn't have proof? What do you do to a bitch who doesn't have proof?
Retards.
Smack the fuck out of them.
So smack yourself.
No, I'm not the one looking for Earth curve that can't be found or can't be made by nobody. A human too fucking dumb to where gravity's too fucking retarded. Both you can't get together and space time left out. And they all took a break and can't make an Earth curve out of mud. So the whole Earth, nowhere is a mud Earth
Is
curve.
Demok still
Stupid
talking to
bitch.
himself, guys?
Yeah, 1% of Earth. Where's
Yeah.
that?
Oh, he's still talking
Where's
to
the
himself. That's funny.
Demok was unleashed.
Oh, he got himself muted. Like server muted, not just muted by me. That's
It wasn't me. It was DJ. DJ, why'd you have to mute Demok? It's so rude. God, everybody, let's all
No, I mean,
shame
Demok
DJ.
is ruder, so it's okay to mute Demok. He's rude. He's being rude. He's talking for nothing. He's monologuing. He's rambling. He doesn't listen to anyone. Perfect and valid.
And you don't want to hear about buckets in a lab and dirt?
Show me a bucket
Can
of
we get a
Lagrange.
bucket of Lagrange? In a lab, can we get a bucket of Lagrange? In a lab, can we get a bucket of Lagrange? In a lab, can we get a bucket of Lagrange?
In a lab, can they get an Earth curve with a helicopter going around it? Bro, Mod Kitty, that picture is freaking great, dude.
Why is Perfect Storm muted?
I thought you guys could use a little peace and quiet. Good night.
I don't know what those guys are going on about. Globers can't demonstrate or replicate, reproduce any of their claims. Not one single one. Can't observe any of it, can't measure any of it, can't demonstrate any of it, can't reproduce any of it. These guys, man. These guys. Demo's got a point. As silly as the things he asks them to reproduce or demonstrate, you know, he's got a point.
Yo, Perfect Storm, your mic's open.
The man who just found out yesterday he's not a woman.
Who, Perfect Storm?
Yeah.
Well, let's try and help one Glober at a time. Or maybe if
Yeah.
anyone's listening on YouTube land, you can leave the globe today. Just give it up. It's time. There's a time and a place, and the time is now. Oh, go ahead.
You too might discover you're a man who's not a woman.
Yes, all men protect the women.
Oh, you didn't hear him? He told you. He told you all about it yesterday. You don't remember that, huh?
No, yeah, I was there.
Fucking nut house.
How come their proof is a question? They did it to DJ. It's just endless. Can I ask you a question instead of? And I'm fine with questions, but where's the physics? Where's the real material? I mean, we can if and but, like wind, light, temperature.
Where did you learn physics? Or where did you
With,
learn about physics?
First-hand experience.
Bro, who did this? I was trying to get something else
Sticking my
going.
hand out. Sticking my hand out the car window. How about you? Where'd you learn yours?
Water, air, dirt. That's where you learn the physics.
Buckets.
And then temperature. All you need is temperature and the right material, and you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, go get me a bucket of all that and go make a smartphone.
That's real stuff, not what ifs. So putting your hands on stuff, like rubbing an earth curve.
But how do you know how a phone works?
How do I know what?
How do you know how a phone works?
Because you put it together from.
Okay, well, how do you know how that works?
and then they. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Interesting.
I'm a stupid flat earther, right? And I'm just a loser.
Bro, what is he even saying, dude?
He was saying that phones are made of dirt, and that you take dirt to make phones. That's pretty weird. I don't think that that's how phones
What
work.
if I grind rock? If I grind rock, does that turn to dust? Is dust dirt?
Whatever.
What do you mean? What the fuck ever? We're doing physics, you numbnut man that knows he's not a woman now.
Physics.
Yeah, it's called physics, motherfucker. Yeah, it's called fucking geology. Something you don't know a fucking thing about.
It might be geological.
What
Yeah.
Democ
It
is
might be something geological, but
Yeah.
saying is like how we describe geological surfaces. He's talking about where do you show physical dirt actually curving. Every time you try to depict the diagrams, geological layers, you treat it like horizontal.
But again,
Like
for
you have
every
you
position
have
that
an
you hold
elevation
and things
profile
that
from
you
zero.
think physics work and so on, where did you learn that? Where did you learn about physics? Where did you learn what physics are? Where did you learn mathematics? Where did you learn English? Where did you learn your terms and definitions? Where did you learn all that stuff?
What the fuck are you even talking about? It's not learning, it's knowing, motherfucker.
And how do you know things
No,
if you don't
yeah,
learn
well,
them?
it's called learning. Then
Okay,
after you get
so
past,
where did
then
you
once
learn these
your
things to know
dumbass,
about them?
your dumbass isn't capable of learning.
Where
You
did you
just found
things
out
to know about them?
yesterday.
It's a
You
very
just
simple
found out
question.
yesterday
Why are you
you
so
weren't a
angry about
woman.
this? Very simple
How do you
question. If you
feel
would ask
about
me,
knowing you're not a
I
woman?
provide you an answer. Why
Now that
can't
you
you
know you don't have a vagina, how do you feel about that? You feel better?
What?
You told me yesterday that you were so thankful that you found out you didn't have a vagina and that you weren't a woman.
Why do you have to make up lies?
What did you tell me? You
I
told me
didn't tell you
yesterday.
anything
You
yesterday. I
told
didn't
me
even talk to
yesterday
you yet.
you're a man and a woman. You said yesterday I'm a man and a woman.
Oh, you mean
That's
when
what
I
you told
talked
us.
about being intersex? I never said that I'm a man and a woman. I said that I'm intersex and have ovaries and a penis. That has nothing to do with the topic at hand, by the way. So another red herring
Yeah,
for
it does.
nothing. I asked you
It
where
has
did
to
you
do.
learn the things
Yeah, it
that you
has to
know
do with
about? Where
you
did you learn biology?
going
Where
back
did
to
you
the
learn
fucking
physics?
nut
Where did
house.
you learn
Has
mathematics?
to do
You have no answer to that
has to do with you
question
going
that
back
you
to
asked
the
the
fucking
question
nut house.
because you're scared to admit
I'm
that
a
you're
girl, my
weird
dude's
and
a wife, and we
unusual.
just somehow make babies or whatever.
Yeah.
You're scared to admit that you learned things at
No,
school, didn't you?
you need in the fucking nut house is what you need to do.
Why do I need to be in a nut house? According to
Because
what
you're
they
a fucking nut.
How am I a fucking nut? What does that
You don't live
circular
in
logic?
you
You're a nut
don't
because
live
you're a nut.
in reality. You don't accept the truth, reality.
I'm not the one denying reality
Re-
here. You are.
yeah, cartoon boy.
The consensus on reality is that we live on a globe.
Cartoons. Yeah, you watch
So
cartoons.
if you're saying that we're on a flat Earth, you're the one denying reality, not me.
No, you're the one that
Convince me
watches
of otherwise.
cartoons and tries to tell me
Do
they're
you
not.
have anything
Oh,
that
this
you
is.
can say that can convince me of otherwise, Steve A?
I don't need to convince you. I could give a shit less, you dumb
And
fuck.
what are you doing here if you don't need to convince me or don't want to convince me? What are you
Because
doing here? Why are you talking?
other people allow retards like you to come in here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have to put up with your fucking dumb ass.
Then why are you here?
Well, because I'm hoping other people will recognize how fucking retarded some of you people are, and just cast you aside.
It's the other
You
way
know,
around. People tend to realize how stupid you are, actually.
no, son, no, son.
No, son. No,
So you and Eden,
Yeah, now don't you got me. Now you got no argument.
You and
You got
Eden should
nothing
go down to the
convincing.
lower room. You
You're
and
just
Eden
calling
should go
people
to the lower
retards
room. You and
arbitrarily
Lee,
with no
yeah.
basis. And
Can anyone identify the fallacy that he was leading to with that question about, like, where did you learn? Where did you get your information? Where did you learn? Like when he was questioning Demark on horizontal. Where did you learn what horizontal is? I wanted him to say school, right? That's obviously what he was hinting at. As if to say, yeah, you get useful things from school. He even said they teach you true things, right? And Does that mean that everything that they teach is true? Correct? No. So I'd say it's all or nothing fallacy. Maybe. Apart from that, this guy's just been like a dickhead, really.
And therefore proving that you are the one that is being targeted by this.
You and Eden should go to the lower room.
See how
Cue the
angry you
music.
are? Just because I pointed out that you learned things at school, you're that angry? Seriously?
Angry? Angry? At stupidity? Are you fucking shitting me, dude?
If you're
What
angry at
the
stupidity, you would be angry at yourself. So you're not angry at
I
stupidity. You're angry at
don't
disagreement
even
to
know
your
where you get
stupidity.
angry
There's
at.
a big
I
difference.
mean, you think
Wait,
anger,
there's a big
fucking
difference.
calling out a stupid fuck
You're
is anger.
angry at people disagreeing with you, not people
No,
being stupid.
well, hey,
People
number one, hey,
disagreeing. There's a difference.
numbnuts,
Disagreeing with you doesn't make someone stupid.
numbnuts.
Someone
See,
stupid
this
is someone that evades arguments and
are you
avoids
done?
evidence to
Are you
stay
done?
convinced of falsehood, which is what you
Are you
do.
done? Are you done?
No, I'm not done. I'm just getting started, my friend. There we go. You have no basis to call anything stupid.
Oh yeah, I do.
No,
Yeah, you are.
no.
You're a fucking moron. Do you have a driver's license?
Coming from you, it's very ironic, my friend.
No, seriously, do you have a
You
driver's
don't
license?
understand basic fundamentals. You can't even admit that you learned physics at school. But
Well,
I'm
that's
the
a bullshit.
You can't even admit that you learned about mathematics at school because you hate school. You're mad that what school taught you was correct and not false. You're mad about that fact. Because for your conspiracy to work, school has to have been lying to you. So you admitting that you learned mathematics from school would be admitting that school did not lie to you, which breaks your position. And that's why you get angry when I ask you, where did you learn this stuff?
Angry? I don't know.
There it is. There it is. See, that's what he was leading to the whole time. If you accept one thing as being true from school, you must accept all of it as being true.
I asked you that simple question
Right?
earlier, and you flipped out and
Bullshit.
started insulting people.
Well,
You
you're
are
fucking
angry.
retarded. You're retarded. No, I'm not angry at you because you're dumb.
Everything that's taught to you in school,
Pointing out
should be,
facts and stating true things and
supported,
understanding that you learned
logically,
mathematics at school
empirically,
and that you're afraid to
demonstrably,
admit that.
falsifiably,
How is that
right?
retarded? It's called stating
You
facts.
couldn't.
That
You
has
couldn't
nothing to do
fucking
with
name one.
retardation.
You couldn't name one thing that's
Everything should be
factual. Go ahead,
taken
I'm
on a
listening.
case
1
by
plus 1 equals
case.
2.
Everything
Yeah,
must
that's how
stand
fucking
on its own
retarded
merit.
you are, you fucking faggot idiot.
Ladies
Give me
and
something I can make money with, asshole.
arbitrarily calling
Give me
everyone
something I can make.
retarded
Give
and an
me
angry
fucking
passion
something
because
I
you're
can make
proven
money
wrong.
with, you ignorant fuck. Give me something I can make money with.
Why would
Something I can,
anyone be
something I can
convinced
take to the
that
bank.
after being
Something I
exposed?
can take to the bank. Some knowledge.
You don't have knowledge. You don't know what
Peter
knowledge
Pan.
is. You're
Peter
ignorant.
Pan.
Like, how would this guy have gone, back in the day, 19th century, the theory of phlogiston that was being taught in schools? It was considered to be like a scientific theory, right? Like they taught it to students. They had to learn it. They had to learn about phlogiston theory and answer correctly on their tests regarding what they'd been taught or they didn't pass. And that's been thrown out the window and considered to be completely false. Right? Now we understand combustion, oxygen, all that, right? So, what is he saying now, that educational institutions now can't be wrong about anything. Not one thing. They can't be wrong about one thing. Yeah, this guy's a retard.
And oh, Na Land, Peter Pan. So much fun watching cartoons. Never have to grow up.
Nobody talked about cartoons or
Live
Peter
off the
Pan. You
fucking
brought this
state.
up. You're the one making the red herring.
You're a welfare
Has
fucking
nothing to
leech.
do with
Shut the
anything what we're
fuck
talking
up.
about.
Damn.
Again, you can't accept that you're wrong.
You're a fucking
Tell him, Steve.
welfare
Tell him.
leech. Shut the fuck up. Who what?
Hey,
Who's talking to
hey,
me?
Steve A, do you know how to play chess, Steve A?
Shut the fuck up, you welfare bitch.
Steve, you ask them a simple question
Shut
and they
the
get
fuck
angry.
up. I don't want to talk. I think you're a low life. You're a low life, disgusting human being. No, you're a disgusting human being. You're disgusting.
Okay, tell someone is retarded when you beat them in chess.
Chess is.
I think we
that's
might
the
have
arbiter
heard
of
enough of
truth
this
right
anyway
there,
for
boy.
now. I
You're
think
an
it's chasing
idiot.
people away when they come
What's
in.
your chess rating, Storm?
Complex tactics.
Oh, hang on.
Yes.
DJ might have
So,
something for us. Hang on.
If you're so
What's your
smart
rating?
and so retarded, you should easily defeat me in chess since I'm so retarded. Because defeating a
What's your
retard
chess rating?
is
What is your
trivial.
chess rating?
I'll pause it there and we'll see if
2000.
Alex here wants to have a chat.
In what?
Oh, did he
Only
just
chess
leave?
or
Yes, he
chess.com?
did. Damn it. All right, never mind. What about
2000?
Kostov?
Play you in Bullet.
I can't really play Bullet.
Hang on, just give me a moment
Yo, listen,
to pause
fuck
this.
your
Oh, I
guys'
used to play
chess
chess with
shit.
you. I used to play chess with you. That's right. Now I remember you from a different server.
Yo.
Yeah.
Hello, do we have anyone new here that would wish to speak? Say hello. Open your mic. We were just listening to a recording, but
Like
Hey,
early
Taking Back
2000.
Eden.
Early 2000
Oh,
myself.
hang on a sec.
Yo, Taking Back Eden. Where's your model, buddy? Show us your model.
Anymore.
Right, yeah. Every time someone joins it, restarts it. Yeah. So if anyone's new here and wants to speak, please open your mic. Say hello. We're open to conversation.
That cost me too much time for Bullet.
And again,
Yo, Messi, can you explain to us your model?
One sec. All right, giving up new people, the opportunity to speak if they so wish. Okay, no, and no. Okay, back to the recording.
It's round. That's the model. It's round.
Your model is round, and that's all you got?
Yeah.
How do you
They
know it's
can't
round?
have a model and it's flat.
Yo, Messi, how do you know it's round, since it's the only thing you know? Yo, Messi, don't be scared. Ask ChatGPT why
Kind of
you're
like
told
asking,
it's
how do
round.
you know horizontal is horizontal?
You're fucking weak.
Trying to talk to Messi. He was trying to call out Eden, and I could tell he's like, low-level globy. Messi's embarrassed. Doesn't have
Messi.
anything.
Little Messi, come out. Come out to play.
Real predator mindset being displayed here by the flat earthers.
You're fucking weak.
He's the
You're
one that
fucking weak.
tried to call out
Bring
Eden for
it.
like an
Bring
entire
it.
model, which he
Weakling.
doesn't understand. Like, can't be done all in one thing. Like, it's you model specific things. There's no globe model for everything.
I still can't post yet, DJ, but those are very nice stats. 1800 bullet is very impressive, not gonna lie. I don't think I can reach 1800 in bullet. Even in the time where I was able to play bullet without my body being an issue for the time, 1800 is way beyond what I could get there for bullet. Correspondence, I mean, that's kind of easy. It's almost like classical and rapid. So I'm kind of surprised that you're not higher in rapid and classical. And blitz,
Bro,
I
this
mean,
isn't much of like a topic to be talking about on a live stream.
But no, I won't post my main account to anyone.
Oh
Even
my god, this
when I
guy
play
does
on the
not
perfect
listen,
account, so
dude.
low
This
things
guy like
because they have
literally
more power.
his ears don't work, dude. You guys really
He
need
like,
to lay off the vaccines, dude. It's like
yeah. He pretends to be a woman. That's what happens. They don't listen. They like their little. I'm entitled. I'm entitled to think like a woman.
Hey, there he is.
Hello.
Oh, there's Jesse.
Oh wow, welcome
Yeah.
Jesse.
Hey, Steve. Hey, John.
The piano like guy that doesn't know how to run a piano like.
Hey, I brought one to your house, remember? And he told me that I knew everything there was to know about it. You said, Jesse, there's really nothing more I can tell you about it.
Yeah, you might be stretching that just a little bit, Jeff.
No, not much. But look, let this next summer we'll get together again, and you can tell me all the things that I don't know about it.
We'll zoom in on a jet.
There you
Jesse,
go.
The ones you never see.
What's that, John?
oh, it's okay. If you guys were talking about something.
No.
Go ahead.
We're just joshing each other.
Oh, nice.
We're only about 40 minutes drive apart, and so we've gotten together, and so we're friends and like distant neighbors, so we always tease each other. But it's all
That's amazing. That's amazing. What a blessing.
It's a bitch. Don't give me that shit.
I say we should patent a flat Earth theodolite, and we'll call it Jesse. Model number 1 is Jesse's number 1 in the. Oh, go ahead.
And what would this flat Earth theodolite do that was different? Would it have a special algorithm built in to hide the curve?
It would have
I'll be
augmented
surveying the
reality.
same way they've been doing it for thousands of years, Jesse.
Yes, it can interact with weather.
Horizontal.
It'll interact with the satellites, right, that are
Yeah.
on balloons, and
Horizontal.
then it can create. We'll have a satellite, and then we'll have a screen, large screen, flat screen, that'll show augmented reality, the true horizon.
Oh, and it'll
What
have
do
a
you?
direct neural link to ChatGPT.
Just have a flat earther buy a ticket to the ISS.
Yes, direct link to all versions of AI. Absolutely.
You
What do
want
you
to know
think? And
things
then we
are
can
real
patent that.
and there's a globe? Just take a ticket to the ISS. It's expensive, sure, but if you really want to know, if you're that invested to the truth, you would do this. You would try to get that money or a way to get that money or subvention to go
You'd
to the
learn when to
ISS
shut the
and
fuck
witness it
up.
for yourself and then say, well, Earth's a globe.
Bro, what? Do you just hear like the thing you just said, dude? A ticket to the ISS? You just said it
Yeah.
online, dude. It's recorded forever.
Yeah, it's recorded, dude.
You do know that you can buy an access to the ISS, right?
You know,
Yeah, right.
going 17,000 miles an hour, you might get a speeding ticket.
And there's Jesse.
Like the context of buying a plane
What is-
ticket somewhere. I'll buy a ticket to the ISS. I'm pretty sure you can buy a weird way into the ISS.
The more you
The
say it,
millions
the more you
are
say it,
allowed to the ISS, and this
yeah, dude,
happens
keep saying it, please.
Don't
Keep
give
saying
up
it,
your
dude,
day
please.
job, Jesse, which isn't surveying, by the way.
You say it enough,
that?
enough.
Who bought a
Prove us
ticket?
wrong.
Who bought a ticket and paid a bunch of money to go to the ISS? I'm not saying you're wrong. Just prove yourself right.
I can't post, but you're free to post disproof, I guess.
Tickets to the ISS. Oh my fucking god. You guys are funny.
Bro, the two arguments this guy made today, or is that lava couldn't like the flat Earth couldn't exist because lava would melt the entire Earth, and if we wanted to prove the Earth was flat, we could buy a ticket to the ISS to check out if the Earth's flat or a globe. It's amazing.
That guy's brilliant.
It says it
So
costs
look.
20 to 50 million. Yeah, I don't know who has that money to do that.
That's
So
nothing.
it's not like even if they say that, like obviously you just can't buy a ticket to the ISS. It's like a government thing where astronauts go.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
might
as
be
a
some
civilian,
like
you
They're
can
gonna
buy
ask
before you
question
work for the
number one:
ISS
are you willing to lie?
to fulfill first.
Oh, go ahead, Billy.
Like you might have to pass some like physical tests or something to make sure you're physically fit to do
Well,
whatever.
they don't let civilians
Or-
on the ISS. What are you guys fucking smoking?
I don't know. I don't
They
smoke anymore.
love making shit up. Yeah, smoke pot.
Well, I mean,
make
I'm going
shit
by.
up.
I'm using AI, so I guess I'm cheating.
What if they
No.
someone with that money they actually want to go? The government takes them, they hypnotize them, take the money, and then now they have that personal memory of being on the ISS through hypnotism. But I guess they would want video evidence. So yeah.
Isn't that kind of like a special plead? What if the Earth is flat to your perspective because you've been hypnotized into it, huh? And that everything that you know and see and experience is due to the hypnotism that you have to experience a flat Earth and a stationary Earth and all.
If
How
that
about
was
that?
true, if that was
It works against you.
well, if that was
Well,
true,
yeah.
they would have
We
used the
just
television. Go
yeah,
ahead.
we just witnessed it. Learn retardation from all you guys that come out here.
Hello, Rye. Welcome in. We're just listening to a recording. Don't know if you'd like to speak or not. Feel free to open up your mic and say hi. If you're not interested in a conversation, then I'll just resume the player and keep listening to the recording.
Learned retardation. It's amazing.
I have a
Real thing.
question. I have a question for Jesse. Regarding the spherical excess triangle.
Fuck. Vertical access. That's a good one. Go ahead, Jesse. Let's hear some bullshit.
Give me a second to clear a path on my
Put
office
some,
chair.
Steve, hey,
put
just
some
because
tape
you
on.
don't understand something doesn't make it
Put
bullshit
some,
or stupid. It
put
makes
some
you
tape on.
stupid
Put
for not
some tape on that.
understanding it. So
Put
just
some
saying.
green tape. Put some green tape on that globe, Jesse.
And you
That's the first
stumbled
time.
out into it.
That's
How
the
many
first time
minutes have you
DMOC.
put into thinking about what
Why are
spherical
you
excess is?
interrupting me? Why
0
are you
minutes? Oh,
interrupting
I
me?
see. I see. You're stupid.
He's going to put some green tape on a globe. It's the first time DMOC has ever seen anybody ever demonstrate a globe. Jesse was the first guy yesterday. You going to bring that out, Jesse? Get that green tape out.
I used blue tape because I was as I was putting it on, I was
Oh,
humming.
was it blue yesterday?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
I
okay,
was
it was blue.
humming. I'm blue.
That's
for
better
life
yet.
as I was taping it up.
Yeah, that's better yet. Yeah, blue. That means you're smarter. Yeah, I got you.
Well, have you ever heard a song about I'm blue? Anyway.
Or yeah, because you should use one red too for the shift.
All right. Go for it, there. You up? I was I had a stack of theodolites against my office chair, so I couldn't sit down. But I can sit
Well,
down.
what are we debating
So,
about?
So when they point the theodolites at the stations, the theodolite, the azimuth angle reader isn't level with the line to the other station, correct?
Oh, right.
Definitely.
And the correct term would be it's not parallel to, because the line to the other stations
Same
aren't
thing.
level.
Same thing. Azimuthal, same thing. Yeah.
Okay, so you're not taking an azimuth angle between the actual stations. You're just setting up. Yeah, that's pretty much it. You're just not, the azimuth angles aren't between the stations. They're between this assumption that somehow.
Look at it this way: they're between where the stations would be if they were a lot taller.
But that's your assumption.
No, this is even on a basketball, we still have spherical excess. We can still set up model stations, just like I did with my globe. And if I had extended those sticks all the way so long that they did come up to horizontal to eye level to each other's observer locations, then that would have been the angle I was measuring.
But you're not making a triangle if you're pointing, if the azimuth angle is above the station you're looking at.
Was that a question?
No, not really.
Okay.
The main thing is like you're just like you guys are just. It's again you're just it's the same thing with the reciprocal zenith angles. You're just assuming the theodolites appearing to be basically lower than level from each other is because of Earth curve. So you just leave the azimuth angle reader pointed above them.
Well, no, we keep the for azimuth readings, we keep the horizontal scale, the horizontal protractor level at that location. There's no reason to tip it any other way. I mean, we're surveying angles from that location, so we're going to make it level to that location.
Yeah, well, it should be level with the line of sight to the other station.
Well, then it would be tilted.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's tilted. It's not a real triangle if you're pointing at the sky above it.
But the problem is then, if you tilt it towards 2 points to try to fudge those angles to what you expect on a flat Earth, then when you tip it around, or then when you rotate it around to behind you to pick up to measure 2 angles behind you, now it's going to be tilted way up and give you really bogus. So no, the correct way is to keep your protractor level and then just measure the azimuth to the other stations. And that way you can do the exact same thing all the way around you, because when they did these triangulations, they didn't just go do one triangle. They did entire networks of triangles where each point was the center of multiple other, was a point with a whole bunch of other triangles that all shared sides and points, if that makes sense. Kind of like a mesh.
Can you imagine a world where the Earth is flat and that there's like a optical drop over a certain distance, and you guys are doing this method? How stupid that would be.
I don't see what this method has to do with any optical drop. Optical drop wouldn't change it.
Yeah, the well, because you got the theodolite level, and then you see and then you're pointing the theodolite down to the other stations because they're visibly below your level, right?
But the discrepancy comes in, that is to say, the spherical excess comes in because the plumbs are not all parallel. On a flat Earth with optical drop, all the plumbs would still be parallel, and there would still be no, even though there would appear to be drop vertically, there would be no spherical excess horizontally on a flat Earth with optical drop.
There is no horizontal spherical excess. That's just a mathematical conclusion after basically setting up these misaligned, misinterpreted you know sites above the theodolites, which that's all you're getting, right? So you're just getting theodolites that are below level for each other.
I disagree. I don't know what to say to you except try it out. But yeah, I don't know what to say. If you don't believe me and you don't believe the published books, I guess you're gonna have to try it out yourself. I don't know what to say. Physics is what it is. I can tell you what it is, but I can't make you drink it. It's like you can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. You can't make it drink it. So you could literally set up on your kitchen table a little test. Make 3 little towers sticking up, kind of like I did, but on your flat kitchen table, and string sagging strings between each point, and then that would simulate this upward curving light path that you're thinking would cause the optical drop. But
I know. We're just listening to a recording. Would you like me to pause it?
Yeah, I don't give a shit.
Of 180 degrees internal.
Okay, see ya.
I'm not sure how that was analogous.
Well, it is. It very much is. Right, Steve?
Welcome back, Jedi.
I don't know
What's
what
up,
the
mate?
sagging string was, how it was relevant to any of the
Not
ancient
much. I'll pause this.
Yeah, no,
now.
it was cool, but
Well, drop.
There we go. That'll start when somebody joins. Just paused it.
How you doing, man? You good?
Yeah, not too bad. Thanks, mate. Yourself?
Yeah, man, not too bad. Been up for a couple of hours. Nice Saturday morning. Apart from that,
Nice.
nothing exciting,
Nice.
mate.
Yeah, nothing really exciting happening here either. We're just listening to this recording from over at the Anti-Truther server. We listened to this guy spill his composition and all or nothing fallacies at Democ and the others. You know, because where did you get your information from about horizontal? Was it school? A school teaches you true things then, doesn't it? And it also teaches you that Earth is a globe, so you must accept that. Right? You know?
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was funny. And now it's up to the when they're talking to Jesse. Some guys are talking to Jesse about theodolites and shit. I haven't really been listening to it that much, so I can stop it now. I guess if you want, unless you want to keep listening to it.
You keep playing it, dude. There's no one in here.
All right.
Unless anybody does want to talk and have a conversation, but I don't think they do, dude. I think we're just listening.
No, we had just had one guy drop in. He heard the player and he laughed a little, giggled a bit, and then I said, "Do you want me to stop it and chat?" And he's like, "I don't give a shit," and left.
He'll be back.
Right. All right. I'll resume it.
It's relevant because you mentioned optical drop, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Jesse needs to fix his mic.
Optical drop to me. What would cause optical drop? Straight light or curved light?
Curved light.
Okay. Which way would it be curving? Would it be sagging like a rope, or would it be arcing like a volleyball path? So, like, let's say you're playing volleyball with someone. They hit the ball over the net, but it's kind of foggy. You can't see them or where the ball came from, but you can see it come to you. You'll see the ball coming at a downward slope to you. So if you assumed that the ball went straight, you would think, oh, the other guy's way above me. So an arcing path would be optical lift. But if you look at the sagging string, then the guy at each end would measure the angle of his end of the string, and he would think, oh, it's a downward angle. That's very analogous to optical drop. And so sagging light would be the path for optical drop.
Okay, yeah. But it just doesn't make any sense to when you did that hypothetical with the string on the table. I'm not sure how you would get anything but 180 the string has no relevance to the angle you're taking.
It mimics the path of the light in conditions of optical drop.
Okay, but your azimuth, your protractor would be level with the other points, right? Because you're on a table.
Exactly. Well, yeah, it would be level
Okay,
with
so
the table.
that's not analogous to. So the string is useless in this situation. Optically the other points would look dropped in reference to each other from each point.
And you could
And
have
that's
your
not what you have. That's not what you have on the table. You have a level points.
well, and you could have your 3 towers all different heights too. That wouldn't change anything. It's still going to sum to 180. But you're correct. It would still sum to 180. And that
Yeah,
is
but it's on a table. This is not analogous. You're not able to consider a worldview where the Earth is flat and there's optical drop for some reason.
Well, I mean, I can imagine it just like I can imagine any other fairy tale, but
Okay, and
if you're gonna ask,
the same situation would happen. You'd have the theodolite with the total stations that are lower than level. You got the azimuth angle you're reading above the theodolite with the theodolites pointed down, and you're getting mathematically the spherical excess that you're getting now, except the Earth is flat and optics is causing the total stations to be lower. But don't worry about thinking about that worldview too much. It's just
but, I mean,
crazy flat earther.
yeah, just let me answer your question though. I can imagine it just like I can imagine any fairy tale. I've seen a couple of Narnia films. I can imagine it. But if you're going to ask me, does physics support this idea that optical drop would somehow add spherical excess on a flat plane? The answer is no, it does not. Just like that
Well,
simulated
that's
thing
just
on
a
your kitchen table.
baseless assertion.
Just like that simulated thing on your kitchen table would not.
No, that was not analogous.
Well, let's make it bigger. Instead of on your kitchen table, let's say you had a known engineered flat plane that was 100 miles by 100 miles by 100 miles triangular, and you had
I
3
could tell
mountains.
you how to make it analogous on the kitchen table. You just set up the 3 points on the level surface. You put theodolites. You put like little theodolites with lenses that cause optical drop, and then they're each looking at each other, seeing the points lower. You're pointing the theodolites down at each other. The azimuth angles are all level, and you're in comparison with the theodolites pointed down, you're getting spherical excess.
I got a question for you, and I need to get some stuff done here. I don't have time to just get cut off every time I start. But let's say you hung a plumb line, and you had a theodolite set up, not too far from it, but whatever. And you zeroed out your azimuth reading at the top of the plumb line. What would the azimuth reading be for the middle and the bottom of the plumb line?
I can't picture what you're trying to portray.
Okay. Do you know what a plumb line is?
Yeah, I just don't know in what orientation the plumb line set up.
Okay. Describe a plumb line to me.
Well, I mean, it's just plumb bobs hanging, and you can just make a line of them. So I'm not sure which way the line is going.
Okay, so let's say we have a single plumb line, which is a single weight hanging on a single string from the top, from a branch on a tree. So its orientation would be plumb, right? It would be hanging down, right?
Yeah, I know what a plumb bob is.
Okay, well, when you said you weren't sure what orientation the plumb line was in, I was kind of confused. So,
Well, I wasn't sure Where? No, not the orient. I didn't mean the orientation of the plumb bob is hanging. I meant like the. I thought there was like a line of plumb bobs, and they were between. I couldn't picture what you're honestly talking about.
Oh no, a single plumb line. All right, so we've got a single plumb line, and 40 feet away we have a theodolite. And the theodolite can be rotated right and left and pivoted up and down to measure the azimuth and vertical angle to whatever you set the crosshairs at, right? So let's say you point the theodolite at the top, at that plumb line string right near the top, and you zero it out, so that's what it reads as 0 degrees at the top. Right to left, 0 degrees. Let's say you then tilt down the telescope to right near the bottom of the string of the same one plumb line. What would be the azimuth reading for the bottom of the plumb line?
0.
Exactly. So why is it you think that apparent angular height would change the azimuth?
Because the you got the triangle you're drawing has verticals that are not parallel with each other.
No, I mean on a flat Earth.
The same thing, same answer.
So you're saying that the plumb line's verticality is not parallel on a flat Earth, is not parallel to the theodolite's verticality?
The plums are parallel.
Okay.
But the optical drop is causing the theodolites to be pointed down.
Okay. How does that affect pointing right to left, though?
You're not pointing extra right to left. You're pointing above them, and therefore that's making a bigger triangle than the angles within the triangle you're actually looking at.
So if I then pointed the theodolite up above the top of the plumb line, but still right to left lined up to it, or we could even just use a taller plumb line, the whole thing would still be 0 degrees azimuth compared to any given point, right?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's add one more plumb line to this thought experiment. Now we've got a triangle, and we've got 2 plumb lines.
Deflection of the vertical.
800 feet on a flat Earth. We will measure at the bottoms of the plumb lines, we will measure a difference of 60 degrees, right? Because 1/3 of 180 is 60, because 3 times 6 is 18, right?
Can you start again? It kind of lost me.
All right, so we have a theodolite and 2 plumb lines set up, forming a perfect equilateral triangle.
Perfect.
100
Ooh.
feet between each of the 3 points. Are you with me so far?
Yeah.
A triangle with 3 100-foot long sides, which means that the 3 corner angles would be 60 degrees each, because 3 times 6 is 18, so 3 times 60 is 180. So now, let's say we take the theodolite and we put it to the left-hand plumb line at the bottom. We zero it, and on a flat Earth this is, and then we swing it over to the right-hand plumb line, also at the bottom. We will read 60 degrees, right?
Okay.
So now let's say we move the theodolite up to point at the tops of the plumb lines. And we measure the difference between the tops. That's still 60 degrees, right?
Yeah, I think so.
You are correct. Now, if we put this on a globe, all of a sudden, those two plumb lines will be leaning away from each other, right?
Yeah, but it's so, but you're not measuring a different. So there's not actually yeah. I mean, do you wanna pull out your globe again? I could show you like how it's the same thing.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought everybody was good to go on that, so I untaped it all. Because I didn't want the tape to just get. I didn't want to leave it on there for months and the tape get all stuck.
I'm sure I took a screenshot, which I could post in the side chat.
Oh, cool. I was thinking someone should have videoed it.
Let me check.
But basically, Kyob, I mean, you remember how when I pointed my golf tee straight at the camera and held the 90-degree paper broadside, parallel to or perpendicular to the tee, to the golf tee. They were actually engine valves, but same idea. You could see that the triangle, the 60-degree corner of the triangle, did match up to the 90-degree corner of the paper, right?
Yeah, but the individual zenith angles are the same. Sorry, the azimuth angles are the same.
The same as?
When you have it level or not level.
Oh, you mean of the actual string itself?
Right?
Yes, of course.
You're done.
What's that?
You're done.
Well, was that all the questions you had then?
Yes.
All right. Want to respond to? You said something about all of their angles, all of their measurements, which showed excess, were something based on assumptions and stuff. I don't think that's completely true. I remember seeing some tables in some of those books that were showing the averaged raw angles before any
That doesn't make sense.
corrections of any kind were applied to them. So, of course, the authors of the book could have been just making it all up and lying, but if they weren't making it up and lying, then the actual uncorrected raw measurements were in fact showing significant excess for larger triangles. However, this is something I have not tested myself, but it is on my bucket list to do.
But we just figured out that the same thing happens on a globe or a flat Earth when you do this method.
No, we did not. We showed that on a flat Earth, the angles would be the same. It would be 60 degrees at any size.
The angles are only different when you do this method because of your assumption that these theodolites are not level with each other, basically, and therefore you do the math as if there's actual drop between the level sites.
Now, the actual drop has nothing to do with it. If like let's say we took those 3 pegs I had taped to my globe, and I extended 2 of them out so far that they did come right up to eye level, to horizontal, with no drop for one of the corners. Measuring the angle as a theodolite would still give 90 degrees to them on a sphere. But on a flat Earth, measuring the angle between them at any height would still give the 60 degrees. This might have a little bit to do with vectors, so it might be a little confusing to someone who doesn't do vector math.
It's not confusing. We figured out that we already figured out that the azimuth angle doesn't change when you just look up and down above a theodolite. You're just appropriating the vertical. Well, I wouldn't even call it vertical difference. Like it's just a optical level difference. Like it's an optical illusion causing you to think there's an actual difference between these level theodolites. That they're not plumb with each other, but they are.
Well, there's no known physics that would cause that to take place.
And that's your belief, and that's why you do this method, and then you think you're getting spherical excess because these all have to be level with each other.
Well, do you have any evidence that this same spherical excess would be found on a plane using that form of measurement?
Well, like I said, if you set up like the thing on the table with the 3 points all the same height, and then you put lenses that make them seem dropped in reference to each other, and then you basically point the theodolites down to each of those points. You keep the azimuth angles, the azimuths level with each other. You're getting spherical excess in compared to the angles you're looking down upon to get to look at those other points.
Okay, I disagree. That's your claim. Do you have evidence for your claim?
Well, that's what's happening. I mean, in either in both scenarios, that's the same thing happening. You're just looking above the other stations.
Well, I recognize that's your opinion, but you're claiming that there's some way that we can get triangular excess on a flat plane just by introducing optical drop between the 3 points. Is that right?
Well, so when they're doing this method, they don't level the azimuth protractors with the line of sight to the other theodolites, correct?
Correct. They level them to level at their location, wherever that is.
Yeah, that's the which is still causing the azimuth angle to be aligned with the site, right? It's just basically taking an angle above the station, correct?
I mean, it could kind of be put that way. That's not exactly what's happening. It's taking an angle to the line to the station, a straight line to the station. But Do I understand correctly that you are claiming that on a flat table with 3 points, if we introduce optical drop between the 3 points, that we will measure this excess?
Yeah.
Do you have any evidence for that, or is that just opinion? And no, an a priori position that Earth is flat, so therefore that must work that way is not evidence. That's opinion.
How do they calculate the azimuth angles exactly? Can you run us through that? Do you know the way they do that?
They measure them. I'm not sure what you mean by calculate them. What do you mean exactly? A theodolite has
Well, when they
built into it.
what I actually I should have asked how do they calculate the verticals diverging from each other?
Who are they?
These guys in the arc of the parallel.
I don't remember reading about that in there. Do you have a page I can look at?
You're not aware that they did that and the azimuth angles?
No. I really have only concentrated on the azimuth angles. Not if they did vertical stuff. I maybe I saw it and just like didn't pay attention, but I don't remember it.
Okay, I'll try to figure that out and then work on my the rest of my argument then.
Super. Sounds good. And I'll try to do up my globe thing again here at some point. One of these days. Maybe I'll do it nicer with... Maybe I'll find some clear magic tape that comes off. So it's easier to see where the great circles are. So I don't have to cover up my great circle tape with the hold down tape.
Oh man.
Yeah, Gatebreaker. What are we watching here?
Oh, I can't even explain it. It's I'm doing a concave versus globe comparison, and just keeps making it harder for me to figure out which one it is, cause this is looking concave.
Okay. You're a concaver?
What are you even looking at? That looks real to you? When in reality have you ever seen that?
The normal for these shadows, they're it appears like they're flipped. They're not supposed to be what I think they should be for the globe, but I'm just gonna keep looking.
What's poppin', party people?
I think Gatebreaker is becoming a concaver.
The bar is already on the floor, so not much would change from my perspective. Went and saw Project Hail Mary this evening. Highly recommend. Quite good.
Was it riddled with girl globe and feminist propaganda? And alien propaganda?
Yes.
What movie?
Of course.
Project Hail Mary.
Oh, nice. I'm about to watch that.
It is really good. I saw it at the Air and Space Museum here in DC. In the IMAX theater there. Quite good. Highly recommend.
Did it make you feel like the globe was so real?
Yeah, man. Every day. That's a good book too. Highly recommend. The book is phenomenal. The movie was a lot funnier than I thought it was going to be.
Well, there's no serious movies anymore, so of course it's gonna have stupid jokes throughout it. They don't want people to be serious and intelligent and deep anymore. They want people to have like shallow, like
I
thoughts.
disagree with that. Have you seen Civil War?
You ever seen what?
Civil War? A24 came out like 2 years ago.
Yeah. Like a
Or The Long Walk. Oh, The Long Walk that came out like, I don't know, like 6 months ago. Stephen King. That's a serious movie.
Serious? What do you mean serious? You mean propaganda serious or what?
Or just not quippy. Like MCU, like gotcha jokes all over the place.
What was the movie you went and saw today?
Project Hail Mary.
About what?
Space.
Oh my God.
Science fiction, man.
Science fiction. At least they got.
Not a big Star Wars guy, Steve.
Well, I used to like. Well, I started out right. Like, what was the first one? What was that? Luke's. What was the name of that one? Luke
A
Skywalker.
New Hope.
Star Trek, right? Or what was it?
Star
Back in the
Wars.
70s? The
Yeah, Star Wars.
original
A New Hope.
Star. Yeah. I went to that, but I never was a science fiction guy.
Love me a good science fiction book.
And me and the kids used to watch that other one, Star Trek. I can't remember the name of it, but the one I'm talking about, the Next Level or whatever it was.
The Next Generation.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah. It was Spock. And then the guy with the ears.
Yeah, that would be Spock.
Well, Spock had the ears, but then the guys that
Oh yeah, the big
rub
ears.
the ears for sex. Remember that guy? They would tickle his ear for sex. Yeah.
You talking about Nelson Mandela again?
Yeah, a little.
Can't get enough of him, can you?
No, Hail Mary was great though. Ryan Gosling's awesome in it. Highly recommend.
Oh. No spoilers.
So what
now.
were they in a rocket? Were they in a rocket, or what was it about? What do we got going on? Flying saucer.
Space algae is eating the sun, so
Oh.
Ryan Gosling has to go in a spaceship to a different star to figure out how to fix it.
Oh my god, that's exciting.
Is this the one where he finds out that Darth Vader's his dad or not? I can't keep up with these science fiction.
It's really funny. That's really funny. There's no where he's talking about this other movie. God dang it, Plaza.
It's not like his fucking name is father in German. Like, goddamn.
Nein! Nein, sie mein Pferd, ja.
Oh, the intonation on the screen was actually very good. Good shit, Paza.
Something dark side.
Something complete.
Complete, yeah.
What is that? Is that a Blue Harvest joke?
It's Family Guy.
Yeah. The parody. Yeah. Yep. They came out with a Lego set of the ship from Hail Mary too. I had that. I built it. It's on a shelf in my office. The Smithsonian gave me a bunch of free tickets, so I was able to take a bunch of friends. Highly recommend. It was a good time. My stuffed animals go on display at the Air and Space Museum next month. I'm very excited about that too.
Is this
What
something?
stuffed animals?
Is this something you've organised with them, or are you just going to surprise everyone?
No. So I don't know. If you Google zero gravity indicator, basically every time astronauts go up, they bring a little stuffed animal with them. That the instant the second stage engines cut off and they're in zero G, it like floats into frame. And so I've collected them for the past, like, I don't know, 6.5 years. And I have I still have technically. I don't, it's not in my possession anymore, but I have the only complete collection, replicas of those little stuffed animal, zero gravity indicators on Earth. And so my
Are you
wife,
talking about?
I don't know.
Are you talking about the ones that were actually on the
No,
vehicle?
replicas, right? No, replicas. Like exact replicas though. Like confirmed.
The real CGI
He paid $1 for his.
What are they?
So it's basically no different than what stuff that's in my daughter's room. Then.
No.
Yeah, but
what do
like
they hand out?
question.
What do they give
Ahead,
you when
sorry.
the O-rings fail?
What?
What do they give you when the O-rings fail? Anything particular? Day
Give
off?
me the day off? No, I don't think so.
When they go on the ISS and they have that little ball of water, why don't they fly a little toy drone around it? Why don't
That's a
they
good
do a
question.
big ball?
That's a fucking good question, actually.
Yeah, I don't think they want a giant ball of water. That's a good question.
No, they got to listen. Whatever they show is supposedly like a ball of water in front of you, and it's floating in front of them. It's floating.
Yeah.
Floating. So now get a little toy drone and fly it around there like a globe.
I don't
Zero
think
G.
I
What
don't.
else?
Yeah, I don't think they've actually flown a drone. I mean, they've got some like spheres that have done propulsion inside of the ISS, and I don't think you wouldn't. I mean,
Do any orbit each other?
Well, no, you'd have to make a zero G drone, right? Because the software on any commercial or any like mass produced drone is expecting a gravity vector, right?
yeah,
So
that'd be sick.
If they did make that a
You
zero
guys
G,
are so full of fucking shit.
So
Fucking
listen, you got
shit.
a couple
if
balls
they made a
just
miniature,
orbiting.
if they made a miniature zero G drone and they flew it around a large blob of water on the ISS, it'd be fucking checkmate flat Earth, wouldn't it?
Well, what can they make orbit the ISS? What
Ah.
can they?
Nothing.
What bombs or wars can they see from the ISS? Anything from the ISS live, boys, we can look at that proves it's looking at a live Earth underneath it with stuff going on.
That's true.
I mean, you can compare the cloud cover if you'd like, but
What we're
No,
gonna have to
I'm
what
not
we're gonna
talking
have to
about
do.
cornbread cartoons. I'm talking about real shit. Like there's bombs that are going off,
Listen,
tanks, wars, and we don't see none of it from only 250 miles up, looking straight down. Are you
Yeah.
fucking nuts?
How
You
often
believe
are there
that?
bombs going off on the surface that you can see from
Do you
space?
believe that? Do you
If
believe that
we
200 miles you can see the ISS with your eyes, a little dot of light, but from the ISS they don't have any telescopes, no P9000s, nothing they can use to look down and film anything happening live on Earth? Are you serious? What kind of
Yeah.
technology do we have? They
it's
can't see
listen,
250 miles now? A
it's gonna
telescope?
be it's gonna be somewhere you can't visit that's all CGI until they send Jeremy Whitsitt there. And if they need any ballast, they could take Denmark, I suppose.
So from an airplane, can you see bombs and stuff going off if an airplane flies over a war zone?
Sometimes.
Yeah, it depends how big the bomb is. It'd have to be a pretty big bomb to see it. I mean, you wouldn't be able to see a hand grenade going off from an airplane.
How do you know that?
hey, Demok, I need you to Google shutter control, and then that'll be your answer.
I said,
Yeah.
how do you guys know that? How do you know what a missile and a bomb and all this shit and tanks shooting and all and cannon, like how do you know what that looks like?
Yeah, Demok, just
Listen,
Google shutter control. That's your answer.
I don't.
No,
That's
I'm
such as
gonna wonder how you guys saw
Okay.
from 35,000 feet
All
looking
right,
down
we can move on in the
to tell
conversation.
me how
Demok
you
got his
can't
answer.
see
No,
what I'm
we're good
looking at.
here. We're done. We're done. You got your
You
answer,
never
buddy.
started. You
You're
never
done.
started. You
You're
never started
done.
showing anything.
You're done.
You're gonna
Google
show
that
me
shit.
that.
Done
Be
not seeing
quiet.
any
Be
proof that the
quiet till you
ISS is
Google it, Demok.
250 miles.
Nope. The filibuster is unacceptable. Google the shit. Learn. Go
Not
learn,
proving
buddy.
airplanes
Go
35,000
learn,
feet up
buddy.
above
Oi.
rockets and stuff.
Oi, fuck face. Oi. Go fucking Google it. Go learn.
Rockets
Stop
don't
wondering.
exist.
Stop
Your war's
wondering.
not happening. You
Your war. Oh,
retard.
Lord. Oh, wow.
No
Go Google it.
Australian rockets.
Shush.
No Russian bombs.
Shush.
No Ukraine.
Buddy. Yeah, Ukraine
Where's
doesn't
Ukraine
exist
from the
because you can't.
ISS blowing
Yeah.
people up? Show
Yeah.
me 9/11 on that day.
All right, buddy. Oh, actually. Yourself here and actually learn something instead of just being a wall of voice. I know it's hard to learn,
Yeah, you
but
need to
I am
go watch
confident. I'm
National
confident you can do
Geographic
it.
time-lapse photography. National Geographic. Stupid. Shut up.
All right, buddy. Let's
All right, nothing guy.
I need you to go
Well, now
learn what
National
shutter control
Geographic
is,
is
and
real.
then let's present to the class, and the demo can
Watching
learn.
stuff in fast motion, back in slow motion, that isn't real for this guy. He's
I
fucking
have
crazy.
What is your
my
point, dude?
hypothesis that Democ
What is your
doesn't
point,
actually know
dude?
how to learn. Let's test the hypothesis. Democ, can you prove me wrong by going and learning what shutter control
I
is?
saw him record in slow motion the world's fastest thing. It was a poop spore, a shit spore, not a rocket, for your motherfucking information, stupid. And they filmed it. So now if they can film the fastest thing on Earth with a camera and light speeds and cesium quartz and light get trapped and all this other shit and slow it down on your video, stupid.
All right, my
Then you
sample
and your
size is
technology
increasing.
from your 250 miles up should be able to film down with a telescope that's supposed to
Can
see
Democ
millions of
learn?
miles into space. Can't even see an Earth.
The
250
world
miles up.
waits with bated breath if Democ can learn. Already, the sample size is increasing. Every utterance that he makes that is not him learning what shutter control is increasing the sample size, and it becomes statistically significant that my hypothesis that Democ cannot learn is correct. I will continue this line of questioning until this asshole actually learns what shutter control is.
Bro, the fact that we got a satellite guy, like supposedly like that like designs like satellites that go around the Earth ball, yet he's like debating Democ like proves the Earth's flat. It's like so stupid, honestly.
It's not debate. Honestly, I'm just fucking with him at this point.
Just saying, there's like no way that like that would happen in the real globe like that. like your character would be like super serious and would never entertain someone stupid like Demok.
Man, that's a high assumption.
This is like an ad hom for Demok and Jeff at the same time. It's amazing.
Why is this called Flat Earth
I mean, I
Discord?
can walk y'all through how this shit actually works at some point, but I really just don't. Demok gets under my skin a little bit, where I present him with new information or tell him something to go look up, and he just absolutely ignores it.
He doesn't even take what he says seriously. I don't know how he could get under your skin.
Oh, I mean, he's very good at what he does. He has a very distinctive voice, and he doesn't shut up when he's being overtalked.
Getting bothered by Demok is like getting bothered by like a little doll that you like squeeze and it says stupid shit.
He's the guard dog, and you're barking.
And you keep squeezing it, and it keeps saying stupid shit, and you're just like annoyed every time.
Nah, he needs to learn what shutter control is, and he's not allowed to talk about any other topic until he goes and learns something.
Bro, he's never gonna like try and learn anything, dude. He just fucking makes the same arguments, which aren't arguments. He just whatever.
I believe in Demok being able to learn. I might be too optimistic here, but I think he can actually learn things.
He can't learn. He's like at the point like I don't know if it's like it's like age mixed with like your genetic health or like your cellular health or something, or and like your I don't know. It doesn't sound like it's I don't think it's a
Neuroplasticity is the term you're
yeah
looking for.
yeah. I think you're right. That's like the mainstream term. But like Demok is like his brain is fully like filled. Like it's like there's no room for any new updates.
No updates available. Storage
Damn,
space is
his
full.
firmware is bricked. Fuck.
Yo.
Dude, honestly, Quap, my colleagues, most other people that in the industry that work with me think that I'm absolutely nuts for talking to you at all.
Yeah, and tell them like
the royal you.
show them a clip of Demok and then like tell them show them that and then see what they say.
I love my flat earthers. Y'all are great.
Demok's not a flat earther, he's a sandbox earther.
I love my celestial conspiracy theorists. There you go.
Why is Pazza muted?
Because, dude, he kept
Did I,
trying to
did I
interrupt
mute did I mute
Josh
the
and
wrong orange
Demog.
PFP?
Because you're reminding all the Globers back during the great gas discussion.
No, they kept trying to interrupt the conversation between Josh and Demog. So.
I have to say, though, Q-Up, it's a refreshing take that there's no way that Jeff can be a real NASA person, because if he was, he wouldn't be in a room talking to a bunch of silly cunts. That's an interesting take on things.
Well, I said specifically Demok, not just all of us.
Oh, okay. All right. Sorry. Yeah. Clearly, there's a distinction between the two.
It only
there's
makes
layers
sense.
to this.
On a globe Earth, he wouldn't talk to someone like Demok, but on a flat Earth, he would.
Well, what if you could be on a globe Earth and just want some shits and giggles, couldn't you? And talk to Denmark.
Big fan of the shits and giggles.
Demok is best when he's muted, though, and he writes his poetry. I mean, his rants are some sort of beat poetry.
It could just be that what you got coming here is globe Earthers who don't take it seriously, but then no one really here is taking anything seriously, are they? In all honesty.
Steve takes it pretty serious, right, Steve?
No, he doesn't.
Steve, yell at Pazza. Tell him he's a stupid cunt.
Dance, monkey, dance.
Steve comes here to get angry, and he's I'm nearly as old as Steve, and at our age, if he wasn't coming here, he'd get angry at the patio or something.
I wish it sounded as fucking serious when I call Pazza a cunt than when Steve does. It's like so impactful.
He comes here to feel something, right?
You cunt. Cunt.
It's a term of endearment where I'm from, sir.
Damn. How's it feel to be upside down?
You know, having been to Australia, it feels no different. Down is still down.
Says
Up is up.
you.
I've
In
been to
Euclidean
Australia.
space or in
Where
Cartesian coordinate frame, you're upside down, man.
No,
yeah,
they're
where do you
they're right.
globers think the Earth is going, dude? It's so weird that you guys think it's like shooting through space.
It's going where it came from. Just
I wish
through
Relative to what?
nothingness, man.
I wish you guys were shooting through space. That'd be so funny.
Relative to what?
Yeah, relative to what? I'm not gay. Relative to what? This more masculine man?
No, what I mean is motion is relative. So
Can I ask you a question? If you found out it actually was a globe and it was actually going around the sun and the sun was going around the
Stupid,
spiral
dude.
arm of the galaxy, no, if you actually found all that out, how would your world change?
Bro, it wouldn't be like this if that was the case.
What wouldn't be like what?
There would be nowhere for anything. No life would ever settle on a rock spinning and
No,
shooting through a vacuum.
No, you're not entertaining what I'm saying. And listen. I know your arguments for it not being the case, but I'm not raising a hypothetical. I'm not asking you to admit it's actually the truth. I'm saying if you did find out, if you found out, there's no point saying this can't be happening. You found out, yeah. You found out it's all real. How would your world change?
It's the hypothetical assumes that I found out within like a world like this one where like
If I
there
said
is
to you,
no globe
so
motion.
if I said to you in a casual conversation, if you won £1 million tomorrow, what would you do? Would your answer be, I can't win £1 million. I've no way I can book £1 million. I haven't bought
It
a
was a
ticket.
situation like that. Yeah, it couldn't happen. I'm not. The hypothetical is not possible.
Okay, so you don't know what hypothetical is, do you? Which doesn't surprise me really.
But the hypothetical would have to be like there was all these globe like actual like evidence like that I experienced that I was somehow like disregarding. Those don't exist.
Well, I'm just saying, in this hypothetical, which I know you don't agree with, this is a mental exercise. Now, I know you're straining yourself having one of these, but in a mental exercise where you found out it actually was a globe, how would it have changed your life?
It would
Please
have to
don't
be
say
a hypothetical.
it can't happen. I know that in your mind's eye.
If we were on a globe, I wouldn't think we weren't.
Okay, fine. Okay. If I found out in a hypothetical, if I found out something was absolutely true, I'd know it wasn't true. You use this QR. If I found out the Earth was flat, it would profoundly change every aspect of my life.
Yeah, it does.
I can do it, QR, because I'm a grown-up with a mental capacity higher than a budgie.
See, you can picture that because the Earth is like presents itself
I
as
can
a flat
picture
Earth.
I'm a
Wait,
picture
is that a
because I've
bird?
got an IQ higher than a bag of crisps.
Is that a bird, Paza? Is that budgie a bird?
Yeah, it's budgerigar.
Ah, yay! I learned something from watching Bluey. Yay!
Parakeet. In English, it's a parakeet.
QR can't even be intellectually honest to even postulate for a second what would happen if some scenario existed, which is not actually happening in his mind's eye. No one suggests he
You
is.
would the hypothetical would have to be like you're in another
All right, I'm
version
done
of
with
like
you. I'm
you're in
done with you.
another
You're
version of your life
racist,
where you
mate.
somehow survived on strapped to a fucking ball that's spinning and shooting through space.
I'm saying if that's the
and
hypothetical,
me
you chuckling twat.
and in
So,
between surviving all these like projectile rocks just like hitting the earth and
You're still
somehow
going, aren't you?
I didn't know that we were in
You-
space
Still a
and
cool gesture
I
to the
figured it out. Like it just doesn't make sense. Would I be retarded in that scenario?
This
So
guy and his curvy seeing thing.
So to translate for you guys, the budgie is parakeet, crisp for potato chips, and twat means cunt. Okay, sort of.
Absolutely useless.
Well, I've always felt that my worldview is such that if the world turned out to be flat, it wouldn't change a thing in my life. I'd still have to go to work. Take care of
Well,
the
it's
kid.
true, but if the Earth was flat, I wouldn't be flying great circle rounds. But okay.
Dude, so many things would change in your life when they say like there's a comet coming to kill us in 2027 or whatever. You'd be like, that
How do they
is
do that
fucking
on a flat Earth?
stupid, and you would laugh.
How they do that on a flat Earth? This is like SC Montreal talking about. This is like SC Montreal talking about data from the Hubble Space Telescope and then saying that proves the Earth is flat. I mean, amazing.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Yeah, let's use a telescope a million miles away and a fake telescope.
Why do you have to like talk? Why you have to like think about like an argument from another flat earther while you're in a room with flat earthers to make
it's the
yourself
same thing.
like feel better?
Because I'm saying that you're doing the same thing here. You're saying using NASA's deep space probes and saying, hey, that would make it funny.
And Quap does an Apophis, man.
Would you say
Apophis is
Apophis?
Apophis is coming whether you like it or not, buddy.
What's Apophis?
Apophis. Meteorite has what?
Alrighty, Quap gets a Google assignment. APOPHIS. Apophis.
Isn't that the one that has
Is there real photographs of it, or just CGI?
Actually, I don't fucking know.
I don't know if they looked at it with telescopes.
I'm so excited to look this up.
If there were real
I know they've radar.
they're fake.
They're fake, right? Because they have to be, right? Asteroid 99942. Apophis.
That's why I enjoy coming and talking with y'all. Is that like, I'm so comfy cozy in my worldview that I really just appreciate getting holes poked in it because it helps me learn more. But I don't get the cognitus because I can lean back on my first person experiences.
Yeah, and we won't be able to see it. Oh, we'll see it in Europe, Africa, and Asia. Damn it.
Oh, for Apophis? Yeah. It's gonna do a nice little flyby.
Because they'll be visible without a telescope. That'll be cool. Imagine.
And we're building a few different spacecraft that we're basically gonna like slingshot to follow it, so that we can do sample collection.
They better launch soon.
Yeah. No, it's a quick turnaround mission.
Get more CGI.
Blue Ring is the platform that Blue Origin's building to go follow along with Apophis. Quap, are you a U.S. citizen?
See.
Okay. Have you been to Florida before?
I came to Florida on a boat.
Wrong accent.
No. Actually, though,
that's a Mexican accent. You need a Cuban accent.
Yeah. Honestly, open offer.
To my little friend.
If any flat earthers in here are U.S. citizens and would like to go get a tour of Blue Origin's facility down at the Cape, and go ask a bunch of questions, let me know.
Can I go on the rocket?
Josh. Mighty kind.
Can I go on a satellite, please?
No, sorry.
Can we strap Demok to the rocket and shoot him to outer space?
I want Dan the Waterman, please. Dan, I vote Dan the Waterman into space.
Still a freeze-dried jerky. Yeah, but actually though, like if you ever have any questions and you're either in like Houston or LA or Seattle or Cape Canaveral, hell, even DC, I'd be happy to tour you around the Amazon office here. Like, I'm just gotta ask. More than happy to, or Texas actually. The mission control for the lander, the Blue Ghost lander that landed on the moon last year, was in Cedar Park, Texas, just outside of Austin.
I would love to do that.
Yeah, man. Like, this shit is pretty accessible. You just have to know who to talk to. Just a bunch of geeks building shit. Not even government paid geeks anymore. It's like commercial geeks.
You have to pay the government to launch every time you use the what is it, Canaveral Space Base, or what is it called now?
Kennedy Space Center or Cape Canaveral Space Force Base. You don't pay them directly. You pay SpaceX or Blue Origin or Firefly or Rocket Lab or
And
whoever
they
the
pay.
launch provider is, and then they have like a 100-year lease with either Kennedy Space Center on the civil side and Cape Canaveral Space Force Base on the military side for the land.
No, they get paid to annoy everybody.
Yeah, they
So it
pay
looks like
rent.
it'll be.
But like, if any flat earthers in here want to go build a satellite, like, there's university labs all over the country that build CubeSats. It's a good primer on how these things are done, as far as like the subsystems, the radios, the propulsion, the batteries, etc.
So on
Can we
April
set up one with
13th,
cameras on it on the outside?
Yeah, I mean, that's the Cal Poly Lab I pointed you towards earlier today. Like, they explicitly like have a whole line of CubeSats where it's just basically a camera attached to batteries and
oh
a
my God,
radio
it is.
that launches.
Oh my God, Friday, April 13th, 2029, when Apophis comes by, is a Friday.
That's hilarious. Quap, you better be careful. Friday the 13th is when the comet flies, or the. Actually, I think it's not technically a comet. Asteroid.
I'm
Yeah.
scared. I'm scared of a lot of things in life, like women, but most of all, I'm scared of space rocks. So
Well, I can sell you some
there'll be
satellite
about
insurance, like space
there'll
rock
be
insurance, if you'd like.
there'll be 2 billion people that will see it because it'll fly over India and
it's
China.
like space rocks and viruses, dude, and like women. Dude, it's so scary.
I understand the women.
In that order?
They're like the same magnitude of fear.
Damn.
Explains why your signal.
Whoa, that was a big lightning strike. Jesus Christ.
So I mean, I saw it was they kept saying it was April 13th, 2029. I just looked it up. It is a Friday. And you know what? It looks like they're going to launch the next Artemis mission on April 1st. If they do, all the flat earthers are just going to go bonkers. Watch.
No,
What
I mean,
Hey, Jeff.
¿Qué pasa?
So on Wikipedia, it says that 99942 Apophis, provisional designation 2004 MN4. This asteroid is going to pass. They thought it was going to hit on the Friday, the April 13th, 2029, but it's going to get closest it's going to get is around then. It says it's going to get. Wikipedia says 31,600 kilometers, right?
Yeah, it's in between us and Geo. Yeah.
But when you go to Stellarium Online and you put in Apophis 99942 2004 MN4 and put the the timeline to 2029 or 12, it's got a distance of 956,000 kilometers. Have I done
So
wrong?
the projections, so I don't know, you said Stellarium. I don't know what the propagator in there is. So the further out, you're predicting something, the larger the error bars are, depending on which propagator you're using, right? Because certain propagators will take into account the sun plus the closest planet, or the sun plus the 2 closest planets. But in reality, gravity is, gravity from every single bit of mass in the solar system is pulling on Apophis. So It depends on what order of magnitude of specificity the propagator is using in the program versus the data that Wikipedia is citing.
Okay.
So the further out in the future you go, the more of those things diverge. So as it gets closer, the error bars will decrease, which is why they keep like saying, "Oh, it's like a 2% chance it actually hits Earth," and like that'll go down hypothetically as it gets closer.
This will be a really close pass for it.
Oh yeah, 100%. So a meteoroid coming inside the geobelt, like that's pretty. It's a close shave, man.
The next one is going to be, well, quite a bit different. 46 million miles.
Exactly. Yeah, this is it's a super close pass for an asteroid.
Bro, what? An asteroid is going to hit us?
No, it's going to pass.
It's gonna get real close.
How
It'll be visible.
convenient. You know how
It's
many
gonna be
fucking times I've heard of that shit?
Yeah, it's going to be visible to 2 million people. So,
Gonna be a wandering star. Hope you got
2
three kings.
billion people.
I hope you got
Yeah.
3 kings with 3 shit presents ready.
And a virgin for the baby, right?
Follow the star. Follow the
Three shit
star.
presents? I mean, gold was pretty nice. Frankincense was perfume. Myrrh, that's a little weird, but
All right, y'all. I'm heading Betty buys. As always, DMs are open if you have space questions, and if you want to, get a tour or whatever.
when you guys going to launch? When you guys going to launch Intercept Apophis?
Amazon probably won't. Blue Origin will, but I think they're gonna do like a highly elliptical orbit with the blue ring. I'll have to ask. A good buddy of mine is the head of the mission.
Just wondering. You better launch soon.
Yeah, the goal is to be at almost like escape velocity, and then like in a super highly elliptical orbit where the perigee is in line with Apophis's closest approach. And then when it passes by, and when you sync up the orbit, so at perigee you do a escape burn to match its speed.
All right. I always like Molino orbits. That's my personal favorite.
Well, Neo orbits are sick, dude. It just happened, just like a fucking coincidence that the U.S. and the USSR are both in the northern hemisphere, 180 degrees longitude separated from each other.
Well, they had to do, the Soviet Union is much further north than the United States, so they couldn't do the satellites over the equator, so they had to figure out these damn highly elliptical. You have to have 3 satellites in a Molino orbit, right?
Well, no. I mean, so there's a Molniya orbit that specifically has a period that is at 12 hours. So it is at apogee twice a day. And one period it loiters over Russia, and then another period it loiters over the US. So what it would do is it would loiter over the US, take a bunch of data, and then 12 hours later loiter over Russia and downlink all the data.
The one I saw was maybe it's the same one, but it showed that you had 3 satellites in the same orbit, so it's basically one was always high and one was falling, one was rising. So one was always above the horizon at all times.
Yeah, you can do that as well. One sec, Molniya orbit 12-hour period. Yeah, there's like specific ones where you could get like, yeah, I'll show you. I'll put the ground track in the are we doing the are we streaming right now? So I'll put it in the side chat.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a 12-hour period Molniya orbit. and the curly cues are the loitering periods. So it's there for almost 12 hours in both of those little loops, and then speeds in between them very fast at perigee. So you get like a ton of time just hanging out directly over the U.S. and then a ton of time hanging out over the central Russia, where they had a lot of ground stations. So you take pictures of the U.S., take a bunch of SIGINT data, go over to Russia, downlink all the data, come back and do it over and over again.
All right, well, good night, dude.
Yeah,
Thank you,
buenas
Jason.
noches, mes amis. All right, see ya.
If I tell people at my job that I debate fucking satellite guys, they'll never believe
Oh, please tell me.
me.
I'm waiting. Like, I can't wait to hear this. This should be good.
Gatebreaker, what is this?
Don't watch his propaganda. He's going to turn you into a concaver. Don't look.
Yo, Gatebreaker, you're leaning towards concave now?
No, it's still globe.
Guys, can I ask something? People. All people from flat earth. Can I ask something and get some piece of your knowledge?
Are you still streaming?
Yeah. Gatebringer, why does that look concave? What the fuck is this? Bro, what the fuck is this shit, bro? Gatebringer has a super secret fucking camera at the top of the dome. Just looking down on shit.
It's a Halo world.
What the fuck is this, dude? Is this Halo? Like the video game? You loaded this in on your Xbox fucking first generation? Bro, how what is this?
Dun, 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 dun,
Bro got the new
dun.
fucking update for Earth before everyone.
You see, what I'm doing is I'm inverting the normals for the clouds. It looks almost identical, but the shadows are being flipped. So the dark and white regions, they're being flipped. That's one of the things between concave and convex is the secrets differences between them is you're gonna have like certain things are like they're gonna be flipped. And
Bro, concave is retarded. How would the water stick to the sides?
basically in concave Earth, once your the satellites are at different regions, but some of them will be like this high, but your range of visibility it's more complex explanation than what flat earthers are, but its range of visibility is diminished, so you're only going to see like a portion ahead of you like this. So if I
Kind of like the globe, but inverted. But you, since it's so big, you can't see the ocean going up.
yeah, so if it were to be concave and they're hiding it, it would be like the satellite is up here, but this what we're seeing is we're seeing the other side of the world. You wouldn't be seeing the other side of the world. I have another model that kind of shows you more what you're supposed to see, but basically, so you're we're on the ISS here, or excuse me, like on even a higher satellite, like say 800 kilometers, and their range of vision would be like that's as far as out as they could see, and this requires further explanation. But in concave Earth, once you get up higher and you look ahead
This
of
is
you,
boring. When are we gonna talk about
and you look
real shit?
and you
This
look
is
ahead of
fucking
you,
boring.
and you look ahead of you and you look down, Earth actually looks like a globe. So one major difference that I'm trying to
I'm
see
sorry.
is the observations. Is the
But you do that
observations
sometimes. You just yell at people that they're boring.
and the inverted normals, and then I go and I study
Echo
satellite features, satellite
Yo, I
videos,
want to
and
show you this
compare.
map. I'm gonna post a map. Check this out.
yo.
They inverted all the land.
Yodeladala-hee-hoo.
Check that out, Gatebreaker. Look, they flipped the way. On that map and not
I
even
am
know.
God.
It's actually interesting you posted that. I needed these images, so good thing
Yeah,
you
you're
posted
the
it.
reason why I have these images. I have a bunch of stuff on my computer downloaded from when you were sending me stuff. I found a whole stuff around a date.
There's no such thing as lesbians. Prove me wrong.
Yo, Gabrick, I think you're the one echoing a little bit.
Oh, am I? Let me fix it.
No, wait, don't fix
Thank
it.
you.
Dude, Bull Knight got wrecked. Dude, the dude gets wrecked the same exact way every time he talks. I'm starting to think that part of these guys' jobs is to be bowling pins. Like they're supposed to make us think that we're onto something, because honestly, their arguments are just straight up wrong and bad. They just say stuff wrong. I'm like, oh, well, you're wrong about this, and I'm like, wow, these Globers are just wrong. Like Earth could be flat, but what if they're really just wrong and nothing else? What if they're just like, I don't know, I was a honeypot to keep you around. You got Globers saying stupid shit, making you think you're getting all these mushrooms, all these one-ups. A fucking dude, dude sets me up for an alley-oop. I'm like, bro, you're literally tossing me the ball so I could dunk on you. You're just saying incorrect things. So what is the verdict on Storm? What do you think, Steve?
Well, pretty obvious, huh? But what do I know?
Do we
He's
think
still here?
Storm is lying about his condition? Like, what if there's Globers that just tell you they're trans, and then you feel bad for them? It's like, oh, let's just have this. Let's not bring up the fact they're trans while they hang out with us. Like they're conditioning us. Like I'm just sitting here talking to this person that insists that they're trans. I don't know. It's a weird idea.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we all kind of woke up to a different world, right? Not what I thought it was.
Yo, Q-Ab, is there any cooked food that you miss? Like, have you ever, broke your cooked food? Do you slip and eat a cheeseburger here and there? Or do you eat raw meat cheeseburgers?
Sometimes I cook Globers.
Ooh. No, really though. Do you like slip and get cheeseburgers?
I like to eat your mom's roast beef.
Oh, yo, Mod Kitty. Has anybody ever hit the soundboard for you?
Or what are you streaming still?
Okay, mate. Well, it's good to see you. Yeah, if the surface is flat or curved, you should measure it to see if it's flat or curved.
Yeah, I'm not trying to prove. I'm trying to prove the idea that it would be easier to disprove, to prove something than to disprove it.
Oh, yeah. But with regards to the Earth being a planet and a sphere, do you think that's easily provable?
I mean, so it's harder for you to disprove it.
Well, you could prove that there's no curvature.
Yeah, so it's harder for me to disprove that the Earth is a sphere. Well, I would just measure the surface to see if it had curvature, and then we would know if it had curvature or not, wouldn't we?
Yeah, I know about it. I mean, the experiment with
so
the
that's-
laser from one shot to
That's all we
another
need to do
shot.
then.
And
oh, it's not just an experiment. It's not just one. It's actually how we survey on the Earth every day. Yeah. So if we
No,
want to
like
answer
the-
that question, I guess we just measure the surface of the Earth, right?
Yeah, by the experiment, I mean like the one that like kind of points out that like truly, because when you look at it, it seems, but this like in the daily life, you don't feel like the Earth is flat. But this experiment, like
So what? Whoa! In your daily life, you don't feel like the Earth is flat, although that's everybody's lived experience. You
I
don't
think
see a sphere, do you? You see the Earth as flat, don't you? Let's have a reasonable, honest conversation now.
honest one. Well, I don't know.
Okay,
Like you see flat stuff, like that's the way we accept it. And I remember the zooming stuff that when you zoom in, you kind of see the ship itself. You don't see like only the top of it. And
that would depend on the weather conditions, but we're not talking about observations. We're talking about measurement, surveying with tools, including lasers, but not only lasers. Not just one time, hundreds of thousands of times.
Yeah, to be honest, I don't see why you get so emotional here.
No, dude, I'm not emotional. Maybe it's because I'm English. I'm not emotional. I'm just making the point so you can understand it. It's not emotional, dude. Please don't speak to me like that, or you will see emotional response.
Probably that's the cultural difference that we have. Yeah, my bad.
So it's easy to disprove the Earth is a sphere because we measure the surface of the Earth to be horizontal over distance. Right? Or was that too emotional for you?
No, I mean, I wasn't here for any references or disproving or proving the curvature or everything else, because I know that it's like indifferent for me currently. I mean, it will not change my salary, nor will it change my status in life or whatever. It's just something that I don't quite care about, because I'm not a pilot to navigate a plane, nor am I a ship captain to, like navigate as well.
Yeah, it's not going to change your daily life at all. You've always treated the Earth as flat and stationary.
See, like, I mean, by knowing the fact that it was a globe, for me personally, I wouldn't quite, change, or it wouldn't be quite a difference for me.
If somebody came up to tell you that it was raining, but it wasn't actually raining, they were urinating down your back, do you think you'd want to know?
I didn't quite get your example.
If somebody told you it was raining, but actually they were urinating on you, pissing down your back, would you want to know? It's not actually rain, it's golden urine, but he's telling you it's raining. Now, would you like to know the truth that it's not actually raining, or are you happy to think that it's raining?
Actually, I think this example is a bit inaccurate.
You don't even know where I'm going, dude. I'm just trying to ask you if you'd like to know the truth about a situation or not. And it seems to me that you would rather just be happy to continue in whatever belief you've got, which is fine. You can do whatever you want, dude. It just stumbles me when people say, well, I don't care, it's not going to change my life. Okay, if you like being lied to constantly, then I guess that's fine.
No, I see what you mean, but those are completely different like examples of not caring about some things that don't quite affect your life and those who do. So if you're being urinated, it actually affects you because your clothes are gonna be wet, you're gonna smell, you're gonna stink. And
where'd you come from? How did you get here?
Central Asia. Here, where do you
How
mean
did you get here?
Here is
What
like
do you base
Discord?
your theology on? How were you created? How were we all created? How did the earth get here? What is the point to life?
I think you're getting from one topic to another topic.
No,
like
I'm just
you're
going to fucking not
shifting.
bother talking to you, dude. I mean, if it's like talking to a brick wall, I just won't bother talking to a brick wall. It's fine.
No, totally. I mean, like, we haven't finished the first part, and you're already moving to a different part. Like,
What's your point, dude? Do you feel hard done by? What's your point?
My point is that your example doesn't correctly represent.
Oh, for fuck's sake, he's upset about my fucking analogy.
Yeah, because like when I tried to give another one, you said that your example is quite nice, and like, would you?
I'm just trying to ask
quite
you if
give.
you like being lied to. It's a very simple question. I was trying to make it flowery for you so we could go on a wandery little imagination and come to a conclusion ourselves. But fuck it, I won't bother with that. Do you like being lied to?
Quite. If that changes nothing, then why not?
Then I worry about you, sir. Then I worry about you.
I don't know. I mean, come on. Would you be upset knowing that?
Dude, this is why people are weak in the fucking world. Because that answer that you just gave me, well, I'm comfortable. It's convenient for me. You wonder why the world is in such a state? Because we're bringing up weak men with weak minds. All right, it doesn't matter to me. I'll be fine. I got my fucking PlayStation. Fucking weak.
Yeah, well, could you please define weakness, please, for me? What is it to you? Is it like the ability
backbone.
to be
No
angered
backbone, dude. It's your responses are weak. It doesn't matter to you. It's like you're placid. It's like there's no fight in you about anything. It's like, I wonder why we are like we are. I'm trying to point out to you that you think something and it's wrong. You would rather believe the thing that's wrong because it's more comfortable to you. Okay? You can go and do that, but I'm worried about the state of the world.
But there's the question then. You are, so as you said, you're worried for the state of the world, but if you're not able to change it, it's not even in your power. Why would you spend your time and energy to worry about
Because we talk to people like you.
That gives me no answer at all. So, because you're speaking to people like me, you're worried about the world.
Yeah, for 8 years we've been talking to people like you who can't admit the truth that they see with their own eyes and are more comfortable to believe in the lie because it's more convenient for them. That's worrying. I mean,
say that
you
it's
sound like a
convenient.
reasonable man. Take yourself out of the position for a second, and do you not agree that that's worrying?
I meant that there is no point in you of being worried. So you spend your time, your energy, and your
This
stress.
isn't going anywhere, dude.
No, it's quite going. Like every conversation will eventually get to some point.
Not
like,
really.
So I got a bit. I have known a bit more about you and your vision, but I still would like to collect more data about each other to come to a better conclusion, rather than shouting or like.
Oh, I'm definitely not
claiming.
shouting at you, dude. What the fuck?
I'm
maybe me and you shouldn't speak, and you'd speak to somebody else, dude. Thanks. Goodbye.
See ya.
Well, I happen to be back, so if you want to switch gears.
Yeah, that could be. I mean, like, but still, that was like separate conversation, like mine and his and yours and mine. I mean, like, it was more personal to his observation of world. But I read the comments in the chat, and there was like, it's a yes or no question, man. And I mean, like, okay, so if I answered yes and no, then wouldn't it be so, like, if I have asked someone a yes or no question, then eventually I would like to hear his reasons and his
And give
belief.
the yes or no answer.
So, no, I'm talking to the guy in the comments.
I know what you're fucking doing, dude, and I'll just jump back in because you just made a complete arse of what actually happened. You're gonna piss me off, dude.
Yeah, but you know, I don't worry about it at all because it will not affect my life at all. So that's what I'm talking about. I have like the peace, not the comfort, but the peace. Yeah, well, so here's the, yeah, do you like being light or no? So if I give no or yes question, then I would like to have some room to give some reasons and to give some circumstances, because your answers will eventually or partially every time change based on the circumstances you're at. So imagine, here's the thing. You have got a bullet in a gun and you have got a guy to kill in front of you, just a child. Would you kill him or not? Probably most people would answer no. But if there's another guy pointing at your head, and like, so you would have no room to choose.
That's lovely.
So you did get the point, didn't you?
No, that's lovely.
What does it mean? Like,
That was lovely what you said. That was lovely.
So
I
guys,
don't have
guys,
anything else
guys,
to say
guys,
apart
guys,
from that was
guys.
lovely. Thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
Go guys, guys,
Yeah,
guys,
so
guys.
you
Where
did
are you
get the
from,
point,
guys?
didn't you?
No, I didn't. I wasn't really listening to you. I stopped listening about
well,
5 seconds ago. Why are you talking
What
to
the
me? I
fuck
thought
is
you were
this,
talking to
bro?
Yoda.
Yeah,
Because
let's switch gears, okay? Here's the situation, and I'll be quite blunt and frank and short with this. The entire world has been deluded into accepting this outer space myth involving a globe and now a Big Bang cosmology. And it's insane. It's absolutely insane. This has been going on for hundreds of years with increasing intensity and acceptance. And there are very simple ways to dispel the myth of the globe through casual observations as well as highly precise scientific instrumentation used to measure the curvature of the Earth and coming up empty each and every time. Nobody can measure the curvature of it when they try. And this is what's so frustrating. And we can see how it's demonstrated by professionals who call themselves geodetic, that is to say, globe surveyors. We can see how in their very methodology that they're measuring Earth flat and then calculating it to conform to an imaginary ball, and how the margins of error within their calculations and within their assumed measurements are so broad that they can use that error in order to create and believe that they live on a globe that doesn't exist. This is a situation we're in. The most esteemed institutions around the world, from governments to academic universities to technical universities, all the way on down through military, through commerce, pilots and boatsmen. Every profession, people believe that they need a globe to do things, and they really don't. You know, you can be watching TV, right? And you could be watching maybe a commercial for, I don't know, freaking butter or something, and they're going to slap a globe on the logo for a stick of butter. The globe seems to pop up in places where it doesn't make sense, and it's because there's this diluted infatuation with it. And most people are unaware of it. There's this cognitive bias with it. And the people believe that there's a globe because they believe everybody else believes that there's a globe, and that somebody somewhere must have proven that it's a globe. And they've got crazy ass fucking stories to justify it. And when you get back to the root of what the globe is, the golden seed value for curvature, it goes back to a man named Eratosthenes, who probably didn't even exist. And the story that he has of the sticks and shadows and the wells was a thought experiment that was taught to children. We're stuck right now. It's the year 2026, and we still have no verifiable measurement of curvature to support this globe myth. And that's what's so frustrating. That's why we're here. We're here to tell people about it.
I see it now. So your point is like opening the eyes of people, let's say, or like to give enlightenment in their lives.
I wouldn't presume to say it that way. I just want people to consider that they've had no experience directly with the globe, and no matter how hard they try, they won't be able to, and they'll find that nobody who even claims to have actually did either.
Mm. Yeah, I see that.
You know, I'm a theist, specifically a Christian, and I've been in debate circles with atheists for a long time. And if I can make this analogous to anything, it kind of feels like how the atheist feels being surrounded by a bunch of religious nuts. Being the flat earther and surrounded by a bunch of globe religious nuts. So you'll have to forgive us sometimes when we get impassioned about this, because it is quite an important topic. It's important for your very dignity at the very core, right? I don't want to be pissed on my back and told it's raining. Now, does that mean it's going to change how I live my life? You know, I still need to go to the store to get groceries. I still need to fill up my gas tank to drive places. I still have to work my job and do the same thing at my job day in and day out. But I tell you what, I'm able to think and process my world without the burden of carrying somebody else's imaginary myth through which to process all of my firsthand direct knowledge and sensory experiences through anymore. I can process the world as I see it and I experience it, and not suffer the dictates and mandates of somebody else.
Yeah, I see it, but coming back to the example of being pissed at your back and the shape of the earth, like I still don't think that the example of being pissed on your back and being told that it's a rain, it's quite equal as the shape of the earth, because nothing of your
It's a bit
changes.
crude.
Yeah,
I get that. It's a bit crude, right? I mean, I understand the sentiment where it's coming from. There are space agencies that have lied about their achievements. Now, I don't think they're necessarily lying about Earth and the nature of it for that purpose. I do think that they are lying about achievements for the sole reason of projecting national pride, power, prestige, technological progress, whether that's for the end game of making more money, increasing military and technology sales, or for concealing the development of doomsday weapons like nuclear missiles. Whatever their true motivations are, they are projecting power and capabilities through this and technological achievements that never happened, provably. So there's where the piss comes from.
Well, I've recently read the chat and Yaga Bruno, but still, like, I wouldn't like to philosophize the words, but like the way eventually it was like weakness is like neglecting your duty, like the one you have aforementioned. But still, like, let's be realistic here. Then it goes to what is your meaning of life and what's your duty in life? Is it like to guide others? Then, like, why would you guide others? Is it because you feel better, or is it because you think that you have to guide them, or is it because they are in need of guidance? And if they are in need of guidance, what makes you not being in need of guidance as well? Like, or is it someone you want to? Yeah. So you see, like, the thing of weakness makes no sense. So I guess it's more of a claim that neglecting this specific duty is weakness.
I think you can objectify this sense of weakness that Jedi was talking about. we have a tendency to sometimes do things that are not in our own best interests, but we delude ourselves into thinking they are. So when it comes to the psychology of economics, human behavior, it used to be called praxeology before it was called economics, or catalactics. It's the psychology of human preference in a market. Now, the reason why we act is to dispel uneasiness, however that comes, but we have choices before us on how to do that, on how to act. A weaker choice is often associated with having a high time preference. A high time preference means you need something, want something now, and you'll do whatever it takes to get it now, immediately, to fulfill a sense of gratification now. There are biological reasons for this. But in many cases, it is more rewarding and beneficial to yourself, to those you love, and to those in the market if you have a low time preference, which means you defer gratification in order to save up and store for the future. And one of the reasons why a low time preference can be more beneficial is because it helps you mitigate risks that can also happen in the now. If you store up enough food for emergencies, you must have a low time preference in order to exercise that discipline. If you consume the food instead, you won't have any stores for those times that you might need it. So exercising that discipline requires inner strength. You can't be a weak person and exercise the discipline that's required for having a low time preference in order to store up food for the future, which would make you and your family and everyone else around you better off. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
All right. So I think that's where Jedi's mind was coming from. In a sense, coming to the conclusion of flat Earth requires discipline. It requires you to be honest with yourself about how you first experienced the world. And it requires you to then be honest about how you see others interpreting and experiencing the world and coming to the conclusion that it's a globe. When you start to understand not just the psychology, but the very methods and processes that they go through in order to arrive to that conclusion, it becomes quite obvious and clear that not only is the Earth not a globe, but people are taking their everyday observations and interpreting a globe out of it when it doesn't exist. And you know how exactly they're doing it. And you know how they're trying to justify it with math. And what's maddening is people believe that they are justified in their interpretations of a globe due to mainly societal pressure. It's kind of what it comes down to. This is like a big Asch conformity test. The globe is. You've got a room full of participants, right? And the mark doesn't know that all the other participants are in on it. And what happens is a proctor who is coordinated ahead of time with the other participants will tell them to answer falsely a simple question, and to do it on purpose in order to instill confusion on the mark. So they'll go down a list of people, ask them stupid questions, and they'll give stupid answers. And the mark is meanwhile wondering what the hell is going on. How come people around me are answering so confidently that they believe these stupid things to be true? And when the proctor gets to the mark and asks him the stupid question, will this person conform and give a stupid answer? Or will he have the discipline, the resolve, the mental grit and fortitude to give the right answer and to be honest with himself and give the socially unacceptable answer? So when it comes to the question of weakness, yeah, we're tired of dealing with weak men. We need strong men who will pass the Asch conformity test, who will stand up against a room that seems to be out of control and crazy, but conforming to common silliness, and break through the mold and declare, no, you guys are actually all wrong, and I know what's right. This is the truth.
Is it the wisdom of Master Yoda, or is it the wisdom of AI? Because I kind of feel like you were reading a text and not saying it. No, I mean, no offense, because like
No.
even I use AI to some points,
Yeah,
but
I
let's be realistic.
don't. You'll have to just take my word for it. I'm sitting in a parking lot right now, and it's windy outside. I've got my phone in my hand. I'm waiting for my kids to be done with the gymnastics event. And it's crowded as shit in there, and I can't get in to see them, so just kind of waiting. Got another 10 minutes.
Oh, well, I see it now. Quite cool. Well, I gotta move. Goodbye. Have a nice day.
Okay.
Don't be
Adios.
stressing about everything and every people again. See ya.
Hasta lasagna.
Don't get it on ya.
That's a bizarre worldview. He listens to everything you said and he comes up with, was that AI?
Yeah.
Nothing about the content.
He was processing the content, though, I believe it. He seems to be very educated, and he does dwell on these issues a lot. And I think he prefers to dwell on these than the room topic of flat Earth. But I think it was worth tying it in. Now, he I think prides himself on being able to ask thought-provoking questions and to get enlightened discussions going. But I'm not sure what his worldview is, but I suspect it's probably going to be closer to brain in a jar, postmodern relativism and solipsism than anything else.
Right.
I just kind of get that feeling. So, he wanted to ask a thought-provoking question back to Jedi is, well, what do you mean you're dealing with weak men who don't want to stand up for things? Like, what do you define as weakness? Earlier we had just talked about how this whole thing is a delusion, and it takes a lot of strength to pull yourself out of it. We didn't quite get into the social pressure until we came back to it at the end.
Yeah, that's true, though. That's very true.
Right, and it could have gone into places. I mean, so Jedi brought up the analogy of, they're pissing down your back and telling you it's raining anytime they show you basically a globe on TV or whatever the case is, when you're being inculcated with the globe all day on things that don't make any sense. Like you'll see a globe logo on a stick of butter for a commercial and be like, what the fuck? Why do you have to put a globe on that? I mean, it's almost like a sick, perverse obsession that people have that they're also not really consciously aware of at the same time. So it's just such an endemic part of our civilization and how we view ourselves is we are enlightened technologically and we are advanced civilization and we live on a globe. It's kind of part of our worldwide shared cultural identity.
Yeah, for sure.
So breaking free from that, I mean, really means rejecting all that it stands for. And people don't want to be put into that position because they don't want to be seen as a pariah by their friends and family and neighbors. There's an obvious risk issue there. We are herd-like people. We do know and recognize that we survive better when we come together and do things, whether it's participate in a market or otherwise. And if you've got a bad actor or a participant in your community that's just this oddball freak, the natural inclination is to peacefully disassociate, and ostracize. And ostracism is such a powerful, powerful way to deal with something you want to reject. I mean, they say that social ostracism psychologically inflicts more pain than physical pain ever could, than torture. And people inherently fear being socially ostracized as a consequence of rejecting what this world believes to be true. And so we're dealing with that psychology every time we're in here talking with people. And I think it's very deep. And whether or not the people we're talking to understand it and can articulate it this way is kind of irrelevant because they're responding as if they intuitively feel this way, and so they're recoiling. You know, we hear this all the time. They say, well, how could everybody be wrong? How could NASA be wrong? How could all the scientists be wrong? How could everybody else be wrong? And they turn it around and say, you flat earther must be the arrogant one. You must have this Dunning-Kruger complex. Who the hell are you to go against this entire mountain of belief? You know, and well, who am I? I'm just somebody who has the mental fortitude to call it like it is, to describe the world as I see it, and to describe to the world how they're misinterpreting it. Quite obviously so, objectively so. We can prove it.
Yep.
So what Jedi said about us needing to basically foster a culture of strength and to deride weakness around us, I think is absolutely on point. It needed to be said, and he was fully right in engaging this guy in that way and saying so.
It's far away when it's above you, and you can't stare at it because it burns your eyes. But when it's on the horizon, you can. Why?
Because when it is above my head, let's say, it is closer than when it is.
That would make it worse, bro.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah, I mean, when I see it above my head, it hurts. When I see it on the horizon, it doesn't hurt.
Yeah, why is that? Why is that?
What do you mean, why is that?
Why can you stare at it when it's on the horizon and it doesn't hurt your eyes like it does when it's right above you?
Is it because I'm looking through all the air? Is it because I'm looking through all the air?
No, the air doesn't have anything to do.
Yeah, it does, bro. You need to look into it. Your own side says that you're looking through the thickest, densest part of the atmosphere, causing the scattering of light, thus the redness of the sun at sunset.
But we're talking about different things. Like, we're talking about why my eyes doesn't hurt when I see the sun when it's
so am I.
Horizon.
It's the same reason why when you look out at the horizon, you can't see 1,000 miles because you're looking through air. You're not looking through a vacuum.
Yeah, but it's the same sun, and it's different distances.
Yeah, there's air. The air is getting in the way. Gas molecules. Remember?
That's what I'm trying to understand. Like, why the air has to do when it's closer than when it's farther. You know?
When the sun is directly over your head.
You're not supposed to think it's significantly closer or further in your paradigm of the globe. That little bit of difference that it makes is negligible. It wouldn't make a difference from your own side's point of view. You're not supposed to be arguing that. That'd be more like something that we're supposed to argue, that it gets closer and further away. Because it's not 93 million miles away.
I'm not arguing.
It's a known fact. It's a known fact, man, that when the sun is directly over your head, that the air is less dense because as you go up in altitude, that there's less air.
We agree that it is closer when it is right above my head than when it is in the horizon, right?
I mean, if that's what you want to argue, we agree because that's what we all see. Yeah.
On the scale of 93 million miles, bro, what difference is that going to make?
It's 93 million. It's 3 miles farther, so it's 93 million 3 miles.
Oh, that's going to help. That's going to make a huge difference, right?
Well, 93 million and 3.
Even if it's that close,
in the globe, this is what this is what we're trying to tell you. In the globe model, the sun is 93 million miles away. Above your head versus on the horizon, it's 3 miles further away.
Okay, so but when
you think that matters?
Take the example, okay, but when we take the example of the table, it doesn't matter. But when we take the example of the sun, it does matter. That's what I'm trying to understand. The
air is thicker. The air is thicker.
But taking different objects of
do you have weather? Do you have a weather app? A weather app like on your phone?
I don't, but I can search
a weather. Okay. But if you searched on Google right now and typed in whatever you live, like say you live in Tokyo, Tokyo, Japan visibility, it'll tell you how far you're going to see. Where does that number come from? Say it says 10 kilometers, visibility 10 kilometers. Why is that?
You tell me.
I did tell you. It's because the air.
Because of the air thickness.
You're looking through the thickest part of the air if you're looking horizontally.
So it depends
there's less
where
air
I am.
looking up. Yeah, there's less air looking up. There's more air looking sideways.
So when I'm trying to see further, there's like more air particles. So
yes. Light comes to you, brother. And there's less water particles too on top of it. Because as you go up higher and higher altitude, it's drier, right? There's less humidity.
Because the sun is closer.
Doesn't matter what the reason is. It only matters whether it is or not. So yes,
but
there's less humidity. Whether the reason is irrelevant, dude. We only care about how much is there. We don't care about why. We only care about whether it is or isn't.
That's the thing. That's why I don't get why in some topics it doesn't matter and in some does. Like why do we take
right now we're talking about something very
things?
You're being a sophist, and I'm starting to get annoyed. There's a difference between the question of whether something. Listen, there's a difference between whether the question of whether something exists or does not exist and why it exists. Those are all different questions, right? We want to know does it exist or not.
Well, it was you that.
Like I can say, hey, do you have a sister? Do you have a sister? Do you have a brother?
I do.
Okay. Do I need to know why they're here to know if they're here or not?
I don't believe
whether they exist or not. No, I don't need to ask you. Well, when did your parents have sex? Like, I don't need to ask you that. Either you have a sister or you don't. It doesn't matter how she got here.
Okay.
Okay. Like,
and doesn't matter
you're not
why.
This dumb, bro. Okay.
But that's my point. Like in previous chat. Yeah, in previous chat that we had before.
It's not that you don't have a point. You don't even have comprehended any of the points that people have been given to you. So you still have to be able to even steelman one of the points that have been brought forward to you. You don't get any of the points, not one.
I do get the point individually, but I don't connect them between them, you know? Like, we talked about God. We talked about how it was designed. Now we are talking that the sun does this, does that, the light, the tables. I cannot connect the meaning and prove with those all things together. That's what I'm trying to say. And if I may add, I know and I am thankful for that from you, that there is a language barrier and you're being very patient. So I do thank you for that. If you understand what I'm saying, is that
I do.
All the points that we talked in this, I think it is an hour. They don't connect between them. All the topics that we talked before, you know. I'm trying to believe. I'm trying to connect.
You know why? Listen, guys, 1 second. You know why? Because when the guys were trying to tell you about level, about water, about long distances, you were going to the moon, to the sun, to the sky, and those celestial things are not the ground that we can operate, check, verify across. The one that we can test and measure, and people have been trying to describe for you and trying to explain to you how to get it. Your mind is going outside of that, away from the thing in question. That's why you don't get it.
James, here's what I don't understand. How are you telling us they don't connect and they don't make sense when you brought up the sun?
I
We
think
didn't bring it up. You brought it up.
is
If it doesn't make sense, it's because it's your topic.
I know. I'm think that it is available example, and
Who brought it? Who talked about the sun? Us or you? Who brought it up?
The guy that was talking.
So he said the
before
sun
me.
proves a flat Earth. Is that what he said?
No, he had a question about the light and the sunset.
I'll tell you how it got brought up in Indio. He was asking why we can't see the Eiffel Tower from New York, and I explained to him the thickness of the air, and he didn't understand what that meant. He thought that we could just see forever because we can see the moon and the sun. I said, yeah, so how come we can see the sun on the horizon? We can look at it and it doesn't hurt our eyes, but when it's directly over our head, it'll blind you. And then that's how we got into this whole conversation. But he did.
Okay, I get it.
He did bring it up first. You just don't remember bringing it up.
Okay. Can things be too small to see?
Let's say it does.
Okay, let's just go. We're gonna start over. We're gonna can objects like the Eiffel Tower be so far away it's too small to see? Now let's say we took the Eiffel Tower and we put it on the moon. Would you be able to see it on the moon?
With bare eyes? No.
Okay, there's your answer. There's your answer, dude. There's no way you're going to see a 500-foot tall building from 5,000 miles away. It's too small to see. Never mind the air, even if you were in a vacuum.
But it's like pretty small. I mean, yeah, there is. I mean, if we are talking about a thing that it is,
I can promise you. I'm just going to say this real quick, and I'll back out. I can promise you that if we put the Eiffel Tower on the moon, you wouldn't be able to see it either, even with the world's most powerful telescope. If they say the moon is the size that it is, because they say that the moon is 238,000 miles away. So I don't think you'd be able to see a 500-foot tall object 238,000 miles away.
So now I have a question about that. Where I'm from, depends the day, or actually the night. The moon,
here we go.
It's
sun, moon. This is flat Earth, dude. This isn't flat moon or flat sun. If it doesn't make sense, I just want you to remember, you brought this up.
Yeah. I'm talking about the moon like we were talking about the Eiffel Tower in the moon. I'm like following the line. The moon in the night where I'm from.
You're following the line the wrong way.
I'm trying to understand the way I can.
The line that is being drawn for you, that the world that you operate in is a horizontal line, and you're trying to go away from that. If you don't comprehend the ground that you operate across, you're not gonna get anything about the moon or the celestials or the luminaries. You first have to come back to your senses, back to the ground, and figure that out first. And maybe you can entertain the other things. But you're still in page 1. You haven't finished the test for page 1. You don't have the right answers. You don't have all the information to complete the comprehensive assignment that you can draw a logical conclusion about the whole thing. And you're asking about unknown wonders of nature like the moon and the sun. You're not gonna get that. So just chill.
Wouldn't be the sun and the moon and the stars a good measurement from where we are? Like we take different things.
The idea of the globe. The movement of the luminaries as they move in cycles that repeat like clockwork. It will definitely easily show you that the globe idea is an impossibility.
So it is a good measurement to tell if it is flat or not.
No.
Right? It's what you're saying right now.
Not.
It is not. Why?
No. Because no matter what you do, you're making what's called an inductive argument. You can't look at something that is not the object to determine the object. Like if I wanted to know how tall you were, I wouldn't go measure Gemsy. I'd measure you. What you want to do is you want to look at something that's not the Earth to figure out what the Earth is, and that's not possible.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, if I say I am, which I am,
What's the thing? You're going
190.
to try to convince me the impossible is possible? No, brother.
No,
Are you
no,
going
no,
to try
no,
to convince me the impossible is possible? That's what you're going to try to convince me of.
Let me try. So if I am, yeah. I mean, let's talk it.
It's logically not possible, dude. Can
If I
I
am
tell your
190,
height by measuring Gemsy?
if I am 190,
Tell me how I can
and
measure. No, brother. We're not moving on. This is bullshit. No,
hey,
stop.
Let me talk.
Can I measure? Can I figure out how tall you are by measuring Gemsy, the guy that was talking to you? Can I measure his height? How?
Yes. If you
He
put
just said yeah. You just said yes.
next to, yes, I do. If you put one
No,
next
we're
to
not going to
another,
use you. No, just measuring Gemsy. That's it. Just Gemsy, not you.
That's what I'm saying. If we
have to
get
measure you,
both,
right, to know how tall you are.
No. But let me finish. If you put how's it's
You're a
his
bullshit
name?
artist,
MC. But why do you
you're a
get
bullshit artist.
angry,
You
man?
know you're trolling, dude.
I'm not trolling. I'm saying
being
if
you can't be this
Hey,
stupid,
Hippie
so
must
you
also
have to
be a
be
Puerto
trolling.
Rican. Hippie must also be a
I
Puerto
say
Rican, dude.
I am not. If you say
No, you're
your
comparing yourself
fridge,
to Genzi, man.
No, just keep it. No, let him to finish. Go ahead. Say what you're gonna say, and fucking put your
Okay.
foot right in your mouth.
Okay.
Because you're
If
gonna.
I
There's
say my
nothing you
fridge,
can say that's gonna fix this, dude.
okay. If I say my fridge, it is 1 meter tall, right?
Uh huh.
Okay. And I say I am 1 meter 90, and we put both together. You can tell if I am saying the truth or not. That's reasonable, right?
Yeah, but we measured you, dude. We measured you. We used the fridge to measure you.
You are
Yeah, that's right,
measuring the
dude. We
fridge.
use the refrigerator. Listen, we use the refrigerator as the unit of measure to measure you. Okay?
Exactly.
You're talking about not
Exactly.
looking at you. Stop talking. You're talking about.
You can
You're
interrupt
talking
me,
about
but I
not
can interrupt
measuring.
you.
You got to over.
That's
No, you're
the
over talking me because you know you sound stupid. So you're
okay.
talking about not measuring you at all, and just measuring the sun and the moon.
No. I'm saying that if you take an object, you measure that, you can have at least an idea of the object that it is next to it. You know, that's all I'm
but
saying.
you would be seeing you like if I was measuring you next to your refrigerator, I would be the point of view looking at you in the refrigerator. I can't jump away from Earth and look at the Earth and the moon side by side. That's how retarded you sound.
Well, that's another topic.
Let's say you see the moon, right? You can see the Earth, you can see the ocean. You're on the beach, right? You can see the Earth, you can see the ocean, and you can see the moon, right? They're right next to each other in your vision. How big's the moon? How big's the moon?
I couldn't tell.
Why not? They're right next to each other.
Yes, but as this other guy said,
This is what
I
you
am
said.
in
You
the
said
Earth.
if they're right next to each other.
No, but he had a good point, not you.
Yeah, that's right. Change it, dude. Yeah, you
No,
sound dumb,
I'm giving.
bro.
I'm. But why do you get aggressive, man? I'm saying he was right.
Because listen,
not you.
because
He was right.
You stopped being honest like 20 minutes ago, and you stopped engaging us honestly 20 minutes ago, and I'm not happy about it because you were being honest, but you stopped. Okay,
No,
and now you're just trolling.
You got angry.
Don't believe what you're saying, dude.
Yeah, I do. I'm trying to get from my perspective of ground Earth how you.
That's not your perspective,
Earth,
dude. No, brother, you've
well,
never had
it was
perspective of around Earth.
indoctrinated. It was
Okay, let me ask you.
indoctrinated from me that it is ground Earth. I mean, it is my beliefs.
What's
It's
this
your belief, but you.
video?
It's your. Hold on. It's your belief, but you've never actually.
Yes, it is.
Okay, will you let me finish? You've never actually had that perspective in reality, right? If I said, from memory, what do you remember the Earth? When do you remember the Earth looking like a round Earth? You can't tell me from your memory, can you? You don't remember that.
Remembering what? That it was round?
Remembering when you saw with your eyes the Earth being round.
No, I don't.
Okay, neither do I. I don't remember that, and nobody in this chat remembers that ever happening. Okay, nobody you know and nobody they know remembers that. Okay, so when you say from my perspective, it's not actually a perspective you had in real life. It's what you imagine. It's your imagined perspective.
Hey, India,
and that's why we're trying to
I think that the word that imagine, it isn't the word. I think that it, as you said, it is indoctrinated and taught like when we were a
Yeah,
kid.
we got taught the same thing. Yeah, I got
Okay,
taught
but
the same thing.
the word isn't imagine.
Hippie. Yeah. If the
Yeah.
surface of the Earth is not curving into a ball, then the surface of the Earth must be what?
That's an assumption that it is kind of.
It's an if. It's a hypothetical.
Yeah, but why there's only two options? Why it isn't square, for example?
It could be square, but that would be flat, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the third option? If it's not curved, so you have
we're going
two
to something.
options. It's either curved or it's flat. And then once you define that it's curved, then you have two options from there. It's either convex or concave. You see how that works?
No, I'm talking about the shape as in square or circular.
We don't know what the shape is. We don't know what the shape is. It could be any shape. It could be an octagon. For all we know, the UFC got it right, and we live on an octagon. That's why we're always fighting each other.
Is that
Let's get ready to rumble.
That's actually that's actually something true. Like it's an octagon or
no. What I was trying to tell you is if the water, right? The water, it either curves into a ball, curves either way, or it's straight, right? So it's one or the other, and we can figure out.
Straight. Yeah. So if it is straight, does it fall?
Fall to where?
Hippie, look in the side chat.
Fall to where? Where are you going to fall to?
I mean, the
look in the side chat. Look in the side chat.
Yeah, where would the water? Where would the water fall to? First of all, it wouldn't fall because there'd be a vacuum, right? And water evaporates in a vacuum, so that isn't going to happen. So fall to where? See, this is more like imagination. See, when you think about the Earth, you have to rely completely on imagination. We're trying to get you to think about what you actually experience in your life. Okay, not what you imagine the Earth to be, but what you actually see it in real life to be. Okay.
Hippie. So look in the side chat. Look in the side chat. I just tagged you. Which of these shapes are flat?
I'm trying not to look to the chat because Platter is going with all the jokes, and I can get the serious stuff, you know.
Just look at the picture I posted. That's all I'm asking. Look at the picture I posted, the image I posted. Which of those shapes are flat?
Let me say, I like you, Platter. I like the jokes. I'm not that sensitive. I'm seeing the shapes. Yeah.
Yeah. Which one's flat and which one's not flat?
Could all be flat.
Okay, cool. So flat is not exclusive to like one shape, right? Flat is just a feature of the surface, right?
Yeah, I know. I thought that you like went further and you knew the shape. Like it was something like you already achieved.
We just know it's not a ball because if in order for it to be a ball, it would have to curve.
So what's the next, let's say, step to know what the shape is?
It's a good question, man. You'd have to go to the extent of the entire universe to figure that out.
So let's say, how do I make this question? So we didn't went to the moon.
Hell no. Why would you?
No.
That's a trending question. I'm asking really seriously. Like if we did get to the
nobody's
moon,
been. Listen, brother, it's worse than that. Nobody's been to outer space.
So it was all a lie.
Yes. It's made up. It's a fairy tale.
It was created to exert dominance over the rest of the world.
Now there's NASA documents from when NASA was created saying that they wanted to create the impression that the United States was so technologically advanced no one would oppose us. And that's why they created NASA.
So what's the point?
In their own words, it says that. It isn't what I say. It's in their own words. They said that.
No. I believe. I think I read it. I don't want to say I did because I don't remember. But the thing is, I don't understand why. What's the point about that? That's what I don't get it. Like, why
I just
would they
told
do
you
that?
why. The reason they said they did it was to create the idea among foreign people that the United States was very technologically advanced, and if they tried to make war with us, we had such great technology that they would be destroyed.
So it's like a war power thing, let's say.
Okay, think about it like this. Say you could go out and buy, you know how there's people, they can inject in their, they can get implants, right? Like,
yeah,
and make it look like they got big ass arms and they're jacked, but they couldn't freaking curl 10 pounds. So that's what we did, right? We basically put on a fake muscle suit and walk around like we're huge when we're freaking skinny.
So you try to appear as someone like very strong, very powerful to other countries.
That's the art of war. That's the art of war. When you're weak, appear strong.
So Russia, let's say, and China, and all the other like the space war or space race. I don't
There wasn't
know.
one. There was no.
There
space
wasn't
race.
one.
Well, according to the Russians, the Soviets said that the United States made up the space race, that it only existed in Western media.
Well, I like what Platter said. Right now, I'm reading the chat.
Well, I mean, listen, doesn't there need to be two people in a race? And if the other person says, we're not racing, and the other person's running around the track by themselves, is that a race?
Yeah, no, but yeah, no, but
I'm just telling you what they said. They also say that the moon landing's fake. But nobody believes them because they're just the lying Russians, right? They're the commies. Whatever they say is a lie.
The thing is,
if you want to get into why they would lie, like, okay, so let me explain this to you, okay? There's a lot of sub-reasons for why people lie. Oh, I lied because I didn't want you to get hurt. I lied because I wanted to be better than you. I lied because of this. I lied because of that. But the real reason why people lie, there's only one reason. And then every reason under that is a sub-reason. The reason why people lie is to control how other people think.
Okay,
That's the only reason why people lie.
Have you ever thought that, as Platter said right now in the chat, this isn't like another way to divide in people? Like being flat Earth or ground Earth isn't like another way?
No, you're the only one divided from us.
But that's the point. Like, why are we divided? Like, we are in the same Earth.
Why are you defending the governments of the world?
No. I'm taking the point that Platter said, that it is a way to divide in people. The thing that the space race and what NASA said, and like, why are we arguing if the Earth is flat and or the Earth is round? That's
why
the
are you
point.
defending an idea you don't? Well, dude, you came in here, right? And you came and you started defending. Hold on. You started defending an idea that isn't yours, and you don't really understand it very much. I mean, you understand it a little. We all do because we all went to school, but most people don't understand the globe and all the stuff that goes along with it. But they'll defend it to their dying breath. Why? Why would they defend it? Like, imagine somebody else like down the street had a good idea, right? Are you gonna run around and yell at people because their idea and take it up like it's yours? That's what people do. We've been doing this for nearly a decade, and we watch people every day, dozens of times a day, come in here and get angry, get mad, yell at us, swear at us. Someone last night saying we should kill ourselves, drink bleach, all this stuff because we don't think the Earth is a globe. Now, you tell me why they do that, because I haven't figured it out, other than there must be an occult or something.
Well, I agree with you, like 100%, and that's why it hurts me when some people are trying to be open-minded, like me or the other girl that entered here and try to be. But you have to understand that we were taught that the Earth is ground all our lives, and it's like
So
I
were
don't
we.
know.
So were we.
Yeah, but if they
So
taught you,
were
let's say they
you.
taught you, brother, let's say they taught you frickin' Greenland was covered in ice and then you found out it was a desert, would you be upset?
I'm trying to finish the other idea. What I'm
Well,
trying to
but
say
I'm
is
saying
that
is people get upset about it. You're missing the point, is that people are getting upset. They learned something in school, they're getting told what they learned in school is wrong, and they're getting emotionally upset about it.
but
That's not normal.
being you upset also doesn't like give us give us, when I say us, is like ground earth, the point. Like, why are you upset about it also? Like, if you
We're
are
not
right,
upset.
why
We're
would
not upset,
but
hippie. Hold on. Now, you
Don't worry about
mentioned that girl earlier. Some guy came in and said, because you're a girl, you don't understand shit. That guy was
yeah, that's
likely a globe. Hold on. That guy was likely a globe earther also, like you. He was just coming in here to talk shit because that's what globe earthers do with their low IQ personalities. Now you think a little bit more sensibly because we did that. Remember, we did the you missed it, Indio. We calculated the circumference of his kitchen by measuring
yeah,
two angles of the of soda cans on his floor. It was
yeah, we
fantastic.
did.
His kitchen is
awesome, man.
24 meters in circumference.
Yeah, and the Little Prince planet. Freaking awesome.
Now I have a fucking huge
But
kitchen, man.
but
Yeah, that was awesome.
so we don't go around shitting on people all day. That's not our nature. We actually, believe it or not, flat earthers have a genuine appreciation for the life around them. So when someone comes in and says, because you're a girl, you're a piece of shit, or whatever he said, that's not us. That's probably somebody that's on your side who thinks the earth is a ball and is a godless heathen and doesn't know how he's going to get live life once his mom and dad die. Like
Well,
it's just a thing, man. That's not
now,
us.
now,
That's your side.
if I'm being honest, like, since I don't believe in God and I feel kind of excluded just by that, I think like all the people that doesn't believe in God has to find a way to actually believe what you're saying without proving that there is a God. You know what
It's
I'm
not about
trying to.
belief. It's not about belief.
This is different
All
than
right.
God. Okay, God. The question of God is a metaphysical, supernatural question, and the question of what the Earth is a question about the natural world. Right? Those are two different things. You can't
So it
prove the
can be
existence or
proven.
non-existence of God with the natural world, but you
Okay,
can't
so
like the thing. People that don't believe in God, I go, okay. I'll say to you this:
yeah,
what would prove to you God exists?
I I do not believe
What?
so.
Well, okay, I know you don't believe, but what would prove to you that God exists? What evidence? What type? You don't even have to tell me exactly what the evidence would be. What type of evidence? Would it be something from a scientist in a test tube? Would it be a freaking reading on an instrument? Like, what would it be that would prove God exists to you? And if you ask yourself this question, you'll find out that there's no evidence that would prove God exists to you that you'll accept because you don't want God to exist. This is a matter of desire. It's not a matter of whether it's true or not. And this is what we tend to find out with people. But I don't want to make this topic about atheism versus theism.
Yeah, no,
The
no,
thing
me
is,
neither. Me neither. I'm sorry that
so
I brought it
the
up,
point is
but
that they say this is how you figure out what in science. They say you do this to figure out what the natural world is. Okay, let's go do this. They say the Earth is a globe. Let's go check. And we in here, me personally, even as recently as last week, I go to the beach, I make measurements, I go check, and every time I go, it turns out that where they say the Earth is a globe and that the measurements do not match that and do not check out. Now, I'm supposed to ignore all that, what I've done personally in real life, and watch TV and go listen to some guy that says, oh, I went to the moon in a rocket ship and I dropped stuff and they didn't fall. And I'm supposed to believe the words of some idiot on TV when I've gone out and actually checked, right? What am I supposed to believe, dude? Me or the TV set?
Yeah.
Right? We're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. A lot of people come in here, they think we're trying to convince them the Earth is flat. No, we are here to give you information that you did not have otherwise, right?
Yeah,
Such as
yeah.
that's it. You can decide for yourself what you want to do with that information. You can fact check us and say those flat earthers, I'm checking to see what they said is true, and go on the internet and look and see what we said is true. You'll find out that everything we say is 100% factually accurate. Now, you might disagree with the conclusions about the facts, but that's a different thing, because there's always interpretation. There's always interpretation of facts.
Yeah.
There's always interpretation, no matter what. You have data, and it has to be interpreted by a human being. So, but the thing is, there's certain things about the globe that they teach us in school that they don't tell. They only tell you the things that work, right? They never tell you. They don't. It's like selling a car, a used car. They tell you the good things about the car, but they don't tell you the bad things about the car. Now, in certain respects, the globe model, I guess, if there is a model, it works in a certain. There's a certain parts of the globe model that work, but there's other parts that don't work, right? So, but they don't tell us the parts that don't work. We in here, we know about the parts that don't work, and in the interest of full disclosure, we think that everybody should know, like, yeah, this globe idea isn't as solid as people think when you actually investigate it. And I say, and I'm going to say it again, is the only way to know for sure is to test it yourself. You're not going to learn it from, I mean, you'll learn things from us, but you should check what we say. You shouldn't just listen to us and say, I don't believe NASA anymore. I'm going to believe the Flat Earth Channel. No, don't do that. Go out, test it yourself. Like, I'm not worried about you testing it yourself. I encourage it. Go test it yourself. You'll find out the Earth is not a globe at all.
Yeah, and he's already said that he's seen boats that he believes to be 20 kilometers away disappearing at a distance, right? But aside from that, hippie.
And you can check. Hold on, just to give him. I want to give him a resource. Just to you can actually check their distance. There's a website called marinetraffic.com. It'll give you the positions of boats. Huh?
I'm searching it right now.
Marine traffic. TRAFFIC.com.
Yeah.
It's got boats all over the world. When you click on the boat, it'll give you its coordinate, right? Its latitude and longitude coordinate, right?
Yeah.
And then you can figure out, there's all sorts of what's called Earth curve calculators. You can get your coordinate where you're viewing it from, its coordinate where it is. You can ask one of the AIs, say, how far away is this latitude from the latitude, longitude from this latitude, longitude? It'll do the calculation, and then you can see, hey, should I see this boat based upon the Earth curve calculator? So one I did was capture the boat on the horizon. It was 10 miles away. Well, the horizon should be 4 miles away. So that's a big problem. The horizon's 2 times farther than what it's supposed to be, right? And I've got all sorts of these. I've seen a boat 30 miles away. I've seen in case the conversion of that's like 50 kilometers. I watched a boat sail
for example, yeah.
Well, 50,
I'm sorry.
think about that. 50 kilometers away. I saw a ship that was sailed away from me. So it started in Boston Harbor and sailed out like directly away. And I could still see it at 50 kilometers away.
So at what point does the air particles start to
It depends on that day.
It depends on the day.
It depends on the pressure, the humidity, how much the wind, how much particles are in the air. The best day to do the best condition to do observations are you want high pressure and low humidity. So in Antarctica, right, they say in the Southern Ocean, there's a guide that the U.S. Geospatial Agency puts out. It's like a guide on how to sail in the Southern Ocean. Now, the Southern Ocean is the ocean that's, Chile and freaking South Africa, all that, and below Australia. Now, the
Let's
air
say like
the air there is
Atlantic
very
Ocean.
dry. Yeah, the air there is very dry. And in their sailing guide, it says it is not uncommon to see mountains 300 miles away. Okay? Now, if you do the calculation for a globe Earth of seeing 300 miles from a ship, you shouldn't see any mountain that is shorter than 9.75 miles tall. Well, Mount Everest is 5.25 miles tall. So you should only see mountains 2 times the height of Everest. But they say it's not
insane.
uncommon. Yeah, well, yeah. And the difference between observing there and everywhere else is that the humidity is very low. It's like 20% relative humidity, which is super low, which is dry, about as dry as like a lab where they make microchips, right? A chip lab where they wear the suits and all that shit. It's a complete controlled environment. They take out all the particles out of the air. The Southern Ocean is like that, so you can see super far. That determines how far you can see is the amount of particulates that are in the air. And temperature and wind, and there's other smaller factors, but it's mainly the particles.
I speak Spanish. Maybe this guy speaks Spanish. I can translate to him, and actually he can understand the questions.
Now, if someone's gonna do that translation, it's gonna be me.
That's the problem, hippie. I speak Spanish, like you.
¿Hablas español?
Sí, yo hablo español y sé el tema. But anyways, you speak English, guys. That's it.
It's the English server. I think. Hold on. I think the rules here are that you're supposed to speak English.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you're right. Yeah.
Okay.
What's the question again? I mean, how do you know what you see outside, the sky? It is what they taught you it is.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, what's the proof you have?
TV.
You don't even have to have proof. How about some evidence? Let's start there, and we'll deal with the evidence, and then determine whether that evidence proves it.
Well,
feelings, nothing more than feeling.
But you don't neither, right?
Don't need a what?
I don't fucking claim I know the extent of the universe. That's a bold fucking claim. Think you know what the universe is.
But you do?
Nope.
Nobody does.
That's
Nobody,
the
not
thing,
me,
right?
not you, not the scientist, nobody.
We just claim the Earth is flat. That's it, Bob.
Yeah, the surface that we live on is measurably, observably, and testably flat.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That's why I'm trying to get like.
We can prove that, and do you know why? Because we're on the Earth, and we can test the Earth because we're standing on it. Things about the sun, stars, moon, out there, we can't prove anything about it. We can make up stories, the same as they did in the past, the same as they do now, but we'll never be able to actually prove it because we can't go there, right? So that's it. You have to accept there's some things that can be proven, and there's some things that can't be proven, and some things that are beliefs, and some things which are knowledge. We know the Earth is flat because we can prove it's flat by measuring it. We can't prove anything about the sun, stars, moon, or anything like that, and neither can anybody else.
I do believe that we can use the moon to measure some things in the Earth. For example, let's say.
Would you make a bridge that way? Hold on. Would you build a bridge by using the moon?
But that's bold too.
Well, you said we can measure the Earth with the moon, dude. Can we build a bridge using the moon?
No, I said that we can.
Then we
use
can't
the
measure
moon.
the Earth.
No. I said that I mean, Don't say
Well,
things
if
that
you,
I didn't. I'm saying that
I'm just
we
saying.
can get. Okay, let me finish. I said
Sorry.
that the moon, we can get the moon to measure things,
Like what?
not all the things. For example, the tides and the
No, you
gravity
don't.
and all. We don't.
You're measuring tides. You're not measuring the moon.
Yeah. No. We are using the moon
No, you're not.
to. How come?
How are you measuring the moon? How are you using the moon to measure a tide?
Because of gravity and the interaction with the
That's
Earth.
not true, dude.
Is this
Quantum
guys are like
physics lecture or what?
fucking
Well,
bowstring dolls, man.
I mean, what we were taught it is that the moon and the interaction with the gravity of
That's what
Earth
you're taught. But
creates
what are you
Okay,
measuring, though?
that's awesome. What evidence did they give you that that's true?
Math.
No, they gave you math.
They didn't give you math either, mate.
They didn't give you
I
anything.
mean, they
They showed you
prove
a
it.
diagram.
They prove
Astronaut.
it by
Astronaut.
math. I can't
They showed him
replicate
an
it.
astronaut.
They gave you a cartoon, bro. They gave you a cartoon and said this proves tides.
Did you
So
know
we
that
can.
tides are not actually all over the world? They're only in some places, in some parts of the world. Actually, most of the oceans of the world do not experience measurable tides.
As the moon
Nah,
is
that's
in
wrong.
different
That's
parts of
That is
the.
true. Go look it up. It's called
Yeah, it is.
It's called tidal nodes or anthropomorphic points.
Yeah, a lot of the Mediterranean doesn't have tides.
Great Lakes don't have tides. Like almost the entirety of the oceans. If you type in tidal nodes and go on Google Images, you'll get a map, and that map will show where the tides are immeasurable, meaning there's no tides at all. It's most of the ocean, not even some of it. It's most of it. I'll just post it in the chat. I mean, you don't have to believe me. See, remember I was telling you earlier about we're going to give you information you did not previously had? This is it.
Yeah, I'm actually.
Most people
I'm
think
actually
tides are
saving
all
the
over the
things.
world. Well, I'm just saying is that most people, what we're taught in school, all over
Yeah.
the world has tides, and those tides are determined by the moon. That's not true.
yeah.
There's a correlation. There's a correlation between tide height and where the moon is, but it's just a correlation. There's also 20 other when they calculate what the tide's going to be, which are often wrong, but when they do the calculation for their model, there's actually 20 variables, not just the moon and not just the sun. There's 20 other variables.
But you say
Or
yourself
18
that they
other
are
variables.
wrong.
Well,
The
sometimes they're
moon
wrong.
it's
So,
right.
like a few years ago in Venice, right?
Yeah.
In Venice, there was what they called a freak tide. So they didn't predict it, but Venice was buried under freaking 40 feet of water. Venice, Italy. And then 5 years before that, they had another freak tide where all the water went away and all their gondolas, instead of being in the water, they were at the freaking bottom of their little canals. Right? They didn't predict any of that. So that's the point, is that they can make predictions which are accurate a lot of the time, but they're not accurate all of the time.
But does that make it false?
No,
Or
it
just
means
not exactly
means they
right?
don't know.
Your claim was you can measure tides with the moon, so that you can throw that out now, right?
How's that? I'm sorry.
So your first claim, your claim that you brought up, you said you can measure. You actually said you can measure the moon with some things on Earth, but I don't think you meant that. Is it? You were talking about tides. You said you can measure the tides with the moon. Yeah.
Not measure, but justify it. Yeah, maybe it was a
So it's incorrect, right? What you said.
And then there's a difference between correlation and causation, right? There's a difference between saying the moon causes the tides and that the moon correlates with the tides. So a correlation means it's just two things that happen at the same time. They could have the same cause in and of themselves, right? So the thing that causes the moon to be in a place and the thing that causes the tides to be a certain way, make both of those things make the moon and the tides do something. So they both have a common cause. And if you don't pay attention, you might say, "Hey, the moon causes the tides," but like, does a rooster cause the sun to rise?
Yes.
Yeah. So you ever heard that, right?
Yeah.
Like the sun comes up right after a rooster crows, right? So it must be the rooster making the sun come up. He causes
Yeah, I
the sun to
know.
come up.
I mean, what I do believe, and this
maybe the
is, yeah,
tides cause the moon, right?
Maybe.
no,
The
what I do
tides
believe,
cause the moon. Yeah, there we go. I like that one.
what I do believe, it is that it is, as you said, correlation. It does have something to do with the tides. I mean, we
Yeah.
cannot ignorate the fact that it actually does have something to do with it. And maybe it isn't the only reason it happens, the tides, but it does have something to do, right?
Yeah,
I'm not sure
they're
about that.
related in some way, but if you look closer, so I'll give you an example. So in England, right? England's a small island, right? So they have the tide times all around the island. And right, you would think that England, there's one time for the tides across the whole island, right? Because the moon is pulling up the water, right? Pulling the water of the earth toward it, right? And so like it should be like 5 o'clock. It's high tide in England everywhere, but it's not. One part of England will experience the high tide 11 hours after some other part. Right? So there's a number of factors which tell you when the tides are. All you can say is that at any particular location, right, when the moon is, because it's a cycle, right? So there's a lunar cycle in which the tide is higher. So we know that, like, for any particular location, that cycle, that when the moon is in that position, the tides will be higher at that time. But it won't be the same time as, say, on one side of England and the other side of England, like the north or the south or the west, right? It'll be different times they have tides, but we know that, like, when they actually have their tide, it'll be higher than their normal tide at that place, right? So we don't know
I'm
everything.
following. I'm following.
Yeah, I'm just saying is that, like, it's some of these things are a little, like, natural phenomena can be pretty complicated because there's a lot of stuff going on. But the point is like the sun, moon, stars. Like, do you think anybody's ever going to really know what the sun is or what it's doing? Think someone's going to go to the sun and take a scoop of it? Go, oh, the sun's made of hydrogen. Here's a scoop of it. Right?
Well, I
We can
mean,
never know. We can never actually get a hold of it. Or the stars, right? We can't go to the stars and, like, yeah, the stars are just like the sun, right? I mean, someone came up with the idea that the sun and the stars are the same thing.
But we do know something, like, and based on that facts that we do know, like, for example, the hot or the summer or whatever, it is caused because of the sun. Maybe, and I give you this right, we take assumptions of that fact.
Sun's elevation angle in the sky. That's the only difference.
Yeah, whatever. But the thing is, there are
Not whatever.
certainties.
That's what causes summer and winter.
I mean, what I'm trying to say is that there are certainties that maybe.
Yeah, the sun gives heat.
Yeah, we have listen. We have no problem with saying, "Hey, this is what we think. This is what our idea is, and we believe it's this." But they don't say that. They tell us that it's an absolute 100% fact that the sun is a nuclear fusion generator, right? And it's just like the stars, and the stars are trillions of light years away. They are trillions of miles away. They just tell us that. They don't say this is our best guess. This is what we believe. This is what we think the evidence shows. They don't tell us that this stuff is just their opinion. They tell us that it's 100% fact. I have a problem
No,
with that.
what I'm trying
I know
to say
you
is
don't.
that
I'm just saying in
no. What I'm trying to say is that there are things that are facts, and
like
that
what?
maybe, well, for example, the radiation of the sun. Are we
Like how
okay
much
with
it
that?
is, how much radiation it emits? Yeah, we can measure
No,
that.
no,
Yeah.
no,
You can
no, not
measure
about how much. It is if there is or if there is not.
Yeah, it's
And I think,
detectable, right?
yeah, okay. So there is radiation from the sun. We can measure things from those radiations.
Like what?
We can. Well, I mean,
You can
I don't
measure
know,
the
but
What can we
radiation, right?
measure? What can we measure about the sun?
about the sun, no. But take those things that we know about the sun, the stars, and the moon. Only only things that we know
Don't know
that
anything about
know that are
stars.
facts. Like for example, the hot, the temperature that we have on the Earth, it is related to the sun. And that's a fact, right?
Of course.
Or, yeah,
Yeah,
I
that's a
mean,
factor. The sun is definitely a factor, no doubt.
okay, okay.
There's other
So
factors
what?
though, right? There's
Yeah, there
also
is.
local air currents, elevation, sea
Moisture in
currents,
the air.
moisture in the air, whether there's a lot of foliage, whether there's a lot of other factors which determine, the season, the temperature, all that stuff. The sun is part of it, but it's not the only thing.
It is not the only thing. Yeah, but taking from there, can we know, for example, that if the sun it is the center of the universe, or let's say it is not the universe, but the center
Nope.
of the galactic way that we are?
We can't know
The
that.
center of the solar system, is that what you mean?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Can we
my
tell? No, we
English.
cannot tell. We cannot tell from where we are. No, we can't.
You don't know it. You don't know if it is a physical thing like a solar system, though. Either.
Earth could be the center. Like you arbitrarily pick the
And
center. Jupiter could be the center. Anywhere can be the center. You could make Jupiter the center, right? And you could create a model that would model what you would see from Earth, assuming Jupiter was the center. It's perfectly doable.
but the sun we can
Because you got
see.
to in modern cosmology, there's no absolute reference frame. Do you know what that means? There's no such thing as absolute space. There's only the motion of one object relative to another object. Right? This
Yeah,
is the general
I do
relativity.
understand.
This is why the speed of light is constant in all reference frames. Right? So when they tried to measure the motion of the Earth, the Michelson-Morley experiment failed to measure the Earth to be in motion. And this is why general relativity was invented, to explain this away. The fact that when they went to measure, they're like, the Earth don't seem to be moving, but we can't have that. So we'll just say the fucking clocks don't work and the freaking rulers don't work. And we'll just say a bunch of bullshit. It's literally what they did. And that might sound
So
crazy, but that's what they did. So what they said was that when they measured the apparatus of the motion of the Earth using a interferometer, the apparatus shrunk in the direction of the Earth's orbit. The distance between the mirrors got closer because space-time bent because of special relativity, and that they couldn't measure the change in distance because of the constancy of the speed of light. That it's going to, no matter what they measure, it's going to look 300,000 meters per second, no matter whether they're going fast or slow or not. So they're always going to measure the same thing no matter what. See, this is the whole Einstein, right? This is all the stuff Einstein came up. A lot of people don't know that the whole Einstein thing exists because they couldn't measure the motion of the Earth. This isn't me making it up. You can fact check me. Michelson-Morley experiment. Einstein even said in a talk he gave, he's like, the motion of the Earth cannot be measured by any optical experiment. Meaning they can use lasers, they can use telescopes, they can use whatever, and they can't measure the motion of the Earth by looking at anything.
yeah,
Now
I
that might be
think
disturbing.
No. I actually read something about that. I know you're telling the truth. Even
Yeah,
though
it's called Michelson-Morley.
I do believe whatever you tell me. I mean, I'm going to actually study a lot of things that you sent me, because it's really interesting, actually.
Yeah, it is interesting. This topic, people think, oh, flat Earth, you guys are dumb. This topic's actually super complicated because it deals with science, measurement, history. You know what I mean? Philosophy, all sorts of things are involved in this.
What I do believe, and I say this not to you, but to all globe earthers, that they should actually, as you said, fact check the shape of the Earth. You know, that they should actually take the time to make these experiments.
Look into it, right?
Yeah, man, like they should do that, and maybe they come to the conclusion that the globe, the Earth is it's round or whatever, but they at least did something to actually prove it. You know,
They've just got to ask themselves one question, right? That one question is, how do I know the Earth's? That's it.
Yeah, man, that's it. I think that's the most important thing about all this. Like, you should ask that question once in your life, and whatever the conclusion is, you
And
at
if it's
least
because I saw it on
try.
TV, then you need to look further into it.
Yeah, the key
Yeah,
thing is
man.
the key thing is actually asking the question honestly. How do I know the Earth is a globe? Not how I think somebody else knows, because a lot of people we go, "How do you know the Earth is a globe?" and they tell us what somebody else thinks. We want to know how they know it, not how like they think an astronaut knows it or some scientist knows it or somebody else. How do they know it? Because they don't know it. They think somebody else knows it. Okay? And they're relying on somebody else. And then we ask them, who's that person? They don't know who that is either. They say, well, there's lots of experiments. Okay, what experiment? They don't know what that is, right? They don't know who proved it. They don't know when it was proven. They don't know how it was proven. They don't know where it was proven. They just know it was proven out there sometime. We call this the magic science guy fallacy. They think out there somewhere is a magic science guy that proved all these things. They just don't know who he is, what his name is, or where he's at. But they know he's out there. And I say to them, we're looking for him too. Tell us when you find him because we want to talk to him.
Here's a bounty.
Yeah, bounty, exactly. Hunt him down, man. Who's this guy that proved the globe? We want to talk to him. Because we've been looking for him. Man. I've been looking 8 years. But like, it's a question you ask. How do I know the Earth is a globe, and not how somebody else knows it? Like, what do you like? Because people act, and normally that would not be a fair question, but in this case it is because they think it's obvious, right? If you think it's obvious, they think it's so obvious it's a globe, right? It's so obvious. Okay, if it's so obvious, how do you know it's a globe? And then they don't.
Well, that's
the
thing. And that's what you actually do really well, man. As a ex-globe earther believer, whatever.
Yeah, a while ago.
That you actually take the time to say, well, okay, prove it. All the people just assume it, and it is kind of easy if you know how to do it, just to prove or not prove or just to experiment, and most people don't do it.
Look, I'm not. Listen, brother, I appreciate that a lot because I'm actually not trying to get them to prove it to me. I'm trying to get them to prove it to themselves.
Yeah,
I want them to prove it to themselves. Okay, how do you know the Earth's a globe? I want them to talk it out. Like, how do I know? How do I know the Earth's a globe? What evidence am I relying on? It does the evidence that I'm relying on justify the conclusion that the Earth's a globe, right? So we'll see. We're here. Things like, well, there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth. If the Earth was flat, there'd just be no horizon at all. And if you think about that for 5 or 6 seconds, you realize that no matter what you're on, there's gonna if you can see the sky and whatever you're on top of at the same time, there's going to be a horizon because the horizon's the line that divides the sky and the ground, right? So if you're standing on anything, no matter what the shape is, there will be a horizon. Like, they just never thought about it. And a lot of these things, they just never thought about it or thought it through. Like you even said it, like, why can't I see the Eiffel Tower? Because it's too far away. Like, you're not fucking Superman. Like, what do you think, man? Like, why can't I see the Great Wall of China from New York? It's because you're not in China. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, you're in New York. That's why you can't see it. It has nothing to do with the Earth being a globe. It's very far away.
Yeah, that's something that I appreciate that you taught me today. I do not believe that the Earth is flat. I do not believe maybe that
You shouldn't.
the Earth is
You
round.
shouldn't believe at this point. You shouldn't believe anything. You should just be like,
Yeah,
I'm
that's the point.
undecided until I do a test.
That's the point. Accepting that maybe we as a whole society or world should take the time to experiment these kind of things and
If no one
see for
told you it was a
themselves.
globe, no one told you it was a globe, would you have come to that conclusion yourself?
No, I didn't.
No, because
I mean,
every day you experience as a flat stationary plane, right?
well,
You don't experience the globe, do you?
that's another thing that it's like a hot topic in these discussions. And the thing is, okay, in I don't know 3, 4, 5, 6 decades ago, I can see why the government would lie about that
Don't worry
because of
about the
the
government.
space.
I'm just asking you.
No, but what I'm trying to go is like, why would they lie to
Who in
us?
the
now?
government would even know? Do you think Donald Trump knows if the Earth's a globe? If I said to Donald
No,
Trump, "How do you know the Earth is a globe?" Do you think he's going to tell me an answer?
I don't think
Like
he even
flying.
He's
bothers
going to
to
say the
make an
same thing
experiment.
everybody else says. All the scientists, magic science guy fallacy. That's what he's going to do. The same thing everybody else does. He's not going to do anything different. Donald Trump, fucking JD Vance, go down the line of every government official. They don't know anything. So they're not lying. They believe it.
But
You believe
why
you
Just
then?
said
keep
you
giving
believe the Earth
another
is a globe,
opportunity.
and like you weren't lying to us, right?
But why? No, I don't. I
And you've
truly
never
believe that.
experienced the globe either, so you
Yeah, it
just
wasn't a
believe it.
lie from me because that's right. It was
Yeah,
something I believed, maybe blindly, but
yeah,
I
of course.
did. But that's the thing. That's maybe the next answer. I'm sorry. That's maybe the next question that the
Question you
people
should
will
ask:
have.
you got
Why
to
would
figure out
they?
who first. That's the like when people ask
Yeah,
us
don't
why
worry
would
about
they
why.
lie. You have to figure out who would have to be lying first. Who would
Or
know
is it a lie?
for certain? Yeah, yeah, or is there a lie at all? Yeah,
Well, is
right.
it?
Because lying is intentional deception, right? So they would know the truth that the Earth is flat, and then they would be telling people that it's not flat. So who would those people be? Apollo astronauts, right? The moon people, the moon landing, they would be lying. Maybe some people that work at Houston, handful of people here and there, they'd be lying, but not all of them, obviously, because so like the director of the Apollo program said no controller could tell the difference between their simulations and the real thing. So they're just looking at a screen. They don't know if it's real, but they believe it that Earth's a globe. But they don't know. So like if you go through and actually think about it, who would actually know and who would actually 100% have to be lying? That number of people is super freaking small, man. It would be like less. My guess is less than 10,000 people in the entire world. Maybe 10,000. That would probably be a stretch. Maybe
I reckon
20 people
less.
in every country.
That actually knows, or what?
Yeah, that would actually know 100% that the Earth is flat. Would probably like maybe some countries probably have nobody in their country that would know the Earth is flat.
But what do they gain from that? Like lying?
Fuck if I know.
Control.
If I knew,
What are
I'd
you
probably
going?
be on there doing what they're doing.
Yeah. Why do people lie to people, right? To gain an
Well,
upper hand, right? It's always to gain an upper hand. The only reason you lie is to get an upper hand on someone. right?
Yeah, to deceive, to get a benefit from it. Yeah,
that's right.
But what's the benefit? I mean, if it is control, then
benefit is to get the upper hand.
Yeah, dude, if we knew, don't you think we'd be doing it too? We'd be like, fuck, bro, you get that? I'll take some of that.
Yeah.
Like, we there's no way we could know. We can speculate, but we can't know. I mean, it could be a reason that we just can't even imagine. I mean, it could be a good reason. Could be a bad reason. Could
That's
be
a
like,
good
hey,
point.
dude, there's fucking cannibal fucking zombies if you go too far across the plane, and we'll just tell people the Earth's a globe so they don't go over there. Like, it could be anything. Like, we don't know.
Well, I mean, that's actually a good point. Like, maybe they're protecting us from something that
could
we
be that.
don't have to know, because then it will be chaos, and
Yeah.
well, that's a namer. But
I mean, one reason I've heard is limited resources, right? So if the Earth is a globe, then the resources are limited, right? And if you go anywhere, you just end up back at the same place, right? So there's no point in going, like, say, hey, I'm going to go for a walk in one direction. I'm going to walk as far as I can. Well, we're not even going to try if you think you're just going to end up back where you started, right?
It's the dumbest shit I've ever heard.
I know, right?
Walk that way and you'll end up behind me.
When you
Walk away
leave
from
your
me,
house, tell your girlfriend, I'm on my way home, honey.
Start walking away.
that would be if the Earth is ground, because you will do, like, you know.
Well, not even. That would only happen on the equator. Anywhere
I think
else
it's
on the
funny,
globe.
like the Qibla where you have to pray to Mecca. If you're in New Zealand and look it up, you have to pray toward Antarctica because that prayer goes around the globe and toward Mecca.
Yeah, you can face any
Think about that.
direction
You're
you want,
praying
really,
south
right?
to Mecca.
So you don't think that the Antarctic wall and all that shit that they come up with, you know, the global earther?
There are pictures of a wall-looking cliff, right? And they've shown it in, you know, the U.S. Geological Services. There's photos of it in expeditions and things like that. But whether it circles a planet, whether it circles a flat, like Earth, like I haven't seen any evidence of that.
The ice
So
wall.
you just don't know.
The ice wall
Yeah.
comes from. So there was a guy named James Cook, Captain James Cook. He tried to
Yeah, I know.
circumnavigate the ice, right, of Antarctica to find an inland passage, like a river that would go into Antarctica. Well, he didn't find it, but he did. He did say there was an ice wall. That's what he said. That there was a great ice barrier that prevented him from getting into Antarctica.
Are you
And he
kidding me?
recorded.
We're still
Hold on.
on this ice wall theory. This has already been like
No,
debunked.
we're explaining.
Here
No,
we
why are
go.
you straw manning what we're doing, dude? Why would you do that?
Yeah, you just jump into a
Oh yeah,
conversation.
there's like
What was I
eight
talking
more
about?
continents
Repeat to
that
me what I
exist.
just said. Repeat to me what I was
You're
just
talking
saying
about
to
a
him.
person. You were talking about an individual called James saying that there's an ice wall.
James, Captain James Cook. No, I said
He's
Great
showing
Ice
how-
Barrier.
he's showing how
Crown.
retarded he is.
I said Great Ice Barrier, and it's still on maps today. What are you talking about?
Yeah, because there is an ice barrier. Like I'm just
Oh,
letting you know
thank
there
you.
is an
What
ice barrier.
is
Oh,
a
okay,
barrier?
there is.
No, he brought up ice wall. I was telling him about the ice barrier, which is on maps, which is not a flat Earth idea. It's a globe Earth idea. That's what I was telling
Yeah,
him.
I'm letting him know that. That's what I'm saying.
You're letting me know that. Sure. Yeah. Okay.
No, not you,
Anyway,
Sherlock, the other guy. Like this guy doesn't even know the difference between you and him. Like this guy, bro.
Yeah. Okay. Your nervous laughter is pathetic. Just shut up. Anyway,
You went on a 5-minute tangent explaining the difference between a wall and a
it
barrier.
wasn't 5 minutes, about 45 seconds, dude. Good try.
Oh, so you just
your
figured out
narrative,
how
your
to do it.
narrative
Nice
meta,
try.
your meta conversation narrative spinning is an epic fucking fail, bro.
Hey, can
You're
you
not
What
good
a
at
word
it.
salad.
You're like a
What a word
20-year-old
salad.
fucking kid,
What a
fucking
word salad. What a word salad.
Hey,
spiraling
can
Oh, wait,
you?
out,
so
dude.
20-year-olds are kids? 20-year-olds are kids?
You're goddamn right,
Like,
they're kids.
hey, can
What a
you tell me?
moron, dude.
Can you tell me
Yeah, 20-year-olds are
why?
kids, especially nowadays,
20-year-olds
dude.
are kids? I think
I
that tells
spent
me
more
everything I
time
need to know
outside
about
by
you.
the time I was 11 than you've spent outside yet.
What does that have anything to do with 20-year-olds being kids?
Because I have more experience about the world by being
Oh, so
outside.
you having more experience about the world means
When I was
20-year-olds are
11,
kids?
I had more world experience than you do now. When I
And
was
that
11.
means 20-year-olds are kids?
Hey,
Yes,
Leo.
because you have the
What a-
so you have the level of experience I had when I was like 5 or 6.
Yeah,
You're
and
a
that
kid.
means 20-year-olds are kids?
Yes, they're kids, children.
Your
Look at
personal
you.
experience means
Look at
20-year-olds
you.
universally
You're
are
acting.
kids.
Your maturity level speaks for itself.
Oh, so my maturity level means all 20-year-olds are kids?
No, it means no. Doesn't mean all 20-year-olds
Let me
are
go ahead and
children
add a
to me
criteria. Oh,
because
let me
I'm
add a
gonna
criteria.
20.
Yeah, look
I'm
how
talking
slow
about
you move.
20-year-olds now. People like you,
Yeah, so
Zoomers.
20-year-olds now, because of people like me, 20-year-olds now
Why
are
are you
kids.
like repeating it over and over again, trying to straw man my
Yeah,
position
because you're
over and over?
claiming
So
something
this is how you
universal
do.
and
So
factually
you're
incorrect.
saying whenever someone says so, you're
I said
saying that a
20-year-olds
straw
are
man.
kids. What a
Yeah, I did
moron,
say.
dude.
I'll say it again.
This guy doesn't even
20-year-olds are
know that
kids, including you.
18-year-olds and
Oh
19-year-olds
my
and
God,
20-years, these are
20-year-olds are
grown
kids.
adults, dude. Like,
Oh my
what a
God,
long
20-year-olds
tangent
are
proving
kids.
nothing, dude.
Oh my God, 20-year-olds.
Oh my
Do you
god, that's
think repeating
embarrassing,
yourself
dude.
is like some
Oh
sort of
my
argument?
god, that is actually so embarrassing for him. He doesn't even know 18-year-olds and older are adults, bro. There's no way. And he's talking
They're
about
legally adults, but
barriers.
they have the mental maturity of a child, like you.
Oh
That's why
yeah,
you're
your
giggling and
opinion
laughing like a
matters.
little
Your
girl.
opinion matters. For sure, your opinion matters.
It's not my opinion, it's my observation. You left when I called him a girl. Must have hit the target. Anyway.
Anyway.
Moving on. How dare you?
Yeah.
Anyway, Cook recorded that he sailed 60,000 miles. Okay,
Yeah.
now if the circumference of the Earth is 25,000 miles, that fucking don't jibe, right? So he sailed more than twice the circumference of the Earth to sail around Antarctica. How does that make sense? So anyway, this ice. The point is, this ice wall idea doesn't come from us. It comes from the globe Earth and like people trying to make sense out of Antarctica, the Southern Ocean, and what the fuck's going on down there. Because it didn't appear on maps for a long time, and it appeared on maps for a long time, and then when it appeared on some of the older maps, it didn't have ice on it, right? So like, there's a lot of like, they say now that they got it all figured out, but even that is kind of cap. You got idiots like this dude Colin Brady who said he walked across Antarctica and that he navigated with a compass, but the geomagnetic frickin' South Pole is supposed to be in the middle of the Southern Ocean. So if he followed his compass, he would have ended up in the fucking water. So like, there's a whole bunch of weird shit, dude. So
Yeah, there is.
but that doesn't determine whether the Earth is flat or not. Even like globe Earthers think there's fucking hidden Nazi alien bases and fucking submarine bases in Antarctica and shit. So the Nazis went to Antarctica to look for the fucking the spear that pierced Christ and like all sorts of shit. What do they call it? The spear of destiny or something?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm like the Mythbusters. You know, I'm like, well, you know, people think you say that there is a city under Antarctica, or actually no under, but you know, after Antarctica. It isn't right. Like you don't believe that, right?
Do I? No.
Yeah, I mean you as a whole. I mean as a collective.
I don't think anybody in here believes there's a city under Antarctica.
Or there is an ice wall that.
I'm not even sure. Well, I mean, there's an ice wall in the sense that there's a fucking glacier that sticks out from the land that fucking, you know, hundreds of miles.
Yeah,
and it's hundreds of feet tall. So technically it's an ice wall, but I don't think there's a Game of Thrones ice wall that surrounds the Earth. That if you climb over it, you're going to fall to space. You know, like I don't think any of that. Like the way they depict flat Earth, like in you know, internet fucking memes and thumbnails, nobody thinks that. Nobody believes in that flat Earth.
That's the question. Yeah, that it is
My view
false.
is more
But
metaphysical than that. I don't have a materialist viewpoint of reality. I believe there's a material world, and I believe there's a metaphysical, spiritual, supernatural world, and they're kind of meshed together. They're not they're separated, but they're also intertwined. Let's put it that way. But you're an atheist, so you